It was early morning, and the castle of Baron Bourgeois, located in the kingdom of Reinkel, was restless. Crowds of people were streaming from the city gates to the city citadel. Today was to be the momentous event that had been anticipated for so long. More than 1,000 participants will take part in the grand selection. Two friends were sitting on the second floor of a pub having a drink. After talking about the upcoming event, one of them said that he didn't care about the outcome, as long as no one died this time. His drinking companion replied that the risk was worth it. The man in the white shirt said angrily that people's lives were at stake. His friend replied that he was rather grateful to these daredevils. Besides, nothing could be worse than slaving 15 hours a day in a factory. Participants only need to pass the test to skip the stage of a mere citizen and become practically a nobleman. The worthy will be able to become knights and finally get rich. For those who prove their superiority through hard work, the kingdom's calling card will be available. A newly minted knight can become a wielder of the power of the gods, a giant. Every self-respecting citizen should have tried to participate in this test at least once. Only the best of the best will be able to control the giant death machine, with which they will have to spill a lot of blood on the battlefield. Suddenly, in the crowd that was moving in a slender stream toward the castle, a ruffian struck a sneaky blow to the tramp's back. The boy fell to the ground, and the three thugs immediately began taunting him. They ordered the brat to get out of the way of potential riders. One of the bastards grabbed the victim by the hair and asked the guy what he was doing in a place like this before the all-important test. Immediately, the bulky man smelled the incredible stench coming from the homeless man. His friends called out to him, telling him that they should go now and not waste their time on this lowlife. A pumped-up guy named Thomas shooed the hobo away, saying he'd better not see that ugly face before the test. The other hooligan laughed and pointed out that even this bastard was going to be tested for something. When the thugs were gone, the guy pulled himself up and sighed heavily. Toward the middle of the afternoon, a test was being held in the large square in front of the Lord's castle. The Baron lamented that they had gathered about 1,000 people, but still hadn't found anyone worthwhile. The next contestant, tentatively approaching the center of the square, also failed the test with a bang. The guard dragged the exhausted lad aside, and the organizer summoned the next daredevil. A tall old man in an expensive suit shouted that this was a very bad result. He asked those present if they really wanted to remain commoners and suggested that they should grab the opportunity that lay before them all right now. Anyone had the opportunity to step forward and prove themselves. It was enough to raise a magic stone to become a candidate in the Rider of the Giants. The participant and his family would then be generously rewarded. After these words, the crowd murmured. Most of the people were skeptical. An old man standing in the front rows said that the Lord was just trying to impress the royal family by finding candidates among his subjects. However, Baron Bourgeois is beginning to lose patience. For the sake of this event, the factory has even stopped, and the candidates are still missing. The fact that more and more guys are failing, no one will remain in the plus side. Suddenly, Thomas stepped forward. Calling the others weaklings, he said it was time for him to take over. The audience went into a frenzy of excitement. They knew that this guy would definitely be able to show himself. As he approached the center of the square, Thomas experienced excitement for the first time in a long time. Such occasions were very rare. The boy reached out his hands and picked up the glowing orb. He realized that it was not just a stone. For him, as a commoner, it was money, a future, and freedom. Immediately after Thomas touched the stone, an electric current struck his body. The boy tried his best not to lose consciousness. He no longer wanted to return to that life of a commoner. His goal was to become a knight of the kingdom. The audience was shocked by Thomas's stamina. He was the first of today's candidates to raise the stone to his chest. The boy had only a little more to do. A few more seconds later, Thomas had the balloon up to his head. With a little more effort, he would never have to deal with those miserable beggars again. The astonished Baron thought that finally there was someone who could be a worthy candidate. The boy's whole body was severely tensed. He looked at the stone with his last strength and realized that he had only one move left, and he would turn his life upside down forever. The stone seemed to grow brighter and brighter, and conducted more and more energy through the daredevil's body. Gathering his last strength, Thomas stretched his arm up and lifted the stone above his head. However, the hobo who was watching realized that this was a fatal move. In the next instant, the participant dropped the stone and lost his balance. His body could not withstand the full force of the energy, The Lord's aide looked at this and was surprised that even such a bulky man couldn't stand it. In the next instant, the stone slammed into the ground. The breathless body of Thomas fell in the center of the square. Panicked cries began to break out in the ranks of the participants. They stared at the body of the strongest of them in stunned disbelief that the stone had killed him. The angry Baron ordered those who had come to be silent and reminded them that there was a war going on in the kingdom, so everyone should be aware of the risks. He then summoned the next participant. However, the crowd of test subjects immediately left the test site. The enraged Mr. Bourgeois said that the wretched people were taking too lightly what they already had. He pointed his finger at random people and ordered them to come up for a test. The participants once again looked over Thomas's body and thought that they didn't want to end up like that thug. Some agreed that being a commoner wasn't so bad. However, at the exit from the citadel, the crowd was met by guards. They blocked the passage and did not let anyone out. One of the soldiers immediately grabbed a random guy who was struggling to break free. Baron Bourgeois shouted that the test subjects had the choice of lifting the stone or dying. If injured, the person would still be unable to work and would be wasting food. The crowd returned to its original place once more. The tramp was among them. The guy didn't think long, for he was the only one who really had no choice. He immediately raised his hand in silence. People in the crowd began to turn around, not realizing that this homeless man had lost his mind. Someone, seeing the clothes of the brave man, said that homeless people have nothing to lose. Baron Bourgeois examined the volunteer with interest and asked who he was. The guy said he was just one of the beggars and then asked for permission to participate. People immediately realized that this madman was just tired of being beaten up. Indeed, this boy had spent his entire life at the very bottom of society. Everything that happened could not be called anything but existence. No one around him cared about the ragged, abandoned homeless man. The guy got food in all sorts of different ways. But most of the time, he just picked up things that had fallen or been thrown away. Besides, people like him often attracted the attention of bullies. The guy was often beaten up just for existing. His parents died when he was 10 years old. Since then, the boy has suffered from incomprehensible hallucinations. These visions, like the violence, never went away. Even if he kept his eyes closed, the inferno repeated itself time after time. In the kingdom of Reincarnated, children are named in a ceremony at the age of 10. However, no such events are held for orphans. So the people around him call him many things. To them, he is a rat, a sorcerer, a troll, or just a jerk. All that was left for the no-wanted vagrant was a terrible depression and panic disorder. So all this time he was looking forward to his 19th birthday very much. That was how the day ended. The boy walked to the stone fence and looked thoughtfully at the water. Just then he climbed the fence and stood up to his full height. Almost without a second thought, the vagrant jumped into the water. It was today that he found freedom from depression, fears, and violence. Now he could rid himself of that disgusting body and the judgment of society. The boy turned around and looked up. At that moment, he was glad to say goodbye to the kingdom that didn't even give his name. The beggar closed his eyes and thought. He still had oxygen inside him, though he didn't know why. Suddenly, memories began to come to his mind. It seemed that this information was about something out of his life. However, a few more seconds passed, and the protagonist remembered everything. On the podium stood a tall, pumped-up guy. Today, he had once again won the title of Mr. Olympia. The journalist who approached immediately reminded the contestant that he was the first Asian to win the competition. She asked the bodybuilder how he felt. The girl asked a few more questions, but it was as if the guy didn't hear her. His name was Kang Kyo-han, and on that day he became the first bodybuilder from Korea to win the title. Almost immediately, he captivated the entire world community with his muscles. Kyo-han has become an idol to thousands of people. He was constantly appearing on the airwaves and filming for global brands. It was the highest level of natural body. Every movement of his muscles attracted attention. As the strongest man in the world, Kyo-han was very popular. Going over these strange memories in his head, the vagabond couldn't believe it was really him. Kyo-han built the largest gymnasium in Asia. Each time, he approached training with great responsibility. All the guy wanted to do was build muscle for the rest of his life. You could say it was his dream. He wanted to overtake Lee Haney and Rajni Coleman and take the Mr. Olympia title 9 times in a row. As a responsible bodybuilder, this was the ultimate goal for him. That ill-fated evening, he was racing home from the gym in his luxury sports car. With that life and that money, he had a sense of absolute freedom and complete control over his destiny. It was a perfect and ideal life that is sadly past. One evening forever divided his story into before and after. Unable to avoid the collision, the red sports car slammed into the truck at full speed. The driver, a young bodybuilder named Kang Kyo-han, who had recently won the Mr. Olympia title, had no chance of survival. However, his life did not end there. After replaying these terrible memories in his mind, the young vagrant also woke up. A man stood right in front of the beggar. He looked fiercely at the waking boy and said that if he wanted to, he could try to drown himself again. The drifter looked at the old man in surprise and realized it was Commander Davis. The man asked furiously if the guy really didn't value his life that much. He then grabbed the main character and said that he would be ashamed to look into the eyes of the boy's father in the other world if he just died like that. He looked around and realized he was back in his own world. All the memories he had seen seemed to be but a dream. His freedom was lost again. However, it wasn't that simple. The boy looked at his hands and realized that his real name was Kang Kyo-han. Commander Davis was telling the poor guy off, shouting that it was time for him to stop relying on other people's decisions and start thinking for himself. The guy looked in the mirror and realized that this was not the end, and he could try to start his life again. While the old man continued to shout something, the protagonist examined his body. He was 19 years old. Muscles were absent as well as fat. His body was like a blank book to be filled in. Now that the guy had his knowledge back, he could build a nice-looking body. Besides, now he realized what it was about these hallucinations that had troubled him all his life. They were numerous system windows showing various characteristics. Kyo-han realized that he had a crazy ability in his hands. By this point, the old man realized he wasn't going to get anything out of the guy now, so he ran to the kitchen to get some food. Commander Davis brought out a bowl of herbal soup and told the poor guy not to flinch and eat it. After looking at the soup, the protagonist realized that there was even a special window with information about the food. Before, Kang Kyo-han couldn't read anything because I couldn't make out the symbols. However, now that the boy remembered Korean, he was able to understand what was written here. The overjoyed protagonist asked Commander Davis if there would be a writer test in a month. The stunned old man replied that nothing had been canceled. He asked the boy if he really wanted to participate. Kyo-han jumped with happiness and said that it was the best idea he'd ever had. Commander Davis had told him himself that he couldn't live by what others told him to do. The main character was beyond happy. He still could not believe that this shitty life, which lasted 19 years, would soon end. The guy was sure that he would be able to achieve the success that he had conquered in his previous life. Now he had a solid advantage in the form of nutritional information and his body. It was impossible to think of a better way to develop his body. Jumping with happiness, Kyo-han realized that he could now build muscle again and change his destiny. Suddenly, the guy tripped and hit his face on the ground. Still, he had a few barriers to overcome first as well. These included low stamina and depression. This body required a lot more effort than it seemed at first glance. The test was still a month away, but he had to prepare now. With that thought in mind, Kyo-han went into the forest. For starters, he decided to beat depression and panic disorder. At the same time, climbing uphill would help develop a little stamina. The most common plant found in these mountains was the puria herb. It helped regulate serotonin levels in the brain. The daily allowance of this plant was 2 kilograms. The essence of fitness is not just about lifting weights. Real bodybuilders are experts in anatomy, physiology, movement mechanics, and nutrition. Depression is aggravated by a lack of neurotransmitters such as dopamine and serotonin. Treatment of this condition can be accelerated with a proper diet. The guy started hastily gathering weed into a bag. Omega-3 and protein would be substitutes for antidepressants. He decided that he would chew anything that contained these elements. Kyo-han also reflected on the fact that it would be difficult for him to get meat. He wondered if he could eat 2 kilograms of grass every day. Taking a bite of the first leaf, the protagonist immediately remembered his friend from a previous life. He used to make videos with recipes in his social networks. One of his favorite people was the so-called protein rice. Kyo-han still remembered the taste even though 19 years had passed. Nevertheless, as a bodybuilder, the guy ate this kind of food every day. Becoming the best in the world really wasn't easy. The next stage of training was working in the factory. It was an insanely hard job to haul the coal carts. In addition, the shift lasted 15 hours. On the first day, the protagonist even threw the cart into the oven out of happiness. He could only hope that his muscles would grow at least a little. And so a month of hard labor had passed. Now Kyohan was at the point of no return. He could only hope that all that hard training would help. As he climbed the stairs, the guy took something out of his pocket and held it to his nose. The people closest to him smelled a strange odor. Suddenly, some strange white balls and a piece of cloth fell out of Kyohan's hands. One participant, out of curiosity, brought the dropped items up to his nose and sniffed them. Immediately, he crouched down and yelled out that it was like the smell of urine. The man standing next to him said it was disgusting and realized that this guy was not to be believed. However, it was all part of the protagonist's plan. The smelling salts he used contained the odor of ammonia, which made the body alert. In addition, this stone must be lifted with willpower. Snuff salt is ammonia in solid form, which is used by powerlifters before lifting extremely heavy weights. When ammonia vapors come into contact with mucous membranes, the nervous system temporarily enters a state of arousal. To make the boy take more responsibility for the action, Baron Bourgeois shouted that the tramp had better try harder, for all beggars would be held responsible for his actions. Kyohan walked to the center of the square and looked at the rock. The guy had bodybuilding skills that Thomas didn't have. However, the moment his predecessor lifted the stone, his willpower was equal to 15. After all the doping, the protagonist's equivalent was 11.8 tenths, which was still not enough. However, Thomas did not know how to put all of his power into a single spurt, and so was destroyed by the magic of the stone. All Kyohan needed was one repetition maximum. It was the unleashing of all power for a single moment. This skill is achieved through years of practice. The first thing to do was to get rid of the tension. If you overdo it at a key moment, you can quickly lose stamina, as was the case with Thomas. The boy exhaled and crouched down, gripping the rock with his hands. The only trick to not getting stressed out by hard tasks was to make them a habit. At times like these, a novice athlete may wonder how bodybuilders manage to stay strong after pushing the limits. Stress can be beaten by daily repetition. This is exactly what the body gets used to. Kyohan looked at his target. In his hands was the most ordinary stone, a simple load that the guy encountered every day. At this point, he tried to convince his mind that he was just doing a daily routine, like 15 hours of cart work. Kyohan lifted his back, tensed his pelvic muscles, and drew air under his belly. Immediately, he began to lift. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist focused all his strength on lifting the small object with his entire body. The stone was already near his chest. Kyohan brought his thumbs to his collarbone and aligned his center of gravity. Then he made a decisive leap by flexing his legs and bouncing upward with the back of his body. Suddenly, the most ordinary vagrant raised the shining stone upwards. The only thing left to do was to hold it for a while. The crowd synchronously began to support the beggar. There were only 3 seconds left to stand. Baron Bourgeois watched the miraculous phenomenon with his mouth hanging open. He, like everyone else, could not believe what was happening. The right time was over, and the protagonist threw the stone to the ground with all his might. He had passed the test. At the same instant, the participants began to cheer. Some were glad that they would soon be going home. Some were thrilled to see something like this with their own eyes. Baron Bourgeois, who had barely kept his patience up to this point, finally exhaled. With a smile, he turned to the boy and asked him his name. The protagonist, who still couldn't catch his breath, smiled. A couple of days ago, he would hardly have found an answer to this question, but now he triumphantly said that his name was Kang Kyo-han. The people around him were a little surprised, for the local vagrant had a name that was not atypical for this country. He was confident that he could become the best in the Rankle kingdom. However, his legs were trembling. Stamina was still lacking, so starting tomorrow, the protagonist decided to work on his lower body. Some time passed after Kyohan was led into the palace. Suddenly, the guards stood at attention after a command. The initiation ceremony began. Baron Bourgeois drew the ceremonial sword. He said that the great guardian of Rankle, fearless pioneer and just ruler, His Majesty Seraph Rankle had empowered him, Baron Bourgeois, to ask the candidate a question. Placing the blade on the shoulder of the boy sitting on his knee, the old man warned that Kyo-han should always remember this blade near his neck. He then asked if the guy would sacrifice his life to protect this kingdom. The protagonist thought it wasn't his life anyway, but had no problem swearing. After that, Baron Bourgeois removed the ceremonial sword from the lad's shoulder and said that he was appointing him as a knight of the Renkal kingdom. Kyo-han's new surname would be Yellow. The old man warned that the newly made knight should always honor his oath and faithfully serve the kingdom with the valor of gunpowder and the passion of a steam engine. Baron Bourgeois then ordered the protagonist to stand up. Straightening to his full height, Kyo-han promised to seal this honor in his heart. Most people took the ceremony favorably. Some were glad that the boy would not have to pull carts for 15 hours. Some said that the Baron's stylist had done a very good job on the tramp's appearance. Mr. Bourgeois then said that Kyo-han should choose 2 men to be his squires. It was a special privilege given to new knights. After examining the candidates, the protagonist once again became convinced of the problem of this society. With such a rigid hierarchy, it is difficult for different classes of people to even look each other in the eye. Now, for the first time in his new life, he is the man of his choosing. Squires are still subordinate to knights, but it is much better than working 15 hours a day in a factory. Many candidates looked at the boy with hope. Some whispered about the alms he had received, while others noted that the 9th team, which was in the same dormitory with him, had a better chance. After a few more seconds of deliberation, Kyo-han shouted out that his squire would be the member of the 9th team, Commander Davis. Immediately afterward, the boy said that he would choose his second squire later. An old man standing in the crowd pointed a finger at himself in amazement, unable to believe he was so lucky. Kyo-han looked at his late father's friend with a smile. It was the only adult who cared about him. Besides, the old man had saved his life. Baron Bourgeois grinned in surprise, glad that the knight had not taken the able-bodied man away from him. Turning around, he said the lad would receive a gift from him. Then the old man handed the protagonist a magical sword, Chapente. Baron noted that it was not the best gift, but it would come in handy for the newly minted knight. The magic enchantment makes the blade stronger and sharper. Kyo-han bowed and thanked Mr. Bourgeois. The Baron smiled and said that everyone had done a good job today. He also declared today a day off and ordered the workers to get a good rest before the new workday. The participants began to disperse, and the main character looked at the gift with a smile. No one expected that a dirty nobody would break through the soil and become a mighty tree. The next morning, Kyo-han woke up again in the barracks. 12 men lived with him and worked from 6 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock in the evening. The whole day the guy worked at the factory. Going through more and more carts with coal, the protagonist wondered what he was doing here. Suddenly, one of the guys turned to him, shouting that the furnace engine had exploded and an evacuation had been declared. Kyo-han was making his way through the fire to the exit. He was sure he had become a knight yesterday. Was it all just a dream? After that, the boy woke up. The morning light was pouring through the window into his room. He realized that it was all just a bad dream. Now he really didn't need to run to any factory. Sprawled out on the bed, a tired Kyo-han thought that it had been a long time since he had slept so sweetly that he had even forgotten to take off his uniform. Suddenly, a panel of information appeared in front of his face, notifying him that the magic stone was filling the protagonist's body with energy. But immediately, the boy saw something that made him jump up sharply and grab his head. Kyo-han had lost all his muscle mass overnight. However, he had also added mana and magic power to his stats. The boy thought it was probably the kind of energy that night wizards use. Lifting weights builds muscle, so most likely lifting a magic stone increases magic. Kyo-han immediately decided to test his hunches and tried to create a storm spell, but it didn't work. Unbuttoning his uniform, the protagonist saw that he had lost some muscle, however his body seemed stronger. Most likely, it was the effect of magic power. It was very strange, considering that this indicator had increased by only 1 unit. Suddenly, the room was rushed into by Commander Davis, who shouted that it was time for Sir Knight to go. Kyo-han turned around and said hello to the old man, who immediately bowed to the guy. The protagonist took the man's hand and reminded him that he had asked him not to be formal with him. Davis tried to object, saying that he couldn't behave any other way with a knight. The protagonist said that all these formalities did not concern his family. The old man looked at the boy in surprise. His lips quivered afterward, and barely holding back tears, he said he hadn't heard the word family in a long time. Deciding to change the subject, Kyo-han unbuttoned his uniform and showed Davis that his muscles had tightened and now he looked like a real rider. The old man said that was very impressive and suggested that the boy get out and look around. After a while, the partners found themselves on the training ground. The main character was horrified by what he saw. Most of the knights had clothes made from the skin of the monsters they had killed. They had huge muscles and magnificent long swords and guns. Everyone's magic power was between 2,000 and 3,000, and their mana was between 200 and 350. All of these stats were several thousand higher than Kyohan's. Knights who used to be commoners are given a surname according to rank. Yellow, green, blue, red, white, black, silver, and gold. The yellow-ranked guy didn't realize how much longer it would take him to catch up with the others. Suddenly, he was embraced from behind by one of the knights, who recognized the newcomer as someone who had recently passed the test. The protagonist immediately saluted the thug by introducing himself and naming his rank. The knight shouted to his acquaintances, saying that a newcomer had come to them. Most of the warriors received the boy favorably. They asked with a smile if the newcomer was ready to jump into the giant already, and intimidated him by saying that a real hell was waiting for him here. Someone in the crowd said that the guy better not be surprised, but he won't be able to become a rider right away. Kyohan asked if not all knights are given control of a giant right away. Grumila, who greeted the newcomer first, said he had a red rank and officially only becomes a rider from white and black. The other knights supported their comrade, saying that a big heart leads to big dreams. Then the boy heard that there was a selection process ahead of him, which would last 3 months. Not everyone will make it through this stage, of course. Some will get hurt or die in the process. Those who fail will not go to the Rider Academy, but to the School of Ordinary Knights. Immediately, he learned that everyone who was at the training ground had failed the test. They immediately began to prove to the boy that it was better for a commoner to put up with it and become an ordinary knight, as it was much easier, and only a few passed further. Suddenly, Davis patted Kyohan on the shoulder and said that an old knight had called him and they needed to go. Leaving the training ground, the protagonist thought that these people may look like silly old men, but are still stronger than him. The boy had a long way to go. Suddenly, the travelers lost their balance from fright. Right in front of them stood a senior knight with a bare torso. In his hands, he held a huge magic stone that was much larger than the one the protagonist had struggled to lift. Kyohan thought that this guy was like a beast and a man in one. The muscles of this knight attracted special attention. The guy had never seen such a stunning form. This man's name was Cal's Black. His last name said that this was a true rider candidate. Kyohan compared the stats and saw that there wasn't that much difference between them, only 3 kilograms of muscle and 3% fat mass. Usually, at this age, one would be a gaunt old man, but this guy looked like a god. 5,873 units of magic power spoke for themselves. The bully approached the boy and asked if it was him. Kyohan confirmed and wanted to introduce himself. The knight immediately ordered the boy to get into the wagon. Walking off to the side of the road, the protagonist thought that he wanted to look like this in the future. Directly in front of them was a semi-automated wagon. It moved faster thanks to steam power. Inside, everything was impeccably equipped. The wagon looked like a medieval wagon, but the engineering was impressive. Inside, it had been converted into a large camping machine. After making sure the passengers were seated, the coachman pulled the lever and warned that they were departing. At that moment, the 2 steam engines at the rear of the wagon came into action. The crew immediately set off at breakneck speed. While Commander Davis stared at the scenery in amazement, Kyohan and Kaltz looked at each other in silence. The boy timidly said that they would probably spend a lot of time together, and he wished he knew his mentor's name so he could properly address. The bulky man answered nothing, however, and tension hung in the air. After a few seconds, he said that Kyohan could just call him Sir. Later, when they got to know each other better, he would introduce himself. After that, the atmosphere in the wagon became tense again for a while. Suddenly, Kaltz said that their trip to the training center would take a full 5 days, and right now they were driving outside the boundaries of the safe zone. He also warned the companions to be very careful outside. The slightest step or touching the wrong stone could lead to death. Suddenly, the bulky man jumped up from his seat and said that from now on, the boy would follow all orders without question. If there were no orders, he was to do nothing and ask no questions. Immediately after these words, the knight threw a magic stone at the newcomer, shouting that they would continue training even on the road, and the brat would have the strength to ask anything. The protagonist struggled to hold the ball that the big man threw with just one hand. At the same time, Kaltz ordered Kyohan to do 30 squats, the same number of overhead holds, 3 minutes in the horseman's stance, and 300 meters of running in place. The coach also added that if a guy lacks knowledge because of his past as a commoner, he needs to read books and don't ask him questions. Kyo-han had hoped that it wasn't his one question that had made cults angry, but there was no way of knowing that now. The sun was setting over the horizon, and the boy began his training. He struggled to lift the stone above his head, but this time it was a little easier than the test. After lowering the magic ball to the ground, Kyo-han realized that it was probably about magic power. He could repeat it several times, but so far, the sensation was unclear. Still, practicing for the first time in 19 years and learning at the same time was not easy. Suddenly, Kalt said that he had shown the correct method, and it was up to the beginner to do the exercises correctly. The protagonist was surprised that this type himself asked not to bother him, yet for some reason he is following him. Suddenly, there was a tremendous rumble outside the window. Davis, asleep on the bench, jumped up and asked what was wrong. Going to the window, the old man and Kyo-han looked at the blazing rock. They realized that this was the place called the Bourgeois Mine. The huge rocks were spewing puffs of smoke into the sky. Like an ancient beast, the mountain was roaring like a strange animal. At first glance, it looked like an active volcano. However, steam was even coming from the trees. The protagonist thought that this was most likely the aftermath of the Great War, a world created from fragments of the bodies of demon gods and dragons. It felt as if they were surrounded by endless sources of energy that lived their own lives. Kyo-han now understood why mechanical engineering was so advanced in this era. Suddenly, Commander Davis grabbed the guy's shoulder with a shaky hand and said something was wrong here. Turning around, the young knight saw that the old man wasn't feeling well. Davis said he had suddenly caught his breath. In the same second, the guy felt the change too. It was like a doubling of the gravitational force. The elder knight grinned and wanted to explain what this phenomenon was. But Kyo-han interrupted him and said that it was a high-gravity zone. Cals looked at him from under his hat and confirmed the lad's assumptions. Kyo-han had previously read that the surrounding areas were filled with various phenomena, among which it was impossible for humans to survive. Broken skies, ruined earth, breathing mountains and rivers, and areas of high gravity are very common. Kaltz confirmed the student's speculation, adding that the core was the cause of the anomaly. If it is destroyed, the citizens can live peacefully. That's why such phenomena exist only beyond the boundaries of human territories. After this explanation, the main character said that he now understood the main reason for the writers and their importance. Cals looked at the newcomer and realized that this time he had not come across an easy specimen. It's hard to find that kind of insight among commoners. However, the boy was still a beginner who would have a hard time becoming a writer. Any nobleman or free citizen who had received proper education since childhood would be able to increase magic power faster. Sadly lowering his head, Kaltz thought that soon the boy himself would understand the despair he felt in his own time. Meanwhile, Kyo-han realized that he was wrong, and magic power is really more important. The protagonist is too focused on willpower. Magic exists in this world, so he should focus on building up this indicator. You need to fill and stimulate the muscles as they grow so that the guy can feel the magical power. Kyo-han looked down and realized that the high-gravity zone was perfect for his tasks. The guy's body had become much more sensitive, and it was time to practice. As he began to lift the stone, the protagonist decided that it was not just the weight that mattered to him now. He had to listen to his body, feel it, and let the mana flow through him. Gathering his thoughts, Kyo-han made the first leap. I should have ignored the pain in my muscles. Magic is beyond the physical body. The most important thing is to focus on mana to achieve greater results. The second movement was even harder. Kyo-han felt an incredible pain, as if his feet had been thrown into lava. But despite all the difficulties, there was no way he was going to give up. Suddenly, the protagonist saw that his body had spent mana for the first time. Immediately, he felt his legs begin to fill with a startling energy that gave his body even more strength. This energy began to overflow into my spine, easing the movements more and more. Kyo-han felt himself absorbing magic power for the first time. The system suddenly announced the full utilization of mana and an increase in willpower by 1. Also, from that moment on, the increase in magic power accelerated. A shocked Cals jumped up from the bed and stared at his apprentice. It was the first time he had ever seen a newcomer feel magical power on the first day of training. Finishing the exercise, the protagonist contentedly looked straight ahead, deciding to take another approach a little later. Meanwhile, the semi-automatic wagon drove into the forest. Night had fallen. Two red, barely discernible eyes watched the moving object from behind the bushes. After a few moments, the number of observers increased noticeably. It was the third day of the trip, and the forest still wasn't ending. Commander Davis looked at the exhausted boy with concern. He said he'd better save his strength so he wouldn't arrive at the training center exhausted. However, it was as if Kyo-han didn't hear the old man and continued his training. It helped him develop not only his muscles, but also his magic. Back at the beginning of the journey, the guy had felt mana quite a bit. Now, with every movement, the sensation was like a spider's web all over his body. Raising the magic stone above his head, Kyo-han was able to bring the number of repetitions to 15 for the first time. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the protagonist disagreed with Commander Davis and said that now, while they were passing through the high gravity zone, was the best time to train. By this point, his magic power was already 21 units. He sat down on the floor and decided that he needed to take a break to regain his strength, willpower, and mana. His muscle mass decreased by 400 grams, but his strength increased by 1. Magic power allows you to go beyond the limits of the human body and get the ideal form, which mankind has dreamed of since the times of ancient Greece. And now magic was added to this formula, thanks to which you can get a divine body. However, there was also a slight problem with this development. In the process of mana accumulation, fat and muscle mass is burned. Kyo-han decided that his status as a bodybuilder didn't allow him to give up muscle. Eating the right foods is also part of training. Suddenly, the travelers felt a serious jolt. Commander Davis immediately said that they seemed to be out of the high-pressure zone, for he felt that he could now breathe normally. The protagonist grabbed his head, realizing that now he wouldn't be able to develop as effectively. The old man looked at him in horror and said that the boy could become a monster altogether. Suddenly, the wagon shook violently again. The travelers thought that they had once again entered a high-gravity zone. Immediately, however, a small iron window opened, and the coachman appeared in it. The boy called out to the commander and told him they had encountered an ambush. The goblins were approaching the wagon. Despite the coachman's panic, Cal's gritted his teeth unhappily and said that it annoyed him a lot. During the Great War, gods, demons, and dragons hated and killed each other. Blood and flesh, filled with death and madness, covered the ground like a torrential rain. Out of the endless stream of despair and hopelessness, monsters were born. The protagonist leaned out the window. Finally, he would be able to see these creatures in person for the first time. Indeed, a group of several creatures were heading out of the forest towards the wagon. According to the system description, goblins had as much as 700 units of magic power. In addition, their muscles were 10 times larger than a normal human's. They looked more like huge gorillas than those little creatures from children's horror stories. Their bodies smoked like armor fresh out of the furnace. A group of monsters were approaching the wagon at a tremendous speed. Even despite the steam plant, the travelers had no chance of escaping the battle. A coachman with a sniper rifle peered out of a hatch in the roof of the wagon. He hit one of the approaching goblins with an accurate shot. The monster slumped to the ground and stopped moving. But unexpectedly for the newcomers, it turned out to be not the end. The creature's fingers immediately began to twitch violently. Suddenly, the goblin slowly rose from the ground and looked toward the wagon again. Not even a headshot from that high-powered rifle was enough to finally kill the creature. Cals rose from the bed, scratching his aching head nervously. Putting on his hat, the knight pulled out several daggers and cupped his fingers around them. Kyo-han and Davis turned around and saw Caltz walk to the other side of the wagon and open the door. The knight surveyed the area, then turned around and smiled at his apprentice. The next instant, the thug leaped from the wagon and hurled his daggers in flight. The blades flew into the approaching pack at great speed and killed 3 monsters at once. The boy leaned out of the window and shouted that he had no doubt about the Black Knight's greatness. The old man asked in surprise how Kyo-han knew the rank of this gentleman. The protagonist replied that he would tell a little later. Suddenly, strange sounds came from the forest. It was so loud that the surrounding trees shook. Suddenly, a huge pack of goblins came out of the bushes. They were right next to the wagon and were approaching at high speed. However, the creatures' muzzles expressed a strange emotion. It seemed as if they were also being chased by someone. At this point, even Colt said it was not a good sign. A second later, a huge ogre swarmed out from behind the trees onto the road. It was about 3 times the size of the average goblin. This 4-meter-tall monster had an incredible magic power value of 15,000. Cal's realized that the goblins were using their wagon as bait. Immediately, the knight ordered the coachman to urgently change direction. Knight shouted for the driver to get back into position and turn them around toward the road. Kaltz reached the back of the wagon and with the push of a button brought the large caliber machine gun into action. After the coachman had leveled the direction of travel, he returned to the roof and sat down behind the gun. Just then, the driver opened fire on the goblins running after them. Due to the fact that the crowd of monsters was very large and dense, the bullets would hit the target very often. However, even so, the coachman warned that they would only be able to slow down, but not stop the goblins as there were too many of them. One by one, the monsters fell to the ground, but others immediately took their place. Meanwhile, the ogre was approaching the wagon faster and faster, crushing the smaller goblins in its path. Kaltz ordered the driver to shoot at those monsters that were approaching. The coachman asked the knight what he was going to do. The man realized that it would be very difficult for him to win, so he needed to cut off the ogre's leg to stop chasing them. However, even for such a task, the difference in strength between human and monster was too great. The ogre's magic power was 3 times that of Cal's, and its muscle mass was at least 50 times greater. This monster was comparable to 1,000 adult humans. No matter how strong the knight was, the situation was too dangerous. Suddenly, Kaltz looked down the hatch and motioned for the boy to hand him the booster. The protagonist handed over the box and asked if there was anything he could do to help. The knight replied that it would be nice if the boy would just sit in the wagon and keep his head down. Kaltz explained that it was his job to get the recruits safely to the training camp. Taking a booster out of the box, the knight considered it for a while. He hoped that he wouldn't have to use additional force, however. Cal stood up and drew his sword, heading to the back of the roof. Magical power began to fill the knight's body. He tried out a fighting stance, creating a small, bright green vortex. After that, Kaltz turned to the driver and told him that his task would be to protect the wagon at all costs. The knight himself planned to attack the ogre and distract him so that the goblins would scatter as well. The coachman said he understood perfectly, and then the old man jumped off the wagon. Suddenly, the driver saw that the knight, like a whirlwind, flew through the air in the direction of the enemy. The coachman could not even suppose that Kaltz had a gift. Kyohan, who saw this, was also greatly amazed. A gift was a supernatural power that only a few knights had awakened. For a moment, the guy thought that his information windows might also be a type of gift. The driver smiled and shouted that victory was definitely on their side now. It would be impossible for some pathetic monster to defeat a knight with a gift. Cal's, meanwhile, approached the ogre from above at breakneck speed. The monster saw this and tried to attack the annoying man. However, the knight maneuvered confidently and evaded the blow. He landed behind him and called out to his opponent. The enraged ogre turned around sharply, swinging his mace in the process. However, the man behind him was no longer there. Cal's was behind him again and called out to the monster, glad he hadn't wasted a booster for nothing. The protagonist was amazed at the speed at which the Black Knight was moving. It was even hard to keep his eyes on him. This once again proved that no matter how strong a person or monster was, without speed, they wouldn't be able to face an opponent on equal footing. In turn, the Black Knight successfully maneuvered and simultaneously dealt with the goblins that got in his way. The wagon gradually began to move away from the battle site. So far, the plan to delay the monsters to a successful one was working. Kaltz looked at the monster and asked him which leg he wanted to lose first. The monster tried again to hit the man with his powerful club, but the knight easily returned and approached his opponent from below. The monster's left leg was open. It was the one that Kaltz decided to cut off. Swinging with all his might, the knight delivered a mighty blow to the ogre's limb. Kyohan, who had been watching the battle, saw that the blade had hit its target. However, the Black Knight at this moment looked fearfully at the monster. The body of this creature seemed to be made of metal. Looking back, Cal saw that the impact of his blade had only left a small scratch on his opponent's leg. At the same instant, the monster's aura began to change. It seemed that the ogre was beginning to become enraged. Its skin was heating up, and its body was swelling. Suddenly, the monster abruptly turned around and roared loudly, glaring at the knight. Just then, he forcefully continued his attacks on the man again. This time, it became much harder for Cal's to dodge. The ogre had clearly gotten faster. With each new blow, the creature's speed was increasing. At some point, the Black Knight realized that he would not survive here. In the next second, the monster struck a blow of incredible strength that landed precisely on Cal's body. The frightened travelers could not believe what was happening. They stared at the smoke coming from the monster's hand with their mouths open. Suddenly, the driver sitting behind the machine gun saw a goblin approaching. This monster did not run after the rest of the pack, but turned its attention to the receding wagon. The coachman began firing at the target, but the goblin was surprisingly successful in maneuvering, getting closer and closer to the crew. A second later, the monster soared upwards and hovered in the air for a few seconds. It was the perfect moment to finally hit the target. One of the bullets slammed into the creature's forehead. It seemed that the threat had finally been eliminated. However, as it fell, the goblin managed to catch its claws on the roof. His reaction after being hit by a bullet was a bit sluggish. Nevertheless, he was able to break this wagon with ease. The driver grabbed an axe and began chopping the monster's fingers with it. Seeing this, Kyohan realized that if the coachman didn't deal with this problem, then they would definitely be finished then. However, the monster suddenly reached up and grabbed the driver's leg with his other hand. The protagonist realized that he couldn't delay. He immediately rushed to the sword lying on the side. In the meantime, the goblin had clutched onto the victim's foot and was already climbing up to the roof. Kyohan ran up the stairs, trying to get ahead of his opponent. The next second, the monster released his other arm and swung it to kill his victim. The coachman realized he was finished. However, Kyohan was still not going to give up. He swung his sword, intending to concentrate all of his magic power into a single strike. Temporarily, the ogre removed his hand, intending to see the result of his strike. However, through the smoke, he saw that the man, for some reason, was still alive. The knight exhaled and said that it was very dangerous. It was a hard blow, but Kaltz survived, though his face was badly damaged. Looking at his opponent, the old man realized that it was his turn to give his best. Immediately, he fired up the boosters, intending to once again outgun the ogre in terms of speed. The small rocket engines lit up in bright flames. In the next instant, Kaltz accelerated to an incredible speed. Maneuvering close to the monster, he began to strike one blow after another. Coming in from the rear, the Black Knight began to gain altitude sharply. As he approached his opponent's face, he shouted that he wasn't done yet, and he had one more blow left to deliver. Meanwhile, Kyohan was approaching the goblin who had climbed onto the roof. Swinging his blade, the guy realized that the fate of 3 people at once would depend on this blow. In the next instant, the protagonist flew past the goblin at great speed, slashing his neck in the process. The coachman tried to fight off the monster in panic. However, suddenly the enemy's body weakened, and he fell dead on the roof. A few seconds later, the Black Knight returned to the wagon. He said that the matter was done and we could move on. Commander Davis looked out the window and saw that they had indeed gotten quite a distance from the monster that was chasing them. Once on the roof, Kaltz looked dazedly in front of him and asked what had happened. Right in front of him lay the corpse of a slain goblin. The Black Knight asked the boy if he had done it, but the guy didn't answer and just stared contentedly into the distance. It was the first time he was able to release all of his mana at once. A while later, Kaltz was sitting in the wagon, bandaging his shattered head. It was strange to see ogres in the area, who usually strolled elsewhere. However, the strangest thing was that the newcomer chopped the goblin's neck so easily. It hadn't even been a week yet, and this puppy was already performing such a thing. The knight took a long look at the satisfied boy. He even thought in his mind that he was dealing with a future genius. Suddenly, Kyohan turned around and asked his mentor what he could do with the corpse. The knight said that this loot was the boy's, and he could sell the body at the training center. Monster corpses don't rot and can be left here. The disciple was greatly surprised by this fact, and suddenly asked if it was okay to eat goblin meat. The old man replied that eating monster meat to increase magic power was just a rumor. He himself had tried it before and only got indigestion, even losing his magic power. The knight advised his disciple not to engage in such nonsense. However, the protagonist didn't listen to his mentor and said he wanted to give it a try. Still, the boy had a special gift on his side now. The nutritional information window could tell him all the secrets of cooking. In this case, if the goblin meat was cooked successfully, it could get rid of toxicity and increase magical power. After reading the information provided, Kyohan realized that it was a kind of protein. To put it simply, about magic power, there is also a bioadditive that promotes the growth of the index. The Black Knight looked irritatedly at his pupil and realized that there was no point in convincing him of anything. If the boy wanted to, he could make it worse for himself. The protagonist immediately grabbed a kitchen knife lying nearby and began to cut up the monster. He began to grill the resulting piece of meat over an open fire. The steak emitted a horrible odor. However, the system warned that the toxicity would be removed if he continued to grill the piece of meat for a strict 40 to 42 seconds. Constantly checking the information window, Kyo-han realized that he just needed to hit the timing. After exactly 40 seconds, the guy picked up the steak and removed it from the open flame. The system announced that all the toxins from the meat had been removed. Clamming up, the boy decided to finally taste the resulting steak. He had high hopes that the dark mana would increase his strength. After the first bite, it turned out that this meat was incredibly flavorful. Without seeing Kyo-han's face, Davis thought it was really unpalatable and said that only an underdog would dare to eat monsters. The Black Knight grinned. Looks like the meat really was like a soul. Indigestion would set in about 3 minutes, and that was far from the worst of it. Meanwhile, the boy was greedily devouring the steak. It was the best he'd tasted in 19 years. That was the miracle of 2 seconds. To unleash the crazy flavor, you just have to get into that gap. Then he took a second piece of meat and shouted that he wanted more. The old men looked at the madman in surprise, not understanding how this was possible. Cals looked incredulously at the new recruit who, days after becoming a knight, could calmly use magic power and eat monster meat without any problems. After finishing preparing 2 more servings, Kyo-han held out the plates to his companions, saying that they should try it too. He was convinced that it smelled like a unique dish and tasted like stingray, fermented soybean paste, and durian. Davis and the driver looked at the plates in disbelief and said they wouldn't want to try it. Suddenly, Kalt stood up from his seat. He agreed to try it, even though he wasn't very hungry. The others tried to convince the knight not to try it even out of respect. However, the bulky man came over and grabbed one of the plates without a second thought. After Cals, the driver and Davis reluctantly took their plates. They agreed that even if Mr. Knight would eat it, they could try it too. After the first bite, the coachman and the old man looked at each other stunned. Caltz's face also expressed extreme amazement. The meat just melted in his mouth, and the gravy was incredibly delicious. In his entire life, the knight had never tasted food like this, not even in the royal palace. Tears even appeared on the old man's face. It was a bit like alien cuisine, but I still couldn't believe it was possible. Meanwhile, Kyo-han sat by the stove and grilled one piece after another. When he saw that the others were enjoying it, he said they'd better get a good taste of the steaks because he wasn't going to share anymore. Suddenly, the knight shouted his name loudly. Kyo-han looked questioningly at his companion. The old man said that the boy could call him Cals as an exception. The protagonist was surprised that the knight had introduced himself so suddenly. Kalt said he appreciated the significant contribution the apprentice had made in saving the group. So upon his arrival, the knight promised to give the boy another goblin. Davis turned around and noted that the knight was much more talkative after the meal. It seemed that meat was the best way to cure a bad mood. Meanwhile, the wagon was traveling over a very thin grade crossing, with powerful storms and electrical discharges on either side of it. Kyo-han never stopped practicing, growing stronger by the hour. The Black Knight watched his companion's training intently. He could feel this guy's magic power increasing. Suddenly, the boy asked when Mr. Kultz would return to his duties. The knight interrogated, not understanding what his companion was saying. Kyo-han clarified that he was referring to the rider giants. It seemed to him that the white and black ranks could officially rule them. However, Kultz visibly tensed up after that question. The boy realized that it was not just for nothing. Gritting his teeth, the bulky man said that he had been expelled from the academy. The protagonist was horrified, but cautiously asked how it had happened. The Black Knight told them that during the mission, they were attacked by the Logoth Kingdom. Their squad was ordered to retreat. However, he ignored the instruction to save his friend. Cals returned, but his plan still failed. In the process, he lost his giant and couldn't save his friend. Then he realized that whatever the reason, disobedience was a serious offense. His expulsion was inevitable. The depressed knight said that the boy had yet to control the giant. He noted that losing a combat vehicle is comparable to losing the wings of a bird. After saying that, the old man stood up from his seat and turned to the young knight. Kaltz put his hand on the guy's head and asked him to never make the same mistakes in the future. Then he turned around and said that they would already reach the place tomorrow, so the apprentice should stop training and check his condition. The protagonist looked after the old man and realized that in his eyes was not irritation, but the deepest longing. Kaltz sat back in his seat and lowered his head sullenly. In his heart, he still wished he could return to his past young life. It was the 5th and final day of the journey. The wagon was rushing through the whirlwinds of fire. Davis tried to convince Kyo-han to stop practicing. The guy excused himself by saying that he was just doing some stretching. The old man looked out the window and immediately called out to the protagonist. They both looked at the majestic view in amazement. Workers synchronously operated the monumental machine. The commander shouted for the operator to correct the angle immediately, or else cracks would appear and an explosion would occur. The training center was unlike any other. Across the fence from each other, workers worked and soldiers trained. This place was more like a huge shipyard. This was what the engine of the kingdom looked like, where riders were raised and giants were created. Passing near the manufacturing quarters, Kyo-han peeked out through the roof hatch and saw a huge object in front of him. This was the Giant, a majestic machine that was comparable in power to the gods. After the carriage had stopped, Kaltz got out of it, and showing the manifesto, announced that the candidate for Baron Bourgeois had arrived. The sheet bore a signature attesting the certificate of the royal examiner. The protagonist looked in amazement at the huge death machine standing right up close to them. This snow-white giant was about 8 meters tall, which was comparable to a 3-story building. It was more like a huge beast than a machine by the clatter of various mechanisms. The protagonist became convinced that mankind was able to create a miracle with divine power. The giant bent over and a compartment opened in his chest. A blond guy in rider's clothes came out of there. His name was Rafal White. This guy possessed almost 3,000 units of magic power. Although this rider had a white rank, he was an official cadet. He looked to be in his early 20s, but his features were on par with those of a 30-year-old knight. Rafal jumped to the ground and approached the arrivals. After reading the ruling, he shouted that it was excellent and ordered the newcomer to line up on the training ground. The protagonist immediately ran to the central square. There he stood up with the other trainees. For a moment, Kyo-han thought he was back in the army again. Suddenly, he saw the bleachers right in front of him, where people wearing the same clothes as him were sitting. They seemed to be the attendants and trainees who had come earlier. There were about 100 people on the formation now, but not all of them were standing in a row. On one of the giants sat people in different uniforms. Smiling, they were arguing about how many newcomers wouldn't pass the screening this time. Someone laughed, saying that they would be very lucky not to end up in the hospital. Suddenly, Rafal came out to the trainees. He announced to the trainees that they were the last group of 13. Then the instructor introduced himself and said that he was a cadet rider in the training center. Knight explained that the actions of the interns would determine whether they would continue on or simply remain as temporary guests. Then, unexpectedly for the protagonist, the instructor announced the entrance test. Rafal ordered the trainees one by one to get into the giant and take off. Kyo-han immediately turned around and looked reproachfully at Kaltz, who immediately turned his head away. The guy couldn't believe that the Black Knight didn't know what was going to happen here. Resentment and anger were beginning to build up inside him. The protagonist only now realized why he had been advised to interrupt his training. Kyo-han cursed Kaltz for enjoying the meat he had cooked, but he didn't say anything about the test he was about to undergo. The guy was starting to get pissed off by this strange hierarchy in which all knights live. He realized that he could not escape the constant trials and tests. Even in the army in his past life, there was nothing like this. Suddenly, someone called him a commoner and asked him to turn around. The annoyed Kyo-han looked away with hatred. It was a girl trainee standing in the row with him. She greeted the guy and went by the name Lowen. The main character said his name was Kang Kyo-han. From the titles, both knights realized that they both had yellow rank. Suddenly, the girl explained that taking off meant landing into the giant, synchronizing and activating it. She also added that this is roughly what rider slang sounds like, but the poor people don't know much about it. Kyo-han saw the girl waving her hands and tried to repeat after her. However, he was so mesmerized by Lowen's beauty that it was too sluggish and indecent. The girl who saw this got embarrassed and immediately pulled out her knives, shouting that she would chop those hands into pieces right now if the guy didn't listen to her. She then squatted down and said roughly, so the rider would need to place their hands on the bottom of the cockpit. The magical force would synchronize with the giant and the engine would start. After that, a tremendous amount of pressure would come down on the pilot. The rider will need to get past this stage and stand up. This will complete the takeoff phase. The protagonist asked what synchronization meant. Lowen explained that the rider and the giant become one at this stage. The machine will repeat the movements of its pilot. In turn, the rider will see through the giant's eyes. Just then, the girl patted the excited new recruit on the shoulder. She said she was confident that the guy's magic power would be enough. Kyo-han was surprised that Lauren could sense other people's magic power. The protagonist thanked the girl and asked how she knew all this. The trainee replied that their family had a great passion for education, and she had touched a magic stone when she was 14 years old. Then Lowen said that if you look closely, there are only 4 outstanding people in their group of 13, counting the 2 of them. The girl noted that at first glance, the 2-meter-tall trainee named Curled looked the strongest of them all. Plus, a cute guy with red hair caught her attention. It was Harkrux. This trainee also came from a poor family, but he had accumulated enough magic power. In addition, his concentration was at an all-time high. The test was already starting, and Lowen said she couldn't wait to see the first results. Kyo-han looked at her and wondered how she could get all this information. Before beginning, Rafal asked everyone to come up to the projector. He said that first and foremost, all test subjects should try not to lose their minds. The projector turned on and everyone saw the image of the first trainee, who was already in the cockpit. Rafal explained that at first the pressure would be so high that the rider would feel like he was suffocating. Then the rider would start to feel dizzy. At this point, the trainee must make a cold-blooded decision as to whether or not he or she is capable of sustaining such a load in the future. The instructor asked the trainees to stop taking off if they felt they were losing control. It is better to fail the exam than to die, for only the best of the best have always become riders. Cadet argued that there's no shame in failure, so it's best not to try to overpower what you don't understand. Kaltz, who was standing behind him, looked at the trainees. Today, they would all realize what it meant to gain the power of the giant, a fighting machine created with ancient knowledge and absorbed the power of the gods. Rafal looked at the screen and ordered the trainee to place both hands on the floor to begin the takeoff. The guy got down on all fours in the center of a large pentagram. Immediately, the huge machine came into action. The mechanisms began to rotate and make a great noise. Puffs of smoke billowed from every crevice of the giant. For a while, the trainee held on and tried to control his breathing. Looking at it, Kyo-han thought that as a dash, he had already seen something like this in his past life. He once learned about the breathing method L1 used by fighter pilots. The acceleration of these planes is terrifying. The pilot is subjected to a pressure 9 or 10 times greater than normal. The pilot tenses every muscle in the body and speeds up blood circulation to counteract this pressure. At speeds above the sound barrier, every change of direction or acceleration increases the strain. Even in a past, more advanced world, a power that has surpassed human capabilities is still controlled by humans. The same principle goes for riding a giant. The only difference is that in this case, the operator is opposed to divine power. Being in the center of the pentagram, the trainee was experiencing tremendous overload. At some point, he realized that he could no longer continue and shouted that he wanted to get out. Immediately afterward, smoke stopped billowing from the huge machine. Rafal praised the rookie and said that even though he had surrendered, he would remain a knight. The cadet once again reminded the trainees that each of their lives was valuable. An evacuation crane was brought to the giant. A stretcher was used to evacuate the exhausted boy from the capsule. Rafal turned to the new arrivals and called for the next candidate. Within a few tries, one by one, the rookies were eliminated. Many of them went into a frenzy and injured themselves in the process. So far, however, no one has died. Looking at all of this, Kyo-han realized that all of these people were also lifting the magic stone. But it seemed to be an incredibly difficult task for an untrained body. Kurld was to be the next to be tested. I had to be sure of Lowen's words about this boy's promise. The thunderbolt entered the giant and began the ordeal. However, even this powerful fellow, judging from his facial expression, was experiencing incredible difficulties. Nevertheless, he did not leave the capsule to the last. After a while, the giant stirred and shimmered. When he saw it, the cadet shouted that they had their first successful rookie test taker. The admiring trainees looked at the huge machine with a twinkle in their eyes. Lowen was glad that her predictions about Kurld had been correct. With both pain and joy, the thug raised his head and shouted loudly. The newcomers faced the jubilation of the first of the group to successfully prove themselves. Rafal grinned and told the intern that he needed to wait a bit. The very next instant, the cadet jumped into the cockpit of the other giant. This raised big questions from the newcomers standing below. Not even 10 seconds later, the second giant also went into battle mode. Kyo-han was surprised that Rafal did it so quickly, as the same Kurld had been moaning for more than 2 minutes. Cadet got into a fighting stance and again congratulated the newcomer on his successful entry. He then said he wanted to see if Curled could block his punches. The trainees were immediately horrified. No one understood why an experienced fighter immediately decided to test a newcomer who had just taken off for the first time in his life. In the next second, the giant began to accelerate, rapidly approaching Curled before he realized what was happening. A moment later, a powerful blow to the chest struck the trainee, who immediately flew backwards. But suddenly, Rafal decided not to stop there. He immediately rushed at his opponent, lying on the ground, shouting that he wanted to try another punch. The strongest attack came right into the chest of the defenseless rookie. Curled's giant was driven into the ground with several blows and did not move. There was only hope that the newcomer was still alive. The trainees looked on in bewilderment. Rafal, who was greatly amused by the situation, laughed and said that they now had 9 more people to try out. In the first few moments, Kyohan didn't understand why such an attack was needed after a successful test. Then he realized that this cadet obviously wanted to destroy morale and intimidate everyone. The newcomers saw a picture of the hazing typical of such organizations. Rafal climbed out of the capsule and looked around at the stunned trainees. Then he irritably told the next test subject to approach the giant. Another guy decided to try his strength and stood in the pentagram. It was obvious to him that it was better to finish the test and give up. However, the newcomer held on with his last strength to keep from falling to the ground. He didn't want to return to the life he had had up to that point. Suddenly, the trainee's body weakened and he hit his head on the surface. Rescue services on the ground immediately sounded the alarm and declared an emergency. The hatch leading inside the giant's body was emergency opened, and several people rushed inside. As they entered the control cabin, they saw the young trainee's breathless body lying there. The protagonist and the rest of the candidates were still standing on the ground, not realizing the situation inside the giant. Suddenly, a member of the rescue team leaned out of the cockpit, shouting that the test subject was dead. Kyohan looked on fearfully as the body was carried past him on a stretcher. A question crept into his mind. Would he be able to do it? This place had a completely different atmosphere. None of the people who were here at the moment were like those idiots from Baron Bourgeois' castle. At this point, out of the group of test subjects, there was 1 seriously injured, 5 were lightly injured, and 1 dead. However, the remaining novices looked forward without hesitation. It seemed that their willpower and desire for change could not be broken by anyone. At that moment, Rafal called the next candidate, and Harkrux stepped forward. Looking at the back of the departing intern, the protagonist thought that even this guy was going in unchallenged. It was unclear what had kept them all here until now. Perhaps it was courtesy to those who had failed. After the synchronization process began, the giant was silent and made no sound for a very long time. But suddenly, all its mechanisms started, and the huge machine came into motion. The new result was even better than the previous one. Harkrux was able to take off in only 1 minute and 40 seconds. He looked at Lowen, and she winked at the guy, letting out a shout that she had no doubt that this Harkrux was a natural-born rider. Realizing that he also could not avoid being flogged by the cadet, the subject got into a fighting stance and said he was ready. Looking at the huge machine spewing flames, the protagonist realized that thanks to the failures of the other test subjects, his strategy had been honed. In the next second, the white giant delivered a knee strike to his opponent, who put up a block in front of him. Rafal laughed. He seemed amused by his opponent's impregnability. The cadet pounced on the newcomer again, landing increasingly accurate and hard blows. At one point, Harkrux staggered and missed 1 attack, which came exactly in the chest. Immediately, a huge pile of metal came down on his back. Rafal laughed and marveled that this weakling had only taken 4 blows. Watching the injured Harkrux being taken out of the capsule, Kyohan thought that this damn hazing was trampling all success. The absolute bravado of power only made the newcomer's mood worse. The protagonist looked at Rafal with anger and decided that he would also contribute to the success of the last group. Meanwhile, Davis sat on the platform with the rest of the audience. The old man's face was extremely anxious. Suddenly, someone behind him pushed him hard with his foot. The 2 brash types, laughing, walked on and disdainfully apologized to Davis. Then the insolents started laughing at the fact that someone had managed to take an old man as a squire. The guy in the yellow shirt said that at that age, you shouldn't even lift a spoon. Having chosen a suitable place, one of the insolent men sat down. He assumed that the old man was the squire of that poor boy. His friend added that one would have to be an idiot to have only 1 assistant. Davis jumped up from his seat and shouted angrily that he wanted those words said to his face. The Nahals grinned and said that the old man should keep his voice down, or his blood pressure would rise. Suddenly, spectators from the front rows stood up for Davis and addressed the bullies, saying they were being too rude. The bastards immediately began to go downstairs, glaring angrily at their opponents and wondering if they were now finally going to get to have fun with someone polite. In the next instant, the type in the yellow t-shirt delivered a strong kick to the opponent's jaw. The insolent man shouted that they were squires of the White Knight and did not want to listen to the servants of the yellow one opening their mouths. They immediately started threatening the guys that they better shut up if they didn't want to be buried next to the old man. The yellow-shirted bastard looked angrily at the frightened squire and said that this was a jungle where there was no room for manners. The basic rule of this place was that if you had no strength, you had to kneel obediently. Davis stared in amazement at the conflict that had occurred on the flat. For a second, he wondered if this would be worse than working 15 or 18 at the penal colony. The old man had seen a lot of troubles during his life in the castle of the bourgeois baron. He had seen people die in blast furnaces and explosions in industrial production. However, this was not a battlefield where one must necessarily hold a blade. Davis was furious because even Kang Kyo-han was surprised when he found out that there was a white man above the black rank. And now some brats are allowing themselves to mock them. Davis shouted that he was not that old and his tongue was still sharp. Then he asked the ruffians if it was true that not only knights had rank, but also their squires. The bastards said nothing, and then Davis started juggling coins, saying that if the brats were so confident, they could place a bet. He added that he was willing to bet 5 silver coins that his knight would come through and take first place. The hooligans looked at the hand clutching the coins, not realizing how this old man had so much money. Nevertheless, they agreed, saying that Davis had no right to take it back. In addition, these conversations were overheard by the other squires, who were interested in the dispute and decided to join the bets. The guy in the red shirt decided to bet on Lowen, because she was educated and came from a family of free people. The old man looked at the money in his hand again. One of the squires shouted that it must have been his monthly salary. No one knew, however, that Davis had been saving that sum all his life. However, right now, in the glitter of the coins, he could clearly see the image of a man evolving every day, defeated by a single blow from a goblin, and the surprised expression on the face of the black calcium. Davis decided that he couldn't help but go all in. Kang Kyo-han was the only one he could rely on. The old man's legs shook with fear. The hooligans who noticed this began to jeer, wondering that it seemed that the poor squire had really gone to such an extreme and bet all his money on a poor man. Meanwhile, Cal's Black stood aside and continued to watch the contest in silence. Lowen looked into Kyo-han's eyes in surprise and wondered if his fearful look had anything to do with the firm resolve that emerged. The boy did not manage to answer anything, and then the girl said that it looked like they would have to give in today. With these words, she asked her interlocutor to look away. 2 spectators in rookie uniforms watched them from the bleachers. Lowen said she checked the information and found that before they arrived, the 2 had taken first place. The blonde man who was watching the protagonist closely was named Harriet, and he was lucky enough to come in second place. This guy showed himself to be incredibly cool. While inside the giant, he held out against Rafal for a full minute. The girl with the serious look was named Helena. She was the only one who had tried to counterattack Rafal, and she had lasted a minute and a half. Most surprisingly, she did strike back, and the cadet had to dodge it by taking a step back. After saying that, Lauren suddenly looked at Kyo-han and declared that she was going to be the main character today, because she would definitely make Rafal take 2 steps back. The pretty girl, completely unconcerned about the upcoming ordeal, headed towards the giant, shouting that they would see each other again soon. The guy thought that it was as if she didn't care, and it was as if she was just going on a picnic. Looking at the peer's stats, Kyo-han saw that her mana was almost 60 units, and her magic power was 573. She was strong even for him. However, the 2 newcomers that Lowen said were even stronger. The protagonist was amazed that even so, the girl was confident. He wondered if it was possible to overcome this difference through skills. Stepping inside the giant, Lowen took a deep breath and kneeled down. On synchronization, she had the best result in the last group, completing this stage in just 1 minute and 20 seconds. Before the onlookers knew it, Rafal immediately jumped into his giant and sprinted towards the girl. The cadet immediately attempted a swift jumping kick. But suddenly the trainee jumped aside, deftly moving out of the way of the blow. In the next few dozen seconds, Rafal managed to close in on his test subject and began to deliver blow after blow to her. A little more time passed, and the giant fell to his knees. Lowen lasted for 45 seconds, and although she was unable to counterattack, she was able to defend herself and dodge 17 attacks. Kyo-han mentally thanked the girl as she struggled to get out of the cockpit. Once again, he was able to observe Rafal's movement pattern. In some ways, this could serve as a serious advantage. But there was still a serious gulf between them. Dodging the first attack doesn't seem to be that difficult. However, there is a chance that all of the following attacks will not be answered. There was a huge gap in experience and ability. Kyo-han realized that there was a high probability that he would be beaten. Helena, who had tried to brush Rafal off and even attacked him, was a monster. The protagonist looked at his hands and wondered if he could do it. At the moment, the guy had only 11 mana and 107 magic power. As it was, he had already developed a lot in the past 5 days. However, even so, those numbers were at least 5 times less than the same Lowen. Warming up for the decisive test, the guy noted that after 100, the growth of magic power slowed down a lot. It seemed that the situation here was similar to muscles. Rafal looked irritably at the last trainee and told him to climb into the giant immediately. Heading towards the battle machine, Kyo-han realized that he really didn't have much of a chance, if even rookies with more mana couldn't do it. Still, there was one argument playing in his favor. Neither Harriet nor Helena could handle a goblin in his current condition. Even Sir Cals was surprised that the protagonist managed to do such a thing. After all, wrestling isn't just about numbers. Sometimes the outcome of a battle is decided by one lucky hit on a weak point. The boy stepped up close to the giant and raised his head. Inwardly, he tried to focus and calm down. A short while later, Kyo-han found himself near the entrance to the capsule. Clenching his fists and gathering his thoughts, he headed inside. Now the outcome of the confrontation depended only on whether the guy was able to concentrate and not miss the right moment in the fight. Suddenly, the protagonist's feet stepped into a thick mass. The smell of this consistency was very strange and simultaneously resembled iron, machine oil, and blood. Suddenly, there was a loud clanking of machinery from behind. Kyo-han turned around to see what was happening. At the same second, the hatch slammed shut with a click right behind him. The combat zone was about 7 square meters in size. However, the walls of the giant were not visible under the bright light. It seemed that only the boundless universe existed behind this darkness. Suddenly, the cadet's irritated voice interrupted the guy's thoughts. He said that if the trainee was done looking at the surroundings, he could start taking off. Kyo-han was surprised that this type didn't explain anything to him. First, he had to mentally get used to his surroundings. The protagonist took in a lungful of air and exhaled sharply. Then he got down on all fours with some apprehension and placed his hands on the pentagram. Immediately, a violent vapor release shook the entire huge machine. In the darkness, the mechanisms that furiously spun the gears became visible. An energy field began to be created in the center of the pentagram. Suddenly, an even stronger outburst shook the cabin, and that's when Kyo-han's breath caught for the first time. Inhaling a sharply heavier air, Kyo-han realized that the atmosphere around him was similar to the feeling he had when squatting with 200 kilograms. The protagonist still remembered the routine well, because as a bodybuilder in his past life, he had encountered this kind of thing many times. To minimize the effect, you had to take a deep breath, tense the lower abdomen, and create artificial pressure on the abdomen by resisting the weight. And yet the differences with muscle pumping were significant. Lifting a giant was a much greater weight. It seemed that something else, something more existential, was tense besides muscle and bone. This supreme level of pressure made it feel as if even my soul was being pulled to the bottom. However, unlike the heavy weights, it was quite different from the pressure from above. It looked like the giant was simply absorbing mana while creating a kind of vacuum. Kyo-han thought that this pressure could only be handled by feeling magic power. And for that, you had to gather all your strength and survive all the mana available. The protagonist tensed with his last strength and gritted his teeth to keep from screaming. Suddenly, there was a sudden change in the sensation. The boy opened his eyes wide and looked straight ahead. He suddenly began to feel the very heart of the giant, which was pulsing, emitting an unknown power. Thoughts of the heaviness of the weight receded into the background. Kyo-han began to feel that strength growing. Sweat was pouring down from the protagonist's face. But it didn't matter, because now he felt like a pump pumping all the strength out of the giant. It all happened in the same breath, without any hesitation or loss of stamina. Kyo-han began to feel like his own body was disintegrating into tiny particles. However, the guy quickly realized that these were only false sensations, and now needed to focus on the main goal. He raised his head, and with difficulty holding back a scream, tensed his whole body again. Suddenly, the pentagram beneath his feet curled up to the size of a small, brightly glowing ball. After that, steam began to waft out of the giant, as in other cases. Standing at the edge of the training area, Kaltz watched in amazement. The huge machine finally came into motion, starting up all its mechanisms. The audience was both thrilled and horrified. Not even a minute had passed, and this guy had already taken off. The crowd began to ask if it was not a poor man. Meanwhile, the main character spread his arms and legs, cocking his head and screaming for joy. This feeling of triumph and overcoming myself was unparalleled. In the same second, a view of the training ground, packed to the brim with people, opened up before the guy's eyes. Now he saw everything perfectly through the giant's eyes. Kyo-han was out of his mind with excitement. Being freed from a small and weak human body, one could feel superiority, as if one had become a god. It felt as if he was now omnipotent and capable of destroying even the most enormous mountain. It was an inexpressible ecstasy, like honey pouring into his brain. But immediately the protagonist pushed those sweet thoughts away. Now he has only one chance to fight Rafal. Considering all the previous fights, if this type moves, the fight will already be lost. The kid had his only chance to seize the moment while the cadet smilingly assesses the rookie's takeoff. The main driver of mana and magic power was willpower. And although Lowen's mana was much more powerful, but their willpower was about equal. The girl stretched her strength so that she had enough for the entire fight. She used mana and reflected the blows 17 times. However, the protagonist decided to do otherwise. He would release all of his mana to the limit, using his willpower in one go. Meanwhile, Rafal was already on his way to the capsule. All he had to do was seize the moment. The gawkers, sitting on the other giant, were surprised that a certain type had managed to take off in only a minute. They concluded that this kid was not ahead of Helena, for he had taken 53 seconds against the girl's 45. Still, such a result was very surprising for a representative of the poor. It was even scary to think what this boy had done to himself in the week after the magic stone test. But suddenly the space in the center of the arena erupted into flames, and the boys stared at the plaza in surprise. The combat vehicle driven by the newcomer shifted and ran. Rafal was already in the capsule and squatting. He was about 10 seconds away from taking off. Kyo-han swiftly ran towards the still idle giant, hoping for the advantage of a surprise attack. A few seconds later, Rafal took off. He raised his head victoriously and looked straight ahead, motioning for his opponent to begin. But no sooner had the cadet uttered this phrase than a huge metal hand appeared right in front of his face out of nowhere. The newcomer suddenly attacked first, taking the experienced Rafal by surprise. And instead of striking hard, Kyo-han wrapped his arms around his opponent and knocked him to the ground. Two huge, heavy bodies slid a few meters, shattering the arena's pavement. Debris and chunks of rocks flew in different directions, pelting random onlookers. Harriet and Helena looked on in horror at what had happened. Black stood there with his mouth wide open, unable to utter a single word. An ecstatic Davis and a stunned Lowen couldn't believe their eyes. The giant of a protagonist lifted up, shuddering slightly with his entire body. In front of hundreds of spectators, a trainee who was boarding a giant for the first time was able to overpower a White Ranch cadet. Raphael lay on the floor of the capsule and looked up silently. There had been a desynchronization from hitting the ground so hard. Suddenly, the hatch on the giant's body with the newcomer opened. The protagonist emerged from the capsule, glaring victoriously at his defeated opponent. Even though Raphael was caught off guard, it will be a big blow to him when he wakes up. Now it was well worth it for the guy to stop, as his mana was almost out as it was. But suddenly, everyone's shock began to gradually change to anger. People began to call the newcomer a coward who had attacked stealthily and decided to run away. Curses and calls began to be heard in the crowd, demanding that the insolent man's ass be kicked. Kyo-han looked over the defeated opponent. This was all an official hazing that was meant to break the spirit of the newcomers. Therefore, such a result should have been enough. However, most of the people present were angry. They shouted that no insolent person had the right to hit an elder. The crowd moved in a steady line toward the giant. Even the insolents who had been harassing Davis were surprised that the crowd had a team spirit. Meanwhile, the old man looked fearfully at the approaching men and did not know what to do. The protagonist heard Davis call out to him and turned around. He saw some people approaching him quickly. Shaking the dust off his uniform, Kyo-han thought that they were running to him to congratulate him on his victory. Suddenly, the white giant stirred. The crowd that was approaching the protagonist stopped abruptly. At the same instant, a large hand soared into the sky above the head of the bully leading the procession. The giant slammed her to the ground and leaned over to stand up. As a result, the combat vehicle came to an upright position and froze. Then the hatch leading into the capsule opened and steam poured out of it. A few seconds later, Rafal jumped to the ground. He glared in the direction of the protesting men, then gave the newcomer a displeased look. Just then, he asked the intern's name in a calm voice. Realizing that he was in no danger, the protagonist loudly introduced himself. In the next second, Rafal turned around and said that he had memorized the name. Then he ordered the squires to organize a place for him to sleep. Some people in the crowd looked at the boy in exasperation, wondering if their boss had just walked away like that. Nevertheless, they reluctantly followed the knight who was clearly still in turmoil. After the opponents withdrew, Kyo-han finally allowed himself to exhale deeply, and then he immediately fell to the ground. It wasn't easy because the guy had used all his strength at once. It was also very frightening to have to fight against the pressure that could kill him at any moment. Kyo-han looked at the machine with a satisfied look and tried to imagine the sensation again. The moment he had exhausted his mana, the entire world had become a small dot. In this situation, the body and mind seem to disappear, and only willpower remains of the operator. The protagonist thought that he experienced a feeling of incredible satisfaction, as if he had touched God himself. Only then did Kyo-han realize the longing his recent companion was feeling. With a glance at Black Pebble, however, the guy thought that it would be the right decision for him. After all, he already had a second life and nothing to lose, so he had to take the high stakes. Meanwhile, the two bullies who remained on the podium stared in amazement at the aftermath of the fight. The red-shirted type asked if there had ever been a trainee who felled a white-ranked knight in the entrance test, to which his friend replied that he had never heard of such a thing before. And it's not even just about rank. The main thing is that Rafal is rumored to be the strongest cadet in this place. He's the knight who'll probably get the black rank soon. One squire asked another if it wasn't just plain luck, to which he received the reply that it was clear enough. Then of the boys quietly remarked that they had lost the bet after all. Even for them, it was a lot of money. However, the cheeky man advised his interlocutor to just ignore the old man, because he certainly can't do anything to them. His friend agreed with his partner's opinion that squires of yellow rank should pay their counterparts of white rank. The guys turned around and were about to leave. But suddenly a voice behind them asked if the boys were in a hurry. Turning around, the squires were startled to see that it was not an old man, but a man who looked like a knight. The huge man in the hat called himself Cal's Black. He asked the impertinent men if they were betting even in the sacred training center. Hearing the rank of this knight, the idiots trembled with their whole bodies. They started to justify that it was just a small game between the squires. Kalt smiled and said that he was very fond of games, and he was not a strict man himself. Then the bulky man asked if the guy's opponent was some old man. Then the knight looked over and saw Davis running with all his legs towards Kyo-han. When asked by the villains how Cals knew this weirdo, the knight replied that they had seen him a couple times and had even killed goblins together. Then the bulky man put his hands around the boys' necks and asked if they would abide by the rules of the game. He also reminded them that only people without honor do not keep their promises. The squires were scared as much as possible, for they would now really have to pay this old man. Realizing that the brats weren't going to answer quickly, Cal asked if they knew what they did to such jokers. After a silence, he answered that they put their hand up to their elbow in their ass and pull their ears off with their teeth. Upon hearing these truly terrifying threats, the squires immediately burst from their seats, shouting that they were just about to find this old man. Cals, meanwhile, silently looked at the insolent brats. The fateful day came back to him. After receiving the order to retreat, the knight started to move back. But something made him turn around. Right behind him, the man with the shield continued to hold back the onslaught of monsters. He was shouting for cults to get out of here, because they had no chance of defeating the golems either. There were only a few men left who were prepared to cover the departure of the rest of the group to the end and die. Turning around, the knight thought that these people were just idiots. Suddenly, while the rest of the squad raced into the bunker, cults tore into the side. Around the corner, despite the shouts of the leader and friends, he quickly jumped into the prepared giant. Over the transmitter, the same commands came to him time after time, ordering him to retreat. Kaltz, however, was only asking his friend to hold out a little longer. Finished preparing for battle, the giant rushed to the front of the line to the side where the cover group remained. A few minutes later, the knight stumbled over the body of his friend after losing his combat vehicle. He cried and screamed, asking him to hold them out just a little longer. That same evening, he was summoned to headquarters for a serious talk. One of the commanders said that when you violate an order, you should always be held accountable. He was proving that the riders were more important about the common people, and cows just had to follow orders. Disobedience was considered a grave offense. Therefore, Knight was expelled from the Giants program and pledged his war machine. These words sounded like thunder. Cals replied in a trembling voice that he understood and bowed. In the evening, the knight rode with his giant out into the open field to watch the sunset. He heartily apologized to his classmates and the giant for not being able to keep them all safe. Kaltz patted the ironclad on the head and thanked the machine for being with him all this time. In the meantime, Davis examined the bag of money with glittering eyes. There were 90 silver coins in it, 18 times more than he had accumulated in his life. The old man still couldn't believe the unexpected windfall he had so successfully made. It seemed as if he had bet in anger and thought he had lost everything, but suddenly he was rewarded for all his years of labor. Meanwhile, the astonished guy was looking at the bag of silver and asking where the money came from and who these types were. Commander Davis immediately shoved 45 silver pieces into the protagonist's hands, saying it was his share. Kyo-han said he didn't need that much money. However, Davis convinced the guy that in his position, money would be constantly flowing out. Suddenly, the protagonist was called by a man who approached him. He introduced himself as a supply soldier and said that he had been assigned to escort the knight to his place of residence. Now Kyo-han finally realized that he had entered such a prestigious place. The protagonist looked around and he suddenly had a plan. Not far from him stood Kaltz, who was staring meaningfully somewhere in the distance. The boy shouted at the knight and asked what he was looking at. The thug started to excuse himself, saying that he was just looking at the weather. Kaltz then explained that he was now under no obligation to train the boy, and the boy should follow the instructions of the training center. The boy stared intently at his escort. At the same moment, an ingenious plan was born in his mind. The knight looked questioningly at the newcomer, not understanding what he wanted from him. Suddenly, the protagonist suggested that Kaltz join him. The suggestion infuriated the bulky man incredibly. He asked if the boy was crazy to say such things. However, Kyo-han held out a wallet containing 45 coins and said that he was betting on Sir Kalz's abilities. The knight tried to object in some way, but the boy interrupted him and said that he would allow his new squire to control the giant. Kyo-han was sure that he would become such an outstanding rider that his companions would also be allowed. Kalz immediately grabbed his face and reminded him that Ryder, who had disobeyed orders, would never be able to drive the giant again. However, the protagonist again interrupted his interlocutor and said that there are no inviolable rules and he would be the one to rewrite the existing dogmas. The knight stared intently at the boy. This proposal on the verge of insanity was nevertheless extremely attractive. Seeing that the interlocutor was hesitating, the protagonist asked Sir Kalz if he would bet on him. Several hours passed after this conversation. Out of 500 yellow knights, only 78 passed the test. Climbing the stairs, Lowen pointed her finger forward, saying that there was a so-called public dining room under the warden's tower. In it, the excellent flavor of the local food would help you forget even the failure of the dough. Admiring the incredible scenery, the girl said that the famous dishes of the Oriental Training Center are served here. Then Lowen saw the sunset and ran forward joyfully, shouting that she hadn't seen anything so beautiful in a long time. Even in a place like this, one could see lands beyond the neighborhood. The girl assured that one could get intoxicated here even from simple water. One of the organizers shouted that newcomers were not allowed to leave the dining and market area. In addition, the gathering was announced here after the 7th ringing of the bell. Lastly, he said that everyone could eat in peace, but those who were late would show all that they had eaten. Kyo-han looked at the surrounding scenery with a smile. That there must surely be some dark manna to be found in the training center's dining hall that helps development. One of the staff members stared at the protagonist, recognizing him as the rookie who had sent Rafal flying. The newcomers immediately began to scatter around the area with interest. They were all ready to quench their incredible hunger after a lot of stress. Suddenly, a thump was heard somewhere off to the side, followed by a scream. The trainees began to look around, and Lowen noticed a newcomer named Harriet. There was another guy lying on the ground next to this trainee. Harriet shouted to the bastards, wondering if they had decided to just shut up and munch. Harkrux was lying on the ground. He didn't even know the man who had just knocked him down, and he was puzzled by what had happened. The blonde looked contemptuously at the red-haired man and asked if he was a poor man too. After a silence, he added that all the beggars were getting on his nerves today. Harkrux didn't stand for it and jumped to his feet, swinging with all his might. The guy tried to attack his opponent, but the blonde easily dodged to the side. Harriet then countered with a smile, landing a jab that landed right on his opponent's jaw. Harkrux fell to the ground and hit his head, splattering blood in different directions. Harriet said they needed to clear the air. In his opinion, not everyone with the last name Yellow is of the same level. The other interns didn't like this arrangement and started preparing for a fight, shouting that they weren't going to consider the opinion of some licked girl. The newcomers said with hatred that the children of nobles shouldn't think that by right of descent they were allowed everything. They humiliated Harriet for opening his mouth just because he came in third place. The blonde man, however, seemed only amused by this talk. He turned his back defiantly and, smiling, ordered the poor men to come closer. Immediately, a brawl ensued, in which Harriet had a distinct advantage in speed and punching power. He used his feet in combat with ease, throwing the name to the sides of his opponents. Harkrux tried to attack him from behind, screaming at the top of his voice. However, it only gave away his location. Harriet prepared himself, and at just the right moment threw back his leg, delivering a powerful blow to the poor man's stomach. As the guy fell to the ground, the blonde walked over and put his foot on his head. He said that now the red-haired man would be quieter. Harriet then shouted to the whole square that from now on everyone, especially the stupid poor people, should behave cautiously and favorably to him. He also assured that he would yet show everyone what the class difference was. The girls who watched the incident immediately realized that it was a provocation. However, it was carried out too brutally. But to the great surprise of both girls, Kyo-han, who usually reacted to this kind of injustice, this time turned away and silently walked to the side. Meanwhile, Kaltz went to the director of the training center. He reported that there was some commotion there. He was told that they were still unofficial riders. Handing the knight a mug of hot coffee, the director replied that it was fine as long as it didn't come to injuries, and let the rookies figure things out for themselves. Looking around the room, Kaltz saw the glowing dumbbells. He asked if the principal was working out the same way he did in their days. The executive replied that his habits hadn't gone anywhere. Looking out the window, the director of the institution remarked that that guy named Kang Kyo-han was just beautiful. He asked the knight if he had taught him everything in one trip. Taking the dumbbells in his hands, Kaltz said that he had no time to teach this puppy anything. It also seemed to him that this boy had used all of his mana at once. The headmaster grinned and noted that this young man did such things playfully, even though he came from a family of poor people. The head of the training center looked at his colleague and said that such talent really couldn't be hidden, and now he could see why Kaltz had come in person. He asked the knight if he had finally accepted the instructor position he had refused for so long. Kaltz remained silent, and then the director of the training center asked if he didn't want to come here because of this boy. At the same time, the knight remembered a recent conversation. He asked his interlocutor how he was going to make the squire able to control the giant. Gathering his thoughts, he coughed and politely asked if the boy knew what he was even talking about. The protagonist admitted that he doesn't really know anything about the topic yet, but he will be looking for information from now on. Kyo-han then reminded him that he had lived as a poor man for 19 years before becoming a knight. The boy asked him if he had to swim further downstream. The knight pondered the question. Adjusting his hat, he exhaled heavily. After that, he ordered the boy to put that money away. The protagonist asked frustratedly if Kaltz was refusing. The old man said that he was very surprised today, as Kyo-han was calmly using mana, even though he had lifted the stone only a week ago. As an assumption, the boy can be considered a genius writer, although there are many. But then, Kaltz suddenly asked if he understood correctly that the protagonist had used all the mana at once. The guy looked at his companion in surprise and asked how he realized it here. The knight explained that there was no way to use all the mana in one burst, not even in the methodology of the legendary writer Herpen Gall. Kaltz assumed that such tricks required a fine sense of one's magical power and perfect control over it. He thought it was the same with muscles, because in addition to building them up, you had to learn how to use them. For example, there is a disease called gluteal amnesia. Problems with the lower part of the body caused by the habit of sitting for long periods of time consist of atrophied muscles and dulled sensitivity of nerves. Fitness beginners, though, do glute exercises, but the gluteal muscles are not stimulated at all, so the load goes to the lower back and knees. The correct stimulation can be described by another example. During chest exercises, it should feel as if it is bursting. In the case of back exercises, the back should be tensed to receive the stimulation. In any case, it would take a very long time to strengthen and properly control the nerves. However, what was the case with magic power? Because right now, Mr. Kaltz is saying two opposite things. He claims that Kyo-han had perfect control over the magic power, but he also claims that it's simply impossible. At that moment, the silence was interrupted by the knight. He said that in any case, the increased use of such techniques was a risk to life. Then he turned around and, pointing his fingers, reminded him that the boy had already surprised him twice. The first time was during the killing of the goblin. The second time was when the White Knight was felled. Suddenly, Kals showed a third finger and added that he wanted the protagonist to surprise him once again. If Kyo-han proves that it was not an easy luck, then the knight is ready to accept the offer. Standing in the office of the director of the institution, Kaltz finally realized just how crazy both the person who proposes such a thing and the person who agrees to it are. Meanwhile, the manager interrupted his friend's thoughts and asked him if he was going to leave the boy under his control and watch him. Kaltz immediately started to deny everything, to which the director laughed and said that he had noticed that his colleague was lying more. Suddenly, the director of the institution reached into a desk drawer and opened it. He told the knight to come over and get his badge. Attaching the insignia to Kalz's cloak, he added that it was a good choice. In addition, the headmaster was glad that the knight had once again found what made his heart grow fonder. After that, he turned around and, waving his hand, said he had things to do as well. Kaltz anxiously recalled that fateful day. It still seemed as if that time had not been so long ago, but now it's back to normal. Meanwhile, the main character was looking at Harriet's stats with interest. This guy had 4 times as much strength and 6 times as much mana. In addition, this aggressive blonde man had amazing fighting ability. He was an elite that had been systematically trained since childhood. This was a kind of chosen one that Kyo-han would not be able to defeat at the moment. The protagonist huffed and turned around. He promised that one day that very day would come. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was Lowen. She asked if the guy didn't know why Harriet was acting like that. Kyo-han replied that the major was angry that he was overtaken in the test. After that, the guy moved on again. The girl was perplexed and asked why he was running away, knowing what was happening. The protagonist said that it was not the most important thing now. Poor people like him don't have time to play games. He will have to develop magic power, even in his sleep, to finally close the gap. Right now, the most important thing to pump was dark mana. While Lowen was still talking about how the boy was getting cold feet, Kyo-han was staring at the food. From the outside, it looked strange, however. For a very long time, the guy couldn't find something that really suited him. One of the most common dishes that night was roasted sun pig. However, for an optimal daily amount of magical compounds, one had to eat as much as 10 kilograms of this meat. There was mostly food with light magic on the table. Kyo-han didn't understand where the food with dark mana was and what spirituality parameter appeared in the information panel. Suddenly, the system officially announced the discovery of this parameter. With a large amount of spirituality, one can win the favor of spiritual beings and beasts. If you overdo the amount of this parameter, the soul becomes oppressed. After reading the description of this parameter in detail, the protagonist came to the disappointing conclusion that it is an analog of fat. As in the description, the real fat is eliminated from the body last. Suddenly, a realization came to Kyo-han. If light mana increases spirituality, which corresponds to fat, then it is most likely an analog of carbohydrates. Therefore, in the event that light mana and spirituality increased, any chance of having beautiful muscles would be leveled. The next day, in a multitude of tents, the newcomers gathered in small groups. At the table that made the most noise, Kyo-han, Lowen, and Davis were seated. But what caught the attention of others the most was what was happening to the main character. He walked around with his mouth wide open all the time and laughed almost non-stop. People had heard that this madman was spending a lot of money to eat goblin meat. This immediately disgusted the trainees. Meanwhile, Kyo-han had expected much more from the canteen at the training center. However, the local food had almost no dark mana, but plenty of light mana. It was surprising that such a dangerous diet was being practiced in the cradle of writers. Perhaps the era was to blame. The systematization of bodybuilding began in the second half of the 20th century. But Reincarnated most likely adopted the atmosphere of the Victorian era, retaining the mentality and way of thinking of the Joseon dynasty. Local people think simply, if you eat a lot, you can work harder. Fat is necessary anyway, but it hides beautiful and big muscles. Eating carbohydrates is also very important for the body, but only after having gained enough protein. Looking at the questionable food the guy was preparing, Lowen asked if he really didn't want to fill his stomach with delicacies. The protagonist replied that you can't start a meal with disgusting things. The girl was indignant and stood to her feet and pointed to her plate. She said that eating just one spoonful of these divine dishes of the writer's canteen would give you a burst of energy. Kyo-han agreed, saying that carbohydrates are a calorie bomb and they really give you strength. The girl didn't understand what her interlocutor had said and asked what was wrong with tasty food. The protagonist said he's not ready to share that yet. Suddenly, Kaltz appeared not far from the table. Lowen immediately started complaining about Kyo-han not eating food from the canteen and roasting goblin meat. The knight sighed and said that the guy didn't surprise him at all with this kind of behavior. Kaltz smelled the sweet notes of the cooked meat, and his face clearly betrayed a great deal of excitement. A second later, the newly minted instructor was behind the protagonist's back. He didn't say a word, but Kyo-han understood. The boy said that a single serving would cost 2 silvers. The knight asked, since when did goblins become so expensive? Still, he gathered his thoughts and took out 2 coins. Suddenly, the protagonist said that for Sir Kaltz, 1 portion would cost 3.5 coins. While the knight was looking at the brazen guy, he explained that his companion had promised him another goblin from the wagon, but he hadn't fulfilled his promise. The carcass was worth 1.5 coins on the market. Kaltz became incredibly furious when he heard these figures. He immediately accused him of speculation, for he was selling a single serving at a grossly inflated price. At the same time, the bulky man said that he could go out and buy a goblin himself. Kyo-han smiled and said that in any case only he could cook the goblin, because otherwise Mr. Kaltz would get indigestion. After this short dialogue, the knight confirmed his hunch that it was quite possible that the secret to this guy's development was meat. The bully threw the money into the boy's hands, hardly daring to do such a thing. Lowen, who was staring at it, had no idea what was going on. The knight then seated himself at the table with everyone and demanded a double portion. Suddenly, Luowang also took out 2 silver coins and said that since the cooking here was such that even a black knight was willing to pay, she was burning with curiosity. After the meat was cooked, he served everyone their due portions, feeding Davis for free at the same time. At that moment, Kaltz realized the first benefit of being someone's squire. Meanwhile, the presence of a black instructor at one of the tables was attracting additional attention. Helena transiently watched all the food move around the table, not understanding why these idiots were eating substandard food. Chewing another steak, the protagonist noticed that some information had changed. Now he needed 2 kilograms per day for the norm of magical synthesis. Previously, the weight requirements had been half as much. This kind of nutrition would soon reach its limit. Now that Lowen had eaten meat, his speed of catching up would be slightly reduced. Suddenly, the protagonist felt a strange tingling sensation near his throat. He had never felt anything like that before. A small, barely perceptible tickle caused a minimal body reaction. Perhaps it had something to do with the information windows. He could distinguish other people's characteristics and access nutritional information. Maybe there was something else. Probably Mr. Kaltz, who has the gift of wind, knows something about it. Suddenly, Kyo-han asked the knight how he received his gift. Kaltz almost choked at the unexpected question. He explained that a gift is not something that can be received at will. It just shows up like a gift. The main character then asked if it was possible to change this ability. For example, if a knight controls wind, then suddenly he would want to try the fire attribute or the water attribute. Expectedly, Kaltz said it can't be done. According to some lore, this attribute is subconsciously determined. For example, he has loved windy days since childhood. The boy thought hard about the last words. He had an unfulfilled dream of becoming even bigger and even stronger. Now the window with the characteristics, the nutritional information on, it was all an unconscious manifestation. Suddenly, Cal said that these gifts could be improved. At first, he could create a cool breeze, but now he would be able to make the body as light as a leaf in the wind. The essence of this special enhancement technique is concentration and imagination. During training, Kaltz thought about what he could do with his gift and moved as if he already possessed these abilities. Suddenly, Lowen interrupted the overly pushy protagonist and said that you can't get a gift with questions. She then asked the instructor if he had any helpful hints for tomorrow's training machine assignment ceremony. Kyo-han looked at the girl in surprise and asked what this was about. Lowen said she thought the guy was friends with the instructor. Both the guy and the man simultaneously denied it. Knight explained that at the appointment ceremony, the trainee will choose a giant to learn on for 3 months. It is about the best and most suitable machine. Kaltz explained that intuition is essential. However, one should not forget that the appearance of the machine must be clean and symmetrical. When it comes to armor plates, simple is better than elaborate. One of the key places is the ankle joint. The most important thing is to make sure that this place is clean and not worn out. This will mean that the giant's balance is good. To summarize, Kaltz said that if you pay attention to these details, it will be hard to go wrong. Lowen enthusiastically thanked the instructor for the useful information. The knight said it was usually simple prudence. A few more minutes passed, and the protagonist jumped up happily from his seat, shouting that he had eaten 2 pounds. Carbohydrates were next in line. Naturally, the light mana also needed to be replenished. Still, there is no denying the fact that more fat will give more muscle. By gaining spirituality, the whole body is filled with strength. Suddenly, after only a few bites, Kyo-han felt a strange effect. His body felt like it was bathed in light. The flavor of this chicken leg was too vile. It's all because of the overly high light mana content. It seems that the taste of carbohydrates in this world is too merciless. The only thing left was to figure out how to get even heavier. Night fell, and the interns headed to the tent campground. From one of the tents came a loud, senile snore. Kyo-han couldn't sleep for a very long time. Uncle Davis was sleeping in the tent with them, snoring very loudly. Wiping his neck with a towel, the protagonist realized that his proposal was really crazy. The 3 of them wouldn't fit in such a small tent. Nevertheless, the main character was reassured by the fact that the Black Knight did not immediately refuse him and set a condition. Getting up from the bed, he reached for the rock lying on the ground again, whispering that there was no way he would stop for his dream. The words that the secret to developing the gift was to concentrate the imagination were very well molded in the boy's mind. The young knight brought the orb up to his face and thought for a moment. Closing his eyes, he tried to visualize the type of gift he would like to receive. Surely it could be something that suited his previous life as a bodybuilder. As he began to do squats, Kyo-han remembered what he already had. Now he lacked the information that helped him develop. Nutrition regulates the process of training preparation. In turn, the characteristics window showed the result of training. You had to keep your balance during the exercises. In the process, you may have questions about which muscles are pumping well and which muscles need more training. That's why we needed information that could be viewed in real time. At that moment, the guy decided that he wanted to see his magical power beyond the sensations. Any information was needed. About dark and light mana, a detailed explanation for keeping them in the body, magical flows, mana and spirituality, dark and light energies. Kyo-han wanted to see the transcendent body. It was then that he realized he needed an ability similar to the most common mirror. Suddenly, the protagonist's gaze began to change. Right in front of him, he saw a glowing figure shaped like a human. Immediately, the system announced that the user's gift was beginning to change. Immediately, he began to feel all the dark mana he had eaten for dinner. With every breath he took, he felt a surge of magical power. Mana streams throughout his body intertwined with each other and became pure spirituality. Suddenly, a new window popped up in front of Kyo-han's face. It said that the user had studied his body, and it could increase the effectiveness of magic spiritual powers. In addition, it was now possible to accelerate the growth of magic and spiritual powers by controlling mana absorption. After reading this, Kyo-han looked at his hands once again. Then he tried to mentally control the mana flows. Suddenly, it paid off. An incredible pain gripped his wrist. But this sensation was natural and familiar to the protagonist. The muscular pain from the tearing connections was like the destruction of biological cells. The resulting gaps are immediately occupied by transcendent magical power. Now the protein eaten in the form of dark mana could be channeled to the desired locations. In turn, it could allow one to develop magic power without losing it. The next day, columns of recruits lined up in front of large rows of containers. A few seconds later, the tents were unfurled as ordered. A rumbling sound filled the small valley. After removing the covering, the first iron legs showed themselves. Huge ranks of godlike beings only recently released from the factories were awakening. The head of the training center, Baron Haran Basio, came out to the recruits. He announced that there were 300 training machines here, and that today, each of the trainees would become the owner of these giants. The director of the training center said that everyone would get a real killing machine for exactly 3 months. However, there was a nuance that had to be announced in advance. These training machines are built from spare parts that have already been used. Accordingly, their performance lags far behind the real giants. Therefore, each cadet has the opportunity to find a suitable robot. The quality of each individual model varies. However, this also means that there is a chance that the trainee will get a car in near-perfect condition. In this case, this giant will not be inferior to those who fight on the front line. Kaltz, who was at the same event, grinned. Harun Batio had actually exaggerated, and they were still the most common used cars. The principal then announced that today would be a momentous day for each of the cadets for the next 3 months. They would be given time to find the perfect treasure. Today, trainees were allowed to take off as many times as they could handle. In addition, they had to pay attention to various sounds. The more ringing the engine is, the higher the power. Whether the sound is even, then the machine is stable and perfectly matched with the magic power of the rider. According to the rules, the ceremony had to start in the order of the results of the entrance test. Therefore, Helena Yellow was the first to choose her car. The girl looked with some irritation towards the main character, who didn't even pay attention to her. The type standing behind Kyohan said that this test was not determined by winning, but by the time of takeoff, by which the girl was definitely the first. The cadet moved closer, and the principal reminded her that a good car would make learning a lot easier. Harun Basio then commanded that the others should also gradually start to depart to pick their cars, but on a first-come, first-served basis. The girl walked slowly past the rows of huge cars, gazing into each one. Eventually, she stopped near one giant and began to examine it. Helena realized that out of 300 cars, she had enough strength to check 10 at most. Therefore, it was necessary to start by visualization. This model had good symmetry, clean body, and simple design. In addition, the joints were suitable. Watching the process, Harun Basio noted that Helena was not so simple. It was clear to the director at a glance that she was much better than Harriet. This young nobleman's family is famous for its wealth. However, this girl is much better, even despite her uncertain history. While the principal and instructor were discussing the most capable students, Helena had already tried out another giant. Harun Basio noted that he likes guys who have not only talent, but also history. Such are better than others and still work twice as hard. After a while, the girl jumped into the 10th giant already. She was about to have to make a decision. Examining the combat vehicle, Kyohan thought that this particular robot would be a good fit for him. At that moment, the girl started synchronizing. The machine shook and started up. The takeoff was successful. The mechanisms worked perfectly, and everything around looked better than in the other copies. However, Helena's own strength was gradually beginning to run out. The girl realized that this was her last takeoff for the day. The director examined the giant and suddenly said that this specimen was very good. The proportions of this machine were excellent, though not standard. The armor plates were arranged identically to each other, which meant that the protection was effective from all sides. The joints were particularly impressive. Although they were a bit crooked, you could see modifications that resembled Landel's hydro joints. Helena thought exactly the same thing at the same moment. She smiled and realized that she had found what she was looking for. The car rumbled and the takeoff stopped. The principal noted that so far this was the best of the 10 options the girl had tried. The fact that she had managed to take off 10 times in a row at once could not be ignored. A very good result for a cadet. Coming out of the capsule, Helena showed Kyohan with all her appearance that she had chosen the best specimen. Harun Basio also noted this. Laughing, he drew his friend's attention to the fact that his subordinate was under pressure. Moreover, the other people are also constantly looking at the guy who attracts attention. The next to choose his war machine was to be the protagonist. As soon as he stepped out in front of the crowd, everyone whispered. Some dashed to recognize him as the poor man who had felled Rafal. Some discussed that the idiot had eaten goblin meat. The boy himself realized that he couldn't defeat Helena with neither insight nor magical power. He would only be able to make 2 or 3 takeoffs. However, he had previously been attracted to one instance. With that thought, Kyohan took a quick step toward the other rows. At some point, the guy, thanks to his quick stride, broke away from the group, which was in no hurry to catch up with him. Suddenly, Kaltz appeared out of nowhere in the ranks of the trainees, hiding and peeking at the choice of the protagonist. While passing by the numerous giants, Kyohan suddenly felt something. Even as Helena took off, he made sure he began to feel something. But those sensations had been a little dulled then. The magical power in his head would react if he approached the giant. That way, he could understand the power without even sitting inside. In his case, the stronger the giant, the faster the streams of magic traveled in his head. All it took was to find a machine that could surpass Helena's giant. Still, it was also not easy, as it was hard to maintain the mirror ability. The director asked his colleague why his subordinate suddenly started running. Kyohan rushed over, scanning all the giants around him. There really wasn't much time left. The rest of the group was struggling hard to catch up with the guy who was running at breakneck speed. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly beside one giant. The protagonist was breathing heavily and gazing intently at the combat vehicle. The director examined the giant and said that this specimen looked like the simplest robot. Kaltz realized that, as expected, this was simple childishness. However, the guy's eyes suddenly shone. I was sure that this combat vehicle was the best he had ever seen. Kyohan could feel the magical power within this giant that was gushing outward as if from a fountain. The boy was also familiar with such cases in his past life. All the weapons seemed to be the same, the most ordinary parts, many coincidences during countless assembly processes. However, when all the parts fit together perfectly, the cannon starts firing at a surprisingly mark. It can be taken apart and put back together, but everything remains perfect. The boy watched the huge metal creature. All of its parts had been used at some point. However, in this situation, they fit together perfectly. Going into the capsule and starting the synchronization stage, Kyohan was certain that finding such a combination was a great luck comparable to a miracle. As it began to take off, the parts began to work, making the satisfying sound of a perfectly running machine. The protagonist, confused, didn't understand why all the sounds and sensations were completely different from the giant he had worked with at the entrance test. There was a feeling that this combat vehicle was prepared by the best frontline specialists to immediately send it to the front line in the hottest spot. Hearing the sound, Helena whispered that it wasn't fair. She was already certain that no one would overtake her in terms of giant quality either. The astonished Harriet exclaimed that it was simply a masterpiece. At a loss for words, Lauren didn't understand how such an ideal could be here. Harkrux stared at the humming machine, unable to believe that such a specimen could be picked out on the first takeoff. The giant's hatch opened and Kyohan slowly stepped out. He couldn't believe how lucky he was yet. Then he fairly shouted out that he was choosing this giant. However, the protagonist did not see Sir Cal's nearby. After a couple seconds, he did find the knight standing a little further away, along with the headmaster. They were both silent, however. The boy smiled and realized that their emotionlessness betrayed utter admiration. Now he was one step closer to his goal. Harun Bashio didn't understand how this could have happened. From the looks of it, this robot looked completely ordinary. It wasn't as if the boy had excellent eyesight or was lucky. The Black Knight also didn't understand how this newcomer could do such a thing. The principal called Rafal over, asking if he was in charge of training. After the cadet confirmed, Harun Bachio patted the boy on the shoulder and warned him not to embarrass himself. Rafal didn't understand what he was talking about and asked again. The headmaster whispered that the boy would have to try to the death. The cadet had to find out if it was all just luck or if a real monster had appeared among them. After these words, Rafal realized what he was talking about. He smiled and said that he had been preparing for this all along. Harun Bachio nodded and ordered his subordinate to report to him personally about the training. Once the final selection of machines had been made, repair and maintenance teams arrived on site. Their task was to carry out the complete maintenance of the machines. Kyohan regarded his training giant with interest. The machine was 8 meters tall, 4 meters wide at the shoulders, 3 meters thick from chest to back, and weighed as much as 15 tons. The protagonist felt as if he and this giant were one and the same during takeoff. It seemed to be the best possible compatibility. It was still very strange for the guy to realize that he could control such a huge thing with a few movements. It was an overwhelming power that not even 100 bodybuilders could achieve. Kyo-han looked around and wondered if he was the only one who felt such primal awe at these machines. Engineering team leaders were pushing their subordinates to finish with the wiring checks and oil analysis as soon as possible. Looking at the workers fitting the right parts and getting the machine up and running, Kyo-han realized that these weren't just pieces of iron. For him as a pilot, the giant was to be a second muscle and a new shell, a more powerful, expanded body. Suddenly, one of the engineers noticed a guy staring intently at their work. She wondered if he was the lucky guy who was going to drive this huge machine. The girl jumped down and said hello to the protagonist, calling herself by the name of Ren Anjani. She was the maintenance team leader of the first 10 units. Hearing her name, the guy realized that such a surname was given only to distinguished individuals in magical engineering. When Kyo-han realized that he had a talented girl in front of him, he happily shook her hand and introduced himself, saying that he was the lucky one. Ren smiled and said that she wished she had a talent for magic when she saw this giant. The girl pointed her finger at the car and said that both the outside and inside of this monster looked amazing. She was very much surprised that the parts had an amazing compatibility, considering that this giant was second-hand. All the tiny openings and joints were perfectly lubricated. Ren was confident that with this condition, this robot could replicate the flexibility of the human body. In her opinion, it was admirable. The engineer then pointed to one of the parts and explained that it was a sensor control device. From what she said, these devices were used 30 years ago, yet it works surprisingly well. Her team estimated that the touch control on this giant was about 30% more efficient than the rest of the machine. Even Kyo-han, who wasn't very familiar with the giant's structure, realized how big an advantage it was. Ren, however, explained that this advantage could only be utilized if one could withstand the pressure of the machine and develop resistance to overloading. In addition, she hastened to inform the young man to be more careful, for the sensor control device was located on the left side of his abdomen, and if damaged, it would malfunction, denying the giant the advantage. After that, the engineer pointed her finger at the heart of the machine. It was also of the highest quality and looked as if it had been made yesterday. As she examined the robot, Ren wondered more and more how such parts had ended up here. The girl patted the guy's shoulder and said that with the proper skill, he would be able to get 1.5 times the strength out of this monster. For a trainee like him, that would be an incredible success. She then unexpectedly punched the protagonist in the stomach and reminded him to protect his heart and stomach to prevent unnecessary damage. Ren then pointed to the thick blue wires near her arm and said that it was a cooling device. This system stretched all over the body. Due to the excellent fit of the parts, overclocking was possible. When Kyo-han asked what she was talking about, the girl smiled and explained that acceleration was the increase in power beyond the capabilities of a normal machine. On average, the power of a giant in this mode was doubled, but it could not last more than 10 minutes. With each new fact, the protagonist became more and more amazed at what a great choice he had made. Given the basic performance, which was 1.5 times better than the others, and the overclocking, it was possible to say that at peak power, this robot could be 3 times stronger than a normal car. Suddenly, Ren asked the name question again. Kyo-han was a little confused and decided to repeat his name again. However, the girl laughed and clarified that she meant the name for the giant. She didn't think it was fair to call her robot number 2. The protagonist smiled, for he had actually really thought for the past 3 months about what to name his battle robot. The guy decided that the body he got on the continent of Laniokia was a new beginning. As all fitness enthusiasts look forward to Monday and the opening of the gym, something to do with male pride was needed. Kyo-han slapped himself on the shoulder and said that his giant would be called pectoralis. It was a reference to the Latin word for breast. On the same day, the first trial session was held, where the trainees tried out the giants they had received. They were mostly trying to get used to the body they would have to spend the next 3 months in. However, someone had already tried sparring. Observing the class, Rafal barked out that they had a tough week of independent basic maneuvering training ahead of them. So the students need to get to know their giants well. Smiling, the cadet added that today was their last day to let themselves relax during training. Despite this, the protagonist made good use of his time. He was constantly moving and doing difficult, exhausting exercises. At some point, Kyo-han decided to increase the load and activated the overclocking mode. In the next second, the oxygen was completely gone. When he realized it, he took a deep breath. This power was so great that it was like it was consuming his body. It seemed to the protagonist that this pain was being thrown right in his face. There was a persistent feeling of being locked on the seabed and stunned. To combat this, he decided to fill his muscles with magical power to contain the horror and screaming coming up in his stomach area. At this point, it's a giant and descended into a tremendous amount of steam. Kyo-han crouched down on his knee in pain. A huge weight was pressing down on him, accompanied by a pain comparable to the direct bursting of a projectile. But then the guy straightened his fist and was determined that by all means he would hold back the power of this giant. The instructor noticed the tired movements of one of the trainees. He radioed the protagonist not to increase power too sharply. Rafal advised him to start with easier exercises that could be repeated many times. Cadet also explained that a rider was the heart muscle of a giant. Of course, it was worth it to be able to squeeze out all the power at once. However, the first thing to do was to develop homeostasis, which would allow full power to be used consistently at all times. Hearing this, Kyo-han wiped the sweat from his forehead and thanked his mentor for the advice. However, he still had his own opinion on the matter. The guy had already seen the characteristics window, from which he concluded that magic power was very similar to muscles. Therefore, in order to grow faster, it was necessary to lift heavy things. For this purpose, Kyo-han decided to choose a conditional weight that he couldn't lift more than 10 times. The magic power would then receive a stimulation if it encountered insurmountable resistance. He looked around to make sure that Rafal was no longer looking at him. Realizing that now was a good time, he decided to start developing his magic power. To do so, he regained his strength and activated the acceleration. As he got into a more stable posture, Kyo-han realized that the exertion was comparable to riding a bicycle in the highest gear. He also noted that the giant and the rider didn't always move in the same way. The movements would slow down if the power was increased. After realizing this, Kyo-han decided that he had to make the most of the giant's power. He increased the power to the maximum and started running. The boy took one long step after another, shouting with happiness. He was once again convinced that this was the best training machine possible. As Rafal passed by two gawkers, one of them remarked that there was another trainee who was just as stubborn as Kyo-han. The instructor turned around and saw one of the newcomers doing one-arm push-ups. It was amazing, considering he was doing it without rest. Grinning, the cadet advised Harkrooks to take his time, as normal and rather rigorous training would await them after this. The young man, on hearing this one, nevertheless said that in that case, he would work twice as hard in subsequent classes. This eagerness amused Rafal. He noted that the boy was spitting bile, and wondered if he had taken offense at Harrod. That hurt Harkrooks, however. He said it was about something else. The rookie wanted to understand why the bastard had hit him, and he wasn't capable of doing the same. Raphael smiled and thought that these fights between newcomers looked kind of cute. Nevertheless, the instructor gave the trainee some sound advice. The boy had to swallow the accumulated resentment, and if he did, those who ignored him because of his origin would receive a double blow in the future. Harkrooks remained silent, and then Raphael said convincingly that he had no doubt the boy would do well. At the same second, right not far from them, the main character ran with joyful shouts. A week had already passed since that day. After accumulating theoretical knowledge in the classroom, the trainees got back into their cars. A huge armada of battle robots advanced to the training ground. Then Rafal came out to them. He reminded the newcomers that this place was only a selection center. This meant that only those who stayed until the very end would receive the last name White and officially become a rider cadet. From that point on, the instructor announced a 4-grade system. First, perseverance. This assessment determined how long the rider was able to fight in a critical situation. Second, overcoming. This criterion showed the ability to take control of the situation and limit the enemy in either defense or offense. Third, the fight. It was an assessment of the trainee's fighting skills and his ability to leave the enemy no chance of resistance. Fourth, attitude. It was determined by all instructors discussing the future and prospects of the trainee. According to this system, 60 marks in each category were required to pass. In addition, for a score of 80, you could get an extra 10 points that could be allocated to another category. For a maximum score of 100 points, one category could be removed from the assessment. However, Rafal told the newcomers beforehand that in all the time he had been teaching, he had never seen that person who could get the maximum grade. With a laugh, the mentor announced the start of the first training session. Trainees were required to run 1 kilometer to the flag and assemble there. After the start was given, Harriet was very much surprised, for he had not expected such an easy task. Huge cars came into motion at the same time. Most of the participants were confident of their speed, and some even believed that they could take the first place. An incredible avalanche of training giants clattered and ran toward the flag. The protagonist looked around, also not believing that this task would be so easy. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Rafal instantly climbed into his giant and took off. The cadet smiled and thought that he had waited a long time for this day. Before the newcomers realized it, the former fighter pounced on the giant, running ahead of them, and knocked him down with a single leg kick. The trainees stopped and saw several battle robots blocking their way. Rafal shouted that the giant had godlike powers, so today all the newcomers would feel the burden of the gods. Kyohan looked around the obstacle and assessed the situation. In front of him were 10 combat vehicles that were taller than the training vehicles by 9 meters. Furthermore, most of them were white knights. Without another word, the instructors rushed at the trainees, knocking them down with powerful blows. They tossed rookies aside before they could do anything about it, yelling that they had a worthless lower body and a terrible lower body block. Their ferocity spoke volumes about the fact that no one would let the trainees forward today. It couldn't withstand the first blow either, falling to the floor with helplessness. The bright flashes made it impossible to open his eyes. The white knight grabbed one helpless newcomer, shouting that if those couldn't recover, they wouldn't be of any use on the battlefield, for they would become ordinary cannon fodder. Shoving one of the students aside, Rafal saw a combat vehicle lying on the ground. He slapped the newcomer's chest with all his might, shouting that it was time for him to get to his feet and stop lying around. The trainee struggled to get to his feet as his mentor gave him an unexpected pep talk. Suddenly, he grabbed the victim's head again, shouting that he was too late. The instructor tossed the rookie aside, adding that he was sending him for free treatment. The first training day turned into one continuous beating. Desperate screams mixed with wild laughter filled the training ground of the selection center. At this moment, Kyohan clearly realized that an imminent failure awaited them all. Suddenly, Garoth burst out of the ranks of the trainees to the side. He chimed in that the knuckleheads need to learn how to read the game. In the guy's opinion, this test will show how savvy and determined the rookie is. While a beating was going on somewhere off to the side, Garoth ran aside and rushed towards the flag. He realized that it was impossible to survive the confrontation between the trainees and the White Knights. As he rushed toward his goal, the young man had no doubt that he would receive the highest score for this activity. It was obvious that the novice knight's agility and cleverness had been taken into account. Of course, running as hard as I could wasn't easy either. However, it was still better than trying to confront the assistants. There were only a few long steps left to their destination. The young man grinned and realized that this time he was the first. The instructor standing in front with a flag in his hand saw the giant running up. He was surprised that Herod had already reached the finish line. However, the boy himself had no doubts about his exceptionalism. He extended his arm toward the giant, shouting that he was about to register a beautiful touchdown. But at that second, his car came to an abrupt stop, missing its target by only a few centimeters. The giant standing right in front of him suddenly knocked Herod to the ground with all his might. The sudden jolt made him vomit. At some point, his breath hitched, and the strain began to feel much stronger. The guy started to lose consciousness from the surprise. Meanwhile, the giant, on the other hand, kept hitting the newcomer time after time. The mentor shouted that he wasn't going to give the victory to a bastard who abandoned his team. He added that he wasn't going to mess around with a wild horse who cowardly ran away from everyone. The giant raised the trainee's head, however the trainee stopped moving. The mentor smiled and shouted that a fallen horse was a dead horse. While Herod was begging for all this torture to stop, the instructor yelled out that if the boy soloed, he had a way out of this situation. The thug thrust the trainee's head into the ground again and shouted that he would give him a personalized training session. Meanwhile, the ground in the training ground shook from the numerous blows. The students tried to get to their feet time after time, but they were thrown to the ground again. There was no way out of the situation, not even close. All the trainees were exhausted and in a panic by this point. Suddenly, over the general communication channel, someone called for all the newcomers to gather. One of the giants urged the students to stick together. A woman's voice ordered the trainees to stand tightly with the row in front of them. It was Helena. She shouted that they couldn't win if they fought separately, so they could only get ahead if they acted together. This voice naturally could not stop the chaos, but it did reduce the panic somewhat. The trainee began running around the battlefield and lifting the newcomers to their feet, immediately taking them aside. It was doubly amazing to him that a 17-year-old girl had taken it upon herself to pave the way for the rest of the team. In this act lay incredible judgment, leadership, and skill. Helena suggested that we split into groups of 7 or 8. Each small group was assigned one helper or white knight. Only then would the newcomers have a chance to cover the distance. To fight, it was suggested that the squad should simultaneously apply universal force and push the instructor away. Helena added that if it would be hard to get up, they should grab the assistant's legs and pull him down, because every person and their efforts were important. One of the assistants tried to move and realized that his legs were firmly locked. He looked down and saw 2 newcomers clawing at him, making it impossible to move. Looking around, the knight realized that these jerks had finally gathered and were starting to show themselves. But only Rafal was not impressed by this at all. He grinned and shouted that he would also increase his efforts in that case. With one fist, the cadet knocked several people down at once. Realizing that most of the trainees had already recovered and gotten to their feet, Helena ordered the squads to line up in a 5-pointed star. The formation of 10 men was to look like a 3-2-4-1 formula. This would help focus the center of gravity in one direction. After the newcomers were lined up in groups, they rushed towards the knight standing in defense. Helena ordered those who were left without a unit to spread out to the flanks. The first group came upon one of the assistants at high speed. They pounced en masse on the huge car and knocked it down. At the same time, Harcrux's group attacked the White Knight from behind. The 2 forward giants clawed at their opponent's legs, piling their full weight on top of him. Before the instructor knew it, several newcomers had immediately pinned him to the ground. Seeing this brilliantly successful attack, the protagonist thought that Harcrux was imitating him. This kid couldn't use all the magic power at once, but he has great intuition. Looking around, Kyohan decided that now it was his turn to help the team. The fighting spirit in the ranks of the trainees was returning, but they still had one big problem. The organized groups of students were unable to do any damage to Rafal. He was still on his feet even after 10 newcomers attacked him at once. The 5-pointed star formation against him was completely useless. Despite the victories over the other assistants, it was necessary to concentrate on their leader. Kyohan decided to choose the most opportune moment and, just like the first time, pounce on the cadet at the most unexpected moment. This madman was throwing giants around like they were rags. But at some point, he exposed a vulnerable area. Deciding that Rafal's fighting stance was broken, and this was the best moment, Kyohan began to accelerate, deciding to pile on top of him with his whole body. However, the young man could not know that the mentor had already anticipated this move and was ready. Unexpectedly, the White Knight turned sharply in the protagonist's direction. He hadn't expected such an outcome, and at first he was in a stupor. Rafal radioed the guy that he had been waiting for him all along. The next moment, a powerful blow to the back of his head knocked Kyohan to the ground. The instructor laughed and shouted that he could not be defeated like that a second time. This attack almost caused the protagonist to lose consciousness. Kyohan fell to the ground without saying a word. Before he knew it, Rafal had grabbed his arm. The White Knight swung around sharply and shouted that he had really been waiting for this moment. The cadet then tossed the newcomer aside with all his might. The main character's body only dangled helplessly in flight. He thought for a moment that this seemed impossible for him at the moment. Harriet was lying unconscious on the ground by then. Kyohan was still a sergeant of the Korean Reserve Forces in his past life. However, even now, he didn't understand the full meaning of this test. Nevertheless, the team organization that was initially shown before the training spoke to the fact that the local structure was very similar to that of the army. Plus, while not the most cohesive team, they were able to have some success forming the front line of the offense. But this entire plan crashed against one monster whose name was Rafal White. Everyone who tried to attack him had failed miserably. In addition, based on the main character's attack, it could be understood that the instructor was a good attacker who knew how to wait. Still, no one was stopping Kyohan from taking a chance and trying to apply even greater possibilities. Once he came to his senses, he lifted himself up a bit and crawled towards the White Knight. Rafal laughed when he saw the helpless newcomer. He noted that he wanted to have a little more fun, since the brat had a debt to repay. Still, the instructor decided to leave the trainee behind to give him time to rest. He said he would run through the battlefield and come back here again. The knight turned around and wanted to head to the side, but suddenly his leg was grabbed from behind. Turning around, he smiled and wondered if the brat could still move. At this point, the protagonist took a big breath. He was actually partially faking the first attack while retaining most of his strength. All this was done in order to apply acceleration at the right moment, doubling the power of his machine. The sluggish grip suddenly became much more firm. Kyo-han finally felt incredibly heavy and pressurized. He tried to ignore it, however, because if everything went according to his plan, it was going to work. The guy smiled, for in fact, his original goal was not really to knock him down. He raised another hand and shouted that he wasn't going to let the bastard get away this time. His right palm gripped the white knight's leg with equal force. It seemed that the boy had put all his strength into this grip, for it was increasing with every second. Realizing he couldn't move, Rafal swore and ordered the brat to let him go. He lifted his leg and yelled that if the pup didn't let him go immediately, he'd be a corpse. Realizing that entreaties were useless, the white knight started kicking the giant's cockpit. Kyo-han felt at once an incredible pressure and shock, but he was willing to hold out for a while longer so that his team could recover and break through. He had to protect his abdominal area, where his heart and control system were located, at all costs. Each blow to his chest became harder and harder. But Kyo-han was confident that he could hold out until help arrived. Despite the numerous attacks from the superior opponent, his grip still did not loosen. It was starting to piss Rafal off. He shouted angrily that the brat was overdoing it with these games. Cadet realized that this boy was protecting the lower part of the belly, where the important parts were located. But he couldn't just break such an expensive behemoth, for otherwise he would have to pay money for repairs. Seeing that the white knight was suddenly stopped, Helena shouted out what they could. The rest of the group continued to press on with the assistants taken in a vice-like grip. Lowen, who was in one such unit, shouted out that although these ones were also of white rank, but they were far from Rafal, for they were almost exhausted. Realizing that the groups needed less effort now, Helena ordered several fighters to divert and come to the aid of the protagonist urgently. She added that with their combined efforts, Rafal would be no different from his assistants. The crowd of trainees immediately rushed towards the instructor, who was still trying to fight Kyo-han as well. Hearing an approaching rumble, the thug turned around and saw about 70 combat vehicles approaching him. The enraged cadet shouted that the boys had miscalculated here as well. After letting a few opponents get close, he swung his arm and immediately threw the training machines away. That's when the newcomers completely surrounded the swatting Rafal. Helena continued to command the advance, shouting for no one to stop, for if even one of them fell, the 70 men would be able to continue. The white knight, who was chained to one spot, kept waving his arms, fighting off the annoying trainees. He was using up more and more of his strength from such intense fighting. Rafal noted that it was difficult to use only his arms without movement. If he really started fighting at full strength, it would cost him a lot of money to repair these giants. The instructor began waving his arms in anger. He realized that he had never imagined that these brats would rally like this. However, in the end, the students won in numbers. They attacked from different directions and completely restrained the white knight's movements. Some time passed, and from the crowd of cadets were heard cries of admiration. After defeating a final boss of sorts, they made it to the coveted flag. On the ground, Rafal looked up sadly and wondered what had gone wrong and at what point. He had to figure out if this was a passing grade. The cadet then calmed himself down, deciding that it was okay to let these rookies win once, because it would only get worse from here on out anyway. He pulled himself up and grabbed his aching head. Rafal thought of this Kang Kyo-han again, and thought he was an interesting character. Meanwhile, the trainees picked up the exhausted body of the protagonist and carried him straight to the flag. The guy lay on the ground, not wanting to move, and watched the yellow flag flying against the sky. A short while later, he brought the robot upright and slipped out of the capsule. Outside, he was greeted by admiring classmates shouting that he was incredible. Some remarked that Rafal was hitting the guy like he was going to kill him. Kyo-han sat down contentedly on the lid of the capsule and took a deep breath. His magic power index was up to 203 units, but his mana was almost completely depleted. Still, he had defeated a monster with 15 times his magic power. Suddenly, Helena approached the protagonist. She thanked him and said that he had played the most important role. He grinned and said it was silly because he was just lying on the ground and holding on to someone else's legs. In addition, Kyo-han asked not to be called a knight. But Helena flatly refused and explained that you can't call a worthy person anything. Besides, this title has a long-standing authority. So the girl asked the guy to consider this formality as her stubbornness. She then explained that she had done about 10,000 spurts in the entire fight and was on the verge. But she was encouraged by the fact that there was someone not far away who was making the same effort with much more fervor. For his part, Kyo-han disagreed and called the interviewee the protagonist of the day. And yet the boy didn't know that she was actually chickening out. Helena was actually scared, and thanks to the commands, she was distracted from the main action. Gathering her thoughts, the girl turned around and promised that next time she would be the first to cover the others and take on the strongest opponent. At that moment, Loan ran up to the main character screaming. She wrapped her arms around the guy and shouted that it was incredible. The young aristocrat didn't understand how Kyo-han could withstand all these attacks, because she predicted that Rafal should have just killed him. Just then, another trainee reached out to him. He hesitated and introduced himself, calling himself Harkrux. A little embarrassed, the recent poor man said he just wanted to say hello, as he was very impressed with the recent performance. Kyo-han jumped to his feet and returned the handshake, saying he was also pleased to meet him. He added that he was impressed with the way Harkrux knocked the deputy down. Meanwhile, Rafal was reprimanding his assistants. He reproached them for having studied for 2 years and still losing to some newcomers. One of the guys was careful to point out that they were on equal footing in this battle. The cadet was furious and shouted that this was bullshit because everyone else had lost, and he had only let these brats win. Lastly, Rafal added that this was a spirit-destroying program, and they just let the weaklings rise up like that. He then ordered his assistants to get ready. The cadet smiled and realized that, despite all the setbacks, it would now be even more fun to clip the wings of the just excited newcomers. After that, he shouted loudly that hopefully the trainees had already rested, because it was time for them to train again. Raphael suddenly ordered the trainees to climb into the giants again. It was a complete shock for the main character as well as the others. Now they were all on edge and could barely stand on their feet. Geroth, who had been mercilessly beaten by one of the knights all this time, thought dejectedly that he didn't know why he was being punished, since he had already apologized. However, the knights were already in the combat vehicles. Rafal laughed loudly and shouted that they hadn't even started yet. Some time passed, and the interns also climbed into their GI. During the sprint, one of the rookies fell unconscious and did not get up. The protagonist saw it out of the corner of his eye, but realized that his help was no longer required. This was not the first time. The knights continued to beat the fighters lying on the ground, shouting that it was time for them to get up. An endless cycle of constant fighting and running began. Once the newcomers made it to the flag through the many fights and obstacles, the checkpoint was moved back to the start location. After that, the trainees would be sent back again. It was a cycle that repeated itself indefinitely. Time passed, and one by one the newcomers fainted and fell to the ground. The exhausted young knights were carried off the battlefield on stretchers to the taunts of the instructors, who said that weaklings had better give up their perseverance points. These conversations were incredibly annoying to Kyo-han. This whole thing wasn't like training at all. It was more like a new kind of bullying. Which crude method will never cause muscle growth and magical power? This is because when the limit is exceeded, the effectiveness of training drops. At the same time, the recovery rate and further development are greatly reduced. However, neither the instructors nor their assistants were going to stop. These Finns only pummeled the helpless newcomers with renewed vigor, screaming that it wasn't like that. They were just paying money for them. Rafal shouted that on the battlefield, not only the lives of worthless underdogs would be at stake, but also their prized giants. The instructor did not stop saying that this machine was a god of war. However, all these pathetic weaklings are unworthy of its power, as they cannot even bear the weight of the giant itself. Listening to this impenetrable nonsense, Kyo-han chuckled, for these instructors themselves were slowing down their progress. Looking around, the boy suddenly saw Harkrux lying on the ground. He walked over to his partner and held him by the shoulder and helped him to his feet. The exhausted newcomer called out to his friend to follow him. But Kyo-han, meanwhile, resented the fact that these idiots were doing useless aerobic training at a time when it was most important to raise magic power. In addition, Rafal was psychologically abusive. He constantly called the trainees names and told them that their efforts were not enough to even die with dignity. In fact, what he said was a lot of nonsense. Death pain only brings complications and various diseases. Only a few people can overcome such a thing and become stronger afterwards. Only those people who were originally born strong are capable of this. At the same time, Kyohan thought that these brutes wanted to keep only those who were strong from birth in the ranks of the knights. In that case, there was a question of what the training center was for. Meanwhile, Rafal looked around and found that there were only 15 trainees left in the ranks. At that moment, his attention was caught by the main character standing in one place and not moving anywhere. For a moment, the instructor thought that this strange type was up to something again. However, the guy firmly and clearly decided that he didn't want to put his body under too much unnecessary stress. He had come here to develop, so after a few seconds, Kyohan canceled the synchronization. After this command, the protagonist had a strange sensation. He began to hold back so that he would not vomit right in the cabin. However, there was nothing holding the huge war machine in place anymore. The giant lost its balance and began to fall. A rumbling sound was heard on the training ground. Kong Kyohan dropped out of the test. This unexpected outcome came as a great surprise to Rafal. He stared at the fallen car in bewilderment, hoping that the man was just joking. The instructor came closer and pushed the giant with his foot. He ordered the boy to stand up, and when he didn't answer, he asked in bewilderment if he was serious about dropping out so easily. Some time passed after this situation. Kyohan found himself lying on a bed in the room. He slowly began to come to his senses and open his eyes. A panel of information immediately popped up in front of the boy's face. He smiled and saw that his magic power had increased by 1 point. As expected, normal rest was needed for the key stats to increase. He had only slept for an hour, and in that time his magic power had increased by 1. Kyohan exhaled and decided he'd had enough. Getting out of bed, the guy decided that he was not going to follow this center's illiterate training plan. He needed to use the right set of exercises to speed up development by a factor of 3 or even 4. Smiling, the protagonist did a stretch and decided that now that the training was over and he was rested, he needed to replenish his dark mana and get a good night's rest. At this moment, a disappointed voice was heard from behind, asking if there was any good in this situation. It was Cal's Black. He recalled that the boy had promised to surprise him. However, the trainee had suddenly decided to shock him for some reason. Kyohan muttered a little confusedly that Mr. Cowles needed to wait a little longer. However, it was as if the instructor did not hear these words. He asked the newcomer if he was returning to the training ground, but the protagonist suddenly scratched the back of his head and said he would go to the train and go to bed. The Black Knight was completely confused. He didn't understand what the boy was talking about or what he wanted to accomplish. However, Kyohan did not let his mentor react in any way and ran out of the room, shouting one last time that if the old man wanted to eat goblin meat, he could come to his room. A full 2 weeks had passed since that conversation. During this time, the protagonist has not gone to any of the trainings. One day, he was sitting on the roof with Davis, roasting goblin meat. The old man asked the boy in bewilderment what he was thinking. He pointed out that Kyohan was being looked at with a pitying look lately. However, the guy interrupted his interlocutor and said that Tamos eat better and don't worry about it. He also reminded him that Davis is practicing with him today. The protagonist noted that the old man would also become a distinguished squire, so he should have at least minimal combat skills. Looking at the giants running past Kyohan, thought that the transcendent energy close to divine power was magic power. There was a certain path for its development, but the assistant instructors were leading them in the exact opposite direction. Of course, skipping one training session will affect the persistence score negatively. However, you can compensate for this by scoring 80 points in the other categories. Therefore, it remained to make an adequate choice, to follow a stable path to graduation, or to take the risk to embark on the path of raising one's magical power to the highest level. For Kyohan at that moment, the answer was obvious. He needed to eat more and rest more. Undoubtedly, magic power required a large amount of quality food. The boy felt satiated at the mere sight of him eating. He also saw progress very clearly. Still, it was a whole science of food. In 2 weeks, his magic power had grown to 287. The rate of growth was frightening, averaging about 8 points per day. Still, this rate had to come first, even if he had to sacrifice persistence and attitude points. Abruptly jumping up from the table, Kyohan told Davis to digest his food and get ready for the evening's most preparation. Meanwhile, the trainees who had finished their classes were just coming out of the training field. They were glad that they had not been beaten up today either. Suddenly, the boys saw Kyohan and his squire walking towards the camp. They were surprised that this guy was just eating and resting. Now the newcomers treated the protagonist with some contempt. According to rumors, those who dropped out during the selection process were not touched. The general opinion of the classmates changed far from favoring the guy. They were surprised that this type had shown himself to be great at first, but was now leading a destructive life. Only Harriet was pleased that the opinion had changed. Davis listened to these constant taunts with a certain amount of shame, but there was nothing he could do about it. The director of the training center also kept an occasional eye on Kyo-han. He didn't understand how a promising genius could turn into a hopeless slacker in one morning. Everyone in the center thought he was a great talent, picking a great giant. However, if the soul is rotten, it will have to be discarded. The sun had set over the horizon, and it was finally dark in the camp. Kyo-han asked Davis if he had gotten used to the magic stone at least a little bit. The old man nodded his head, after which the guy explained that today, the squire would need to practice bending and straightening his knees, constantly increasing the number of repetitions. The protagonist himself lay down on the bed and said that today he would train the core again. Davis was horrified and shouted that if anyone saw this, he would be scolded much more severely than for truancy. Kyo-han tensed his stomach and began making vowel sounds while asking his squire not to speak to him for a while. The essence of this exercise was to create pressure in the abdominal cavity. This made it easy to lift heavy things and avoid injuries. Just as strong body muscles help control weight, magic power has its own characteristics. In the process of training, Kyo-han noticed that if one tempered the places where magical energy accumulated well, one's overall physical abilities would improve and one could control mana steadily. With the help of the mirror ability, the guy could see that these exercises were really having an effect. Indeed, the body was the starting point of all training. Suddenly, Lowen burst into the tent, shouting that she had some urgent news. She looked at the protagonist in surprise, not believing that he was only doing breathing exercises. Nevertheless, the girl explained that it was not the right time, because the personal evaluation schedule had come up. Lowen shouted that they would have an elimination mission in which those who failed could be eliminated. At that, the assistant instructors were rumored to be targeting Kyo-han specifically. However, the protagonist nonchalantly continued to make strange sounds. The infuriated trainee shouted that this was no time to roar like a child. Meanwhile, Harun Bachio stood pensively by the window, looking out over the plaza. Suddenly, he asked Rafal something about the upcoming mission and Kang Kyo-han. White Knight replied that most of the cadets would get bad grades, and he was sure of it. Besides, he thought that some of the instructors saw this as a good opportunity to kick them out. But the director suddenly said irritably that he didn't want to hear any more opinions from a subordinate and repeated his question. Rafal stared at the back of his superior's head in silence for a while, not knowing what to answer. After a couple seconds, he honestly replied that he didn't think this kid would lose to anyone. After this assessment, Harun Basio sighed and said that this problem. A surprised Rafal asked what that meant. The director explained that he was really hoping for that brat to pass out at least once. Kang Kyo-han has incredible talent, but still comes from a poor background. Turning around, Harun Basio added that everything would be revealed within the next 15 days. He had long ago noted that this brat was purposely avoiding training. It was as if some young boy from a poor family was just making fun of their training program, which had been developed and tested over the years. The manager explained that it was difficult for him to endure such an insult. Then Harun Basio suddenly said that he was planning to expel the guy anyway. Even for Rafal, this came as a big surprise. The principal explained that the potential for growth is very important. However, this boy who was vying for first place was only 15th. After a short pause, Harun Bachio asked Cals what he thought about this. For the superintendent, his colleague's opinion was very important. After all, for the Black Knight, this boy was the one who gave him back his passion. All that remained was the opinion of Cals, who had been very depressed lately. Suddenly, the old man said that the director of the training center could do with his students as he saw fit. Rafal finally stopped understanding anything. However, the director was not satisfied with such a detached answer. He asked the instructor if he meant that he could eliminate Kyo-han or give him another chance. Kaltz replied that he really thought so, for the boy turned out to be lazy. In response to a clarifying question, the old man once again replied that the headmaster could do as he saw fit. The Black Knight explained that if the kid couldn't surprise the headmaster, that would be the end of it. Afterward, Harun Basio laughed and asked the instructors if they thought it was all very strange. After a while, the training arena was once again filled with the hum of engines. The trainees sat in their giants and lined up in front of the instructor. After making sure all the newcomers were in formation, Rafal announced the start of the first round of preliminaries. 78 people would fight in it, 14 of whom would be eliminated. The remaining survivors will be divided into equal teams and will face off in a fierce tournament battle. Those who survive longer will receive a higher score. The rules were simple. A trainee is eliminated if his giant's back touches the ground. It was also allowed to attack in a group. However, extra points are awarded for one-on-one combat. The instructor grinned and said that brats who had no friends or luck in the competition might be at a disadvantage. Therefore, the method of unconditional evaluation was prepared. Trainees who are unhappy with their grades may request one-on-one battles with the instructor. In this case, the student will receive a grade based on how well they fared. When Lowen heard that, she thought that they were essentially told not to complain. It was unlikely that anyone would be able to resist a one-on-one battle with Rafal. After making sure he had said all the necessary information, the instructor gave a thumbs up and ordered the trainees to line up. A deafening rumble was heard again on the practice field, and the cars separated in different directions. After a while, the interns lined up in 2 rows across from each other. Garoth, adjusting the giant, wondered if he should provoke the entire row. The young aristocrat decided that it would be a good idea to initially deal with the filthy beggar bastard named Kang Kyo-han. Deciding it was a great plan, the guy radioed back that it would probably be fair to eliminate first the jerk who was lounging around sipping juice while the rest of us practiced to the hilt. As he expected, the idea was received with enthusiasm. There were people who held a grudge against the gifted beggar. Many interns were highly pissed off that someone had the opportunity to rest all day simply because they had talent. Negotiations on the matter gradually intensified. Very many people came to the conclusion that they even managed to overpower the instructors in the group, so there would be no problems with some brat. The protagonist, however, also realized that he would have a lot of opponents in this battle. However, he had an excellent fortune. Kyo-han had originally expected to be met with scorn and hostility. So there was only one way out, and that was to prove that he was not mistaken. Suddenly, the protagonist is contacted by Lowen on a private line of communication. The girl was very astute in noticing that the guy had been losing perseverance and attitude points all this time, while going to make up for it with something else. So if that was the case, she wanted to make sure Kyo-han was confident in his training methods. However, there was no time for that now. Lowen was sure that given the large number of enemies, the guy would fly out right away in the first round. She offered to join forces and asked the protagonist to stand at the beginning of the battle for her. Kyo-han smiled and realized that this girl wanted to stick her nose everywhere. He explained that she would be in danger too. However, Lowen was 100% confident in her abilities after all. She was a person with intimidating skills. At the same moment, the walkie-talkie announced that someone else had joined the line. The protagonist realized from his voice that it was Harkrux. He explained that it wasn't fair at all that Kyo-han was being hunted, because despite what he's been doing all these days, his skills are amazing. Harkrux stated that he would help in the first round, so that they would all get good scores. Kyo-han was flattered by such attention and the willingness of others to help. However, he said there was nothing to worry about. But no sooner had the lad listened to the others' objections than immediately Rafal raised his hand and announced the start of the battle. Immediately, the giants from different ranks swiftly pounced on each other. The trainees who attacked the protagonist argued that they were practicing hard while the guy was having fun on his own. However, Kyo-han was not at all afraid of being attacked from different directions. He too had originally undergone some training in maneuvering. However, there was something more important. The young knight had better developed magical power. It was it that helped him overcome his human limitations. After all, the strength of a giant rider lies in its magical power from start to finish. In case of low performance, a normal person won't even be able to move the machine. Kyo-han's main advantage was that he was learning how to use magic power properly. This was what would allow him to properly utilize the giant's power. The guy tensed up and created pressure in his upper abdomen. The giant immediately began to work faster, making contact with the magic of the rider's body. The main energy of the protagonist at this moment was centered in the abdomen and back area. This ability was called core, which was the starting point of sports skills. Through this scheme, the giant's core is also made stronger. The force of the blow comes from the lower part of the body, and the core transfers all the power to the fists without any loss. This is how the strength of the back muscles is affected. Swinging around, Kyo-han struck a swift forward strike. His speed was so fast that the opponent didn't even have time to block this attack. The trainee had no time to do anything, but immediately his training giant flew far to the side. The protagonist smiled, realizing that he had earned his first extra point so easily. In addition, it was impossible not to praise the machine body itself. Thanks to the excellent details, it was easy to move around, and the center of gravity could be moved quickly. The guy rushed lightning fast towards the other opponent, who was standing still and was supposed to react. However, no sooner had the trainee raised his arms than a punch immediately flew into his head. After defeating the second opponent, Kyo-han heard someone approaching him from behind. He swiftly turned around and shot down another cadet in flight. Swinging around, he toppled the Titan to the ground, gaining an extra point for doing so. The trainees nearby were now hesitant to approach this madman. They sincerely didn't understand how this type had dispatched 3 opponents so quickly, while not attending training for the past 2 weeks. The protagonist, meanwhile, stood in a waiting posture to take a little breather. Except for the rich and free guys like Harriet and Helena, the magic power of the other cadets ranged from 120 to 150. After a couple of minutes, Kyo-han realized how his skill in using the available resources was higher than the others. Among the most ordinary trainees, he had no equal. The first round was over, and Rafal organized the participants into 2 columns. The students had to face each other in teams of 32. Only 2 competitors could receive the highest score. Damage to the cockpit, retreating 2 steps back or more, and a knockout were considered losses. Scratching his head, Kyo-han once again made sure that the tournament promised to be tough. At least the first round required a lot of stamina. In the second half, the protagonist needed to defeat 5 people at once to get the highest score. At one point, it was Kyo-han's turn. To provoke his opponent, he called him names. The cadet opposite was furious. He attacked his opponent and shouted that he didn't care how good he was because he wouldn't even make it to the round of 16. The guy ran up to the protagonist and took a swing. He punched his opponent right in the chest, but it had no effect, much to his surprise. The hand just passed down the slip without doing any damage. The trainee looked at his opponent in amazement, who didn't even think of blocking that punch. However, his opponent still stood still. Suddenly, Kyo-han turned to his opponent and said that his punches were too weak because he couldn't keep his balance. Deciding it was time to call it a day, the protagonist pounced on the boy in return. The one, still in a stupor from his stunning failure, did not have time to react and received a powerful blow to the chest. The guy experienced incredible pain comparable to the instructor's blow and almost lost consciousness. His giant expectedly failed to stay on his feet and flew backwards. The huge pile of metal slumped to the ground without a word, and Rafal declared Kang Kyo-han the winner. The protagonist smiled, for he didn't even have time to sweat. Once again, everything was explained by the fact that they had 2 different corps. Watching the battle, Rafal asked Kals what he thought of his acquaintance's final result. Almost without delay, the old man replied that he was sure the boy would come in 4th or 5th place. The cadet was surprised that his colleague had ranked this dimwit so high. He explained that the top 10 trainees of this set had been training for at least the last 5 years, and they had a significant gap in magic. However, Kaltz rightly pointed out that Kang Kyo-han had a huge gap in magic with the white rank, yet someone had gotten punched in the face by him not too long ago. Rafal became furious after realizing that it was about him. The old man noted that this trainee is unique in that he always achieves results beyond expectations. In addition, his giant, it must be admitted, is outstanding. However, we also shouldn't have ruled out the factor of having those guys who were born free and also have tremendous talent. The round of 16 began, and soon it was Kyo-han's turn. His opponent once again decided to attack first, shouting that he despised the poor. However, just like in the previous fight, the punch was so weak that the protagonist didn't even bother to put up a block. Looking at the helpless opponent, he said that it was his turn. Striking a looser pose, Kyo-han threw his fist forward lightning fast. This strike had a mind-blowing power. Just like last time, the opponent didn't even have time to react to this counterattack. The helpless training machine flew back a few meters, and Rafal once again declared the protagonist the winner. Rubbing his arm, Kyo-han noticed that his status had long since changed, and he was a knight like everyone else. For the white knights and assistants, this outcome came as a surprise. Many saw this brat just skipping practice and eating endlessly. Only Rafal appeared not so surprised. In the next bout, Harriet defeated Harkrooks. The instructor noted that this guy worked very hard and was just unlucky enough to get sparred with the son of an aristocrat. It was all a bit discouraging for Rafal. As expected, the guys from the lower classes aren't judged very fairly. They had only recently experienced magic, so it was almost impossible for them to defeat free people who had been training since they were children. However, the next bout showed that Rafal might be wrong. In the round of 8, Kang Kyo-han faced another opponent who was more serious this time around. However, they performed on equal footing and did not fall to the ground after mutual blows. The instructor realized that Kyo-han's opponent was from a family of free people. This type mocked the protagonist in every possible way, saying that he was just lucky to pick a good giant. However, Rafal, after watching the fight, came to the conclusion that it wasn't about the quality of the fighting machine at all. The robot's performance was slightly above average, but the secret was something else. Mainly, this kid was showing incredible control of the system. It seemed like every battle plate was toughening up at the moment of impact. The defense was strengthened by the excellent control skills. The only thing that remained unclear was how the little brat had gotten so proficient with a fighting machine when all he had been doing all this time was eating and sleeping. Rafal was surprised to see that Kyo-han was now at about the level of the knight's assistants, and yet it's like they want to see it for themselves. The assistants were furious that some commoner was able to show such a result without doing anything. Suddenly, a thought came into the instructor's mind that explained this strange set of circumstances. He realized that the boy had not been following their rider training program all this time. The opponent once again struck a blow to the center of his chest, but the protagonist did not even stagger. He finally decided to end this circus and swung around to deliver the final blow. This attack was several times stronger than past attacks. As in the first 2 fights, the opponent simply didn't stay on his feet and flew off to the side. Raphael, amazed, had no idea what was going on. He couldn't believe that all this was possible because Kyo-han hadn't followed the program. Both Helena and Lowen met in the final of the first group. The girls took turns attacking each other. At this point, Lowen cowered slightly. Her opponent by this point had landed her 6th strike. Davis, who watched the contest, noted that his assumptions were confirmed, and the Free Knights have a completely different skill level. He said in surprise that he didn't think Lowen was really that strong. However, Kaltz realized that Helena still hadn't shown her full self. She pressed on her opponent, but she still held her ground with dignity. With each new appearance of this girl in the arena, Kaltz wondered more and more what her true origins were. Meanwhile, Helena gathered her strength. She realized that she was dealing with a good opponent, but her magic power was surely running low. The girl swung around, realizing that she had the advantage, and her friend would have to squeeze in. Helena attacked the young noblewoman, pushing her back a full 3 steps. However, to everyone's surprise, Lowen remained on her feet. Nevertheless, according to the rules, she was defeated. The start of the final round of the second group was then announced. In this fight, Kyo-han and Harit met. The young nobleman couldn't help but swear and called his opponent a disgusting lowlife. Realizing that he had a significant advantage, Harit prostrated himself and said that it was even better, for today he would teach the beggar a lesson so that he would not even dare to think of going higher. Meanwhile, the protagonist studied the enemy's characteristics. The young aristocrat had 675 units of magic power. Kyo-han realized that this bastard's stats were about 2.5 times his size. In addition, being an aristocrat, this guy's skills were amazing. Therefore, this was not an opponent that the protagonist could defeat. However, despite going through a low mana diet and grueling training as a child, Garroth didn't have enough damage. There was a slim chance of winning after all, and Kyo-han realized that. He decided that now was the perfect moment to challenge himself. You had to imagine the barbell in front of you, which you had to lift using all your strength. And to do that, you had to go beyond what was possible once. To do so, Kyo-han decided to use acceleration. In order to surprise the others, he had to at least try. Garroth launched his attack first. It was immediately obvious from him that the level of training was on a completely different level. Even his posture was very different from everyone before him. The young aristocrat swung, and Kyo-han saw that the concentration of magic power in this strike was simply incredible. The guy had to be as focused as possible to endure this blow and stay on his feet. An attack of incredible force came to the center of the protagonist's chest, causing him to feel like he couldn't resist for the first time. Kyo-han felt that powerful push on him. Confident of his victory, Harit began shouting that such pathetic beggar jerks had no place here. It seemed to the protagonist that this attack lasted forever. However, he steadied himself on his feet and moreover did not lose consciousness. The guy pulled himself together and mentally thought that the bastard was completely wrong. Pushing his feet into the ground as hard as he could, he mouthed that this was where he belonged. The White Knight's assistants looked at what had happened in bewilderment. They couldn't believe that some brat could withstand a perfectly prepared blow. Meanwhile, Kyo-han was taking a breath. He realized that it no longer made any difference who he was in his past life, all because his future lay right on that practice field. Preparing to counterattack, the protagonist set himself up to leave a mark on Kang Kyo-han's existence and surprise everyone in his own way. Those around them continued to watch the flow of the fight in silence. Harriet began to regain his breath and catch his breath before the next blow. Kyo-han took a step forward, mouthing in his head that he would leave a trace of his existence right here and now. A few seconds passed and a huge iron fist swung to strike his opponent. Concentrating all his strength into one decisive throw, the protagonist shouted that it was his turn. Before the penultimate bout began, Rafal looked thoughtfully at the fighters preparing. He had once considered himself the best without question and silently swallowed any pain. Being the best in his stream, the cadet was confident that he would be sent to the pioneer group, which includes only the best riders. But now he has been stuck in the training group for several years. Rafal reached his limit time after time, thinking it was because he wasn't putting in enough effort. However, some brat had suddenly violated all these dogmas that the cadet thought were the best. Now this boy seemed to be avoiding any pain. He also grew up in exactly the same poverty, yet he shows growth results faster than anyone else. After the first blow, Rafal looked excitedly at the fighters. Kyo-han, to his surprise, didn't just resist, but found the strength to activate the acceleration. Meanwhile, the guy was calculating the course of further action. Harriet's magic power was higher, but Kyo-han would be able to gather more power at a time. The acceleration would double those numbers, which would help get closer to the opponent's result. All the power available to the body and the machine had to be gathered in one fist. With this thought, the protagonist struck back at the enemy's hull. The young aristocrat's face turned blue with terror at this moment. For a moment, he lost his balance and staggered, nearly passing out. However, Harriet then came to his senses and put his supporting leg back, thus taking one step. His giant balanced precariously for a while longer but never fell. For the protagonist, this outcome could have been fatal. He realized that further resistance would only be possible if accompanied by great luck. The war machine's engines roared loudly and it leveled off again, leaving Harriet in a duel. The young nobleman's muscles all over his body tensed up. He looked hatefully at the dirty ragamuffin who had dared to hurt him. Not giving his opponent any time to pause, Gareth immediately struck back. His fist with about the same force flew straight into Kyo-han's chest. The protagonist once again nearly passed out, but still managed to resist. The training vehicles were spewing incredible flames, who slightly disturbed the instructors. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the man no one had bet on was back on his feet. Many people thought that this was already a victory for Kyo-han. However, only the protagonist realized that his situation was far worse than it might seem. Now it was practically a guaranteed defeat in case he didn't manage to take his opponent down with the next blow. Their magic power stats were still significantly different. The more the battle went on, the more Kyo-han's situation worsened, so now he had to concentrate on the final blow and make it even stronger and even harder. Taking a step forward, the protagonist swung around and took aim. Moments before the decisive moment, he began to pray that his opponent would surely fall. The giant's iron fist slammed into the opponent's armor plate with incredible force. Harriet once again took a single step backward but was still on his feet. His training machine spewed flames but kept moving. The protagonist realized that this was the end of the battle. He didn't understand how this guy could even withstand such a blow. Kyo-han had no energy left for his next attack. For a moment, he wondered if he had overestimated himself all this time. Meanwhile, Harriet's condition was critical. Barely holding back his tears, he wheezed that he would never fall at the hands of a poor man. Taking a step forward, the young aristocrat swung around and shouted that the end of the fight was about to come. Kyo-han was scared of the impending danger, but he didn't want to give up. He planned to withstand the blow through sheer willpower and hold on until the end. The huge metal monster loomed over the protagonist, who felt completely defenseless for the first time since the beginning of the tournament. He concentrated all his strength and clamped his eyes shut so he wouldn't see what was about to happen. But after a second, there was no impact. The boy suspected something wrong and opened one eye. Suddenly, he found the enemy's machine stopped working. The giant's eyes went out, and it made a distinctive sound, releasing the working vapors. Lowen gave a surprised shriek as the robot stopped for some reason. Helena sighed and said that was the end of the duel. The control center checked the cameras from Harriet's pod. A staff member shouted that a cadet had lost consciousness. After a while, the rescue team pulled the guy's motionless body out of the giant's capsule. The protagonist, struggling to stay on his feet, relaxed and cocked his head upwards. Despite everything, he still managed to do it and proved to the others that even for a beggar boy, nothing is impossible. Leaving the giant's body, Kang Kyohan jumped to the ground. Coming up behind him, Rafal White addressed the boy. The man noticed that the boy had become incredibly strong in a short period of time. How the hell did that happen? He hadn't even been training. Turning back to the instructor, Kyohan smiled slyly. The trainee explained to the white cadet that he had simply made a choice. He chose the best method through scientific analysis that suited him best in terms of training and rest time. But when Rafal explained that even if the guy made a choice, it was unacceptable for a cadet to do so, Kyohan suddenly agreed with him. It's really unacceptable for an ordinary cadet, but they're knights, practically aristocrats. People equal to the nobility. Such people can make their own choices and take responsibility for them. After saying that, the guy said goodbye to the instructor and headed to his room. Knight, has Rafal forgotten who he really is? Or is he just too used to it? Choice, responsibility. He told himself he wanted to get stronger. Well, what had he been doing all this time? Was this man the best? Or was he a mere ignoramus following a set method of training? Kang Kyohan was able to find a better method. That being said, Rafal couldn't overcome his limit because he was following a familiar path. Could it be that he wasn't a knight then, but a simple soldier? Making your own way on your own, not relying on others. Kang Kyohan Yellow is definitely a knight, and Rafal learned that lesson today. Casually glancing back at the instructor, the trainee realized that the name that existed, Kang Kyohan, was slowly being remembered in the Reincarnated kingdom on the continent of Laniakia. What, this boy has the best ball? Harriet is defeated, the headmaster shouted in anger, pounding his fist on the table. The situation has become more complicated. There's no way to just kick Kyohan out. But still, the management of the training center can't continue to turn a blind eye to this little brat. In that case, the only thing left to do was to talk to this guy personally. When Haran Basio realized this, he ordered Rafal to bring Kang Kyohan Yalu to his office for an emergency meeting. Soon, the trainee that the director had sent the white cadet after arrived on the scene. When Kyohan entered the office, Haran Basio still sat for a while and looked at him silently. Then, slapping his palm on the table, the supervisor shouted that from now on there would be no exceptions for the boy to practice. Well, the moment Kyohan feared most had arrived. Should he lie or should he tell the truth? Without thinking long, the guy made a decision. He told the head that he wanted to graduate from this training center as number 1. In response, Haran Basio only laughed. How is a brat who does things his own way going to graduate as number 1? That's simply impossible. However, Kyohan had swept up that following the training center's guidelines, this goal would precisely become impossible. All because there was a difference of almost 5 years between him, a former beggar, and the cadets who were free citizens. Of course, the principal agreed that it was true that never before had first place been held by a cadet who grew up in poverty. But if the kid does his own thing, does he really think he's going to stay in first place? When he answered in the affirmative, he was furious and jumped up. This boy is so shameless! He looks at the training camp program like crap. Trying to keep his cool, the man headed for the window to calm himself down at least a little. This boy is like a cockroach. He won't die even if you step on him. As soon as the irritated headmaster approached the window, Kaltz, who was standing off to the side, coughed as if to hint something to his old friend. Turning around to the cadet, the director stated that he respected the knight's choice. In that case, from today onwards, the head of the training center will support Kang Kyohan in his personal training. If anyone said anything, Rafal's job would be to explain that it was the head's order. However, along with that, Kyohan takes responsibility. Also, this guy's attitude score becomes 0. Fortunately, apparently the trainee knows better than anyone what it takes to become number 1 with these scores. Noting that this was an unprecedented case, the headmaster asked the boy not to disappoint him. After waving his hand, the irritated man said he didn't want to see Kyohan anymore and demanded that the cadet leave his office. Left alone with Cal's, the supervisor noticed that this guy definitely doesn't want to be number 1. How is he going to graduate from the center with a 0 attitude score? Then Cal's Black agreed with his old friend. Usually that's not possible. But that's the thing, that's what happens usually. What's happening right now, though, is very unusual. Now that Kang Kyohan has strengthened the Koro, the upper and lower body are balanced. Now he needs to feel the magic power. While the guy was exercising the barbell, Kaltz standing behind him explained that, in fact, if the attitude scores are 0, the training center cannot be completed. The boy would have to get 60 or more points on the other 4 items. As I continued to squat, Kyohan reminded the man that there were extra points. If you get 90 points, you get 20 more. Kals might assume that the guy can get the right number of points on the coping and wrestling standards. But how is he going to get 90 points for perseverance if he misses practice? Remembering something, Commander Davis reminded him that if a boy scored 100 points, he would be exempt from one criterion, wouldn't he? Covering his face with his hand, the Black Knight said that over the years, only 2 cadets had managed to achieve a score of 100 points. Noticing that Kyohan wasn't listening to him, Kaltz asked the boy why the hell he was insisting on his uncertain and dangerous path. The boy, in turn, asked the man to wait a bit, because now the most important part of the training was about to begin. Iron rubbing against a magnet acquires the properties of magnetism. In the same way, the tissues of the body, which interacts with the magic power, grow stronger. After the last snatch, Kang Kyohan was so exhausted that he couldn't lift the same weight again. After performing the last approach, the guy threw the barbell to the floor. With a relieved exhale, Kyohan asked Sir Kals how many RMs were in that barbell. That's right, about 300. Last week, the guy lifted the barbell 10 times with a weight of 250 RM, and now 10 times with 300 RM. Do you still require an answer? My path is uncertain and dangerous, but the reward is greater, muttered the boy, looking back at the man. Sighing, Kaltz realized that he was worrying about this kid for nothing. With a sly grin, Kyohan asked the man why he had changed his mind so quickly. He then suggested that in order to truly surprise Sir Kals, he had better go the hard way. Either way, for a boy to survive, he needs to continue to place first or second in scores. The last grade is especially important. The final evaluation is a true reconnaissance mission outside of the training center. Once outside the training center, the trainees will personally encounter abnormal phenomena. If Kyohan proves himself there, he will be given extra points with which he can compensate for his previous results. However, this mission is very dangerous, as the cadets will have to face real monsters. So that's how it is, Kyohan said with a look of interest. Well then, I'm going to go feed my pecs, the boy added, making it clear to Kals that he wasn't listening to him at all. The best thing this guy can do right now is focus on personal training. Noticing the way the boy started swinging again, Kals and Davis, who were watching him, realized that he was incredibly addicted to training. This chest press is great for building pecs, Kyohan yelled as he started pulling the barbell like a madman. 3 months flew by like crazy. Kang Kyohan himself showed an incredible growth rate, having accrued magic power to 507. The guy has almost caught up with Lowen, who is on the third together in terms of magic power in the training center, and now their difference is only 100 points. And by mobilizing all the magical power at once, the boy could easily defeat the best in their center, Helena. As the amount of magic power increases, it becomes difficult to use it at the same time. But as far as knowing how to use it, Kyohan has no equal even among assistants. Initially, the streams of magical power seem to be thin threads. Now, however, they are thick and well-defined. Right now, Kang Kyohan is 5th in points. He's also 5th in the rankings. Nothing scares this guy now. Watching Kyohan's next workout, the other trainees couldn't understand how this brat could become so strong. He had been training alone all this time, and now he was lifting very heavy weights 10 times. Be that as it may, whatever magic power you possessed from this stone, Kyohan only lifted the barbell 10 times. However, it still impressed the other cadets. After all, this guy uses all of his magic power a whole 10 times in a row. At first glance, it might seem like he just has a special body structure. But no, he must be a genius. That's what everyone else thought. Meanwhile, Kyohana had finally finished his last training session. Now he's prepared. Tomorrow is the final evaluation. The boy can't wait to get into the world outside the training center. A day later. Standing on his giant's arm, Rafal announced that the final test was a reconnaissance mission outside the training center. The test will take place in an area where humanity cannot live. The mission has 2 purposes at the same time: training and reconnaissance of the terrain. So today's mission, in addition to a graded exam, will also be considered a preliminary reconnaissance operation to explore the terrain beyond the current territories. Outside of all areas, there are localities that contain the core. Anomalous phenomena disappear only after the core is destroyed, and the area becomes suitable for human life. You can see the reverse gravity zone on the left in the case of this anomaly. Because of the crazy gravity, it's not easy to enter this zone. But the trainees have nothing to worry about. There's no way Command will send cadets on such dangerous missions. The place the trainees will go to explore today is on the right and is called the Monster Forest. Compared to other places, the anomalies in this forest are at an average level. According to the information provided to the training center, the trees in this forest sometimes twist and take the shape of monsters, as well as occasionally change their location. However, the situation changes as you approach the core, which is at the center of the terrain. In the very center of the monster forest sits a huge tree. There is speculation that the core may be somewhere nearby. The further you progress through the place, the more it seems like everything around you is filled with incredible monsters. Therefore, today's reconnaissance mission will only go through the outskirts of the forest. So, like peeling an apple from its peel, destroying the monsters on the outskirts, the cadets will be able to sneak in little by little. Hence, the more monsters they can destroy and the more territories they scout, the higher their score will be. Each time the trainees enter a new territory, the Giant's Sensor Processing Unit, or SPU, will provide data about nearby areas and the monsters in them. Also, each battle will be saved on the Giant's recording device. 25 assistants have also been assigned for the safety of the trainees. The first thing the cadets must remember is that safety is paramount. So in the event of an emergency, they must obey the assistant's instructions without question. Well, good luck to everyone. Rafal concluded his speech with these words. Finally, the time has come. The final evaluation has begun, and Kyohan will be able to show everyone what he has accomplished in these 3 months. While the guy was gathering his thoughts, another giant ran past and shoved him in the arm. Mr. Kang Kyohan Yalu, this time the victory will definitely be mine, Helena shouted confidently, pointing her finger at her opponent. At the same moment, another giant ran up from the other side and pushed Kyohan again. Waving to the guy, Harkrux wished him good luck and offered to meet him at the training center after they had completed the mission together to perfection. Peeking out from behind Kyohan's shoulder, Lowen asked if he was ready. This guy hasn't appeared in training for so long, and so he is obliged to show something interesting this time to earn 100 points. Grinning, Kyohan thanked the guys. Since he was a beggar, his first impressions of life in this world were terrible, but now he felt like he was truly living. Well, if his friends believe in him, the kid can't screw up. Hitting a few switches, the guy switched to a local communication line and suggested his buddies make the best of it. Let's go step by step and see what's deeper. I don't want to disobey instructions, so we'll proceed carefully, like peeling an apple. However, I want to speed things up a little bit. Not only will we peel the skin off the apple, but we'll look into the very core so that we can see the seeds. What do you think? It's dangerous to go there alone, but you'll come with me, won't you? As he finished his speech, Kyohan realized that he seemed to have been rejected. No one had answered him. As she suddenly contacted him, Helena said that she couldn't stay behind. She'll go along with Mr. Kang Kyohan Yalu. Delighted with such a great idea, Lowen accepted the offer to work on the team. Smiling, Harkrux accepted the offer as well. He would be honored to join the team. When everyone agreed, Kyohan suggested that they keep to themselves and scout their part of the territory at first, and then, at the right moment, gather and go together to explore the center. As he entered the forest, the boy noticed how big these trees were. They are twice as tall as the giants. But thanks to the giant's sensory processing device, Kyohan can scan the immediate area and read it like an unfolded map. It looks like a kind of radar. It recognizes and records the terrain every time the giant steps into new territory. And yet there's a strange feeling in the guy's gut. Even though there's no wind, the branches do move. It looks amazing. The trees are like trolls or stone giants. Looking around, Kyohan began to walk deeper and deeper into the forest. At the same time, some creatures visually similar to humans appeared behind him. Suddenly, the boy heard a strange rustling behind him. Turning around, the boy tried to figure out what that sound was. The next time, the exact same rustle was heard from the front. Even though there was clearly someone nearby, there was no way Kyohan could detect the enemy. Shifting his gaze from side to side, the guy tried to find the source of the strange sound. And so, he found them after all. Right in front of the boy, hidden behind trees and in bushes, 3 targets appeared. It turned out to be orcs, 3 at once. One such monster has 1,800 points of magic power. That's 3 times more than Kyohan's. Moreover, there are 3 orcs here at once. It's scary to even imagine fighting these monsters in a normal body. But right now, they're like neighborhood kids to Kang Kyohan. The giant, 8.5 meters tall, is more majestic. By the way, these guys aren't rushing to attack the guy for some reason, but they aren't running away either. Monsters are creatures that were created from the blood and flesh of ancient gods. But because they were created by the brutal extermination of the gods during the Great War, their instinct to kill borders on insanity. Well, since they're not going to run away, Kyohan will have to start his giant's first hunt. Standing up in a fighting stance, the guy brought the huge hammer behind his back. Immediately afterward, he snapped out of his seat and rushed towards his opponents. The huge 8-meter-long machine rushed at an incredible speed. Seeing this, the orcs were stunned with fear, not knowing what to do next. When it came to them that they couldn't handle such an enormous thing, the monsters fled. However, it was too late to run away. The giant was too fast, and so he instantly caught up with the bewildered enemies. Running up to one of the orcs, Kyohan grabbed it with his hand. Then, with a sharp upward thrust of his arm, the lad tossed his foe into the air. Taking up the club with both hands, the boy decided to play baseball with these monsters. With a lightning-fast swing of his heavy weapon, Kyohan turned his opponent into a bloody mess. At the same moment, the rest of the orcs turned around. Bringing their axes above their heads, together they pounced on the huge titanium machine. Feeling danger approaching from behind, Kyohan turned around. Looking at the monsters flying towards him, the guy noticed the axe blades suddenly stopped in place. The sensory processing device kicked in. When the SPU is triggered, the writer feels as if enemies are simply frozen in midair. The axes should have reached their target by now, but suddenly the giant disappeared from sight. In a moment, the huge machine was behind the puzzled opponents. "This time it's my turn to attack!" Kyohan shouted with a sinister smile. With a couple of high-speed lunges, the guy finished off the orcs attacking him. It took him 1 second to deal with all the enemies. This is the giant, the greatest weapon of mankind. It was only through them that humanity, suffering from its helplessness, was able for the first time to take the initiative and break through beyond its territories. If the used giants of past cadets are so good, then what powers do the highest-level giants on the front line possess? Meanwhile, Lowen's cheerful voice was heard on the local line. She said that she had already caught 2 orcs, and she noted that it was a fun place to be. Helena, in turn, reported that everything was fine at her station as well. Laughing contentedly, Harkruk said he couldn't even describe his emotions. So that's what overwhelming power means. In that case, since everyone was doing well, Kang Kyohan suggested to his partner to speed up and shorten the distance between each other. It's about time we got to see what kind of freaks inhabit the very center. It's so exciting. Acceleration of gravity. In life, one feels the pressure of acceleration. It's the same with giants. As power increases, the giant starts moving faster. The rider feels a pleasant pressure with his entire body. When the pressure is off the scale, there is a great feeling of speed. With maximum acceleration, Kang Kyohan began to make his way deep into the forest. Suddenly, stopping, he noticed a group of enemies in front of him. As expected, the deeper you go, the more monsters there are. This time, the guy has to fight 5 goblins. Yeah, it's been a long time since he's seen those bastards. What's he gonna do now? He's not in his normal body today. Beginning to break through the weaker opponents, Kyohan targeted the fat goblin, who appeared to be the leader of this horde. Running up to the biggest goblin, the guy grabbed it with his giant hand. In short, it was too easy. The boy managed to blow his opponent's head off with a single left. And that battle didn't last more than a couple seconds. After dealing with all the goblins, Kyohan spotted another enemy on the radar. How come there's another degenerate in the back? There was no one there. Turning around, the guy noticed a monster hiding behind the trees. It turned out to be a stone giant that was almost 6 meters tall. As soon as the monster rushed to attack, Kyohan got into a fighting stance. Finally, the guy would be able to fight a strong opponent. As he accelerated, the boy took a single swing of his foot. "Feel the power of my punch!" he shouted, kicking his opponent's body with tremendous force. After flying a few meters, the stone giant slammed back into a tree. But Kyohan wasn't going to stop there. It was time to play a game of who was who in a past life. Putting his mace in front of him, the guy began to wait for the monster to attack. Rising to his feet, the stone giant pounced on the boy with a deafening roar. "Take a bat from athlete Kang Kyohan!" the guy shouted again, getting into the pose of a baseball player preparing to make a grand slam. Waiting for the enemy to get close enough, the huge machine swung its bat, sending the enemy flying. Thanks to the giant, Kyohan was able to perfect the home run. Well, the jokes are over. Snapping out of his seat in one leap, the guy decided to end this battle. Sure, he'd like to have some more fun with this troublemaker, but Kyohan still needs to earn 100 points on his last evaluation. Landing on the stone monster, the guy crushed it to the ground with his mace. Nothing can stop the giant. And it's not just about pectoralis. The other guy's combat vehicles are doing great as well. No one up to this point was still inferior in strength to Kyohan, and that means it's time to break deeper, utilizing the full power of the giants. If they continue to work so perfectly as a team, they will probably reach the very center of this forest very soon. The fierce fighting inside the forest continued. The sounds of robotic joints and the screams of dying monsters did not subside for a second. The whole place was plunged into chaos, and merciless slaughter continued on every piece of land. But it was more like a beating than a battle. Running deeper and deeper with each passing minute, Kyohan had no way of realizing just how freaking huge this forest was. Suddenly, Pectoralis's SPU received a general message. One of the trainees discovered orcs numbering 20. As expected, the medium and large-sized monsters would become even more numerous as they moved deeper into the forest. Stopping abruptly, Kyohan heard the general communications line begin to receive terrifying reports accompanied by explosions and incomprehensible rumbling. Requesting backup! I'm surrounded by 7 ogres! Those bastards are attacking! Requesting backup! Requesting backup! Are there assistants here or not? Where did they go? What the hell is going on in there? Turning his head, Kyohan immediately guessed which way the enemies were. These monsters, like all the previous times, hid behind the trees again. Realizing that his prey had spotted him, the huge monster decided to show himself. This is the type of enemy that Kyohan wanted to meet. An ogre very similar to the one Cal's Black fought. Besides, it looks like he came with his friends. There will now be 5 of them against Kyohan. And that's not all. Orcs were also in the neighborhood. There is a whole army of monsters here, and all of them will fight against just one giant. The battle promises to be difficult, however, Kyohan is not at all afraid. The guy has no idea what happened to the other trainees there, but he should deal with those bastards first, and then think about it. It's unusual for a boy to see an ogre like this. This monster's strength reaches 9,000, and its magic power is as high as 15,000. The ogre that Kyohan met on the way to the training center possessed immense power. It was like an element, to resist which not even a thought would appear. However, the situation is different now. One ogre is as strong as half of a pectoralis giant and 1/8 its weight. Anyway, there's nothing left for the guy to do but try to fight these monsters. Taking one step forward, the giant brought the huge mace behind his back. With a sharp swing, Kyohan struck the ogre in front of everyone with his weapon on the shoulder. Feeling the incredible pain, the monster wailed exhaustedly. But this ogre was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. For some reason, the monster managed to resist this blow, taking almost no damage. He tensed his muscles and held out before Pectoralis's attack. Smiling contentedly, Kyohan analyzed his opponent and realized that these guys weren't strong enough to withstand his next move. With a tremendous amount of force on his weapon, the guy decided to crush the enemy to the ground. Unable to stay on his feet, the ogre leaned on his knee under the pressure. However, that was all Kyohan could do with such a technique. This persistent degenerate didn't die even after Pectoralis made an incredible effort. Due to development, Kyohan's magic power exceeds that of a human by 49 units. But the ogre's power is 9,500. A human and an ogre can't even be compared. In other words, this monster is so strong that it can withstand the giant's blows. That's better? These disgusting freaks are pretty tough, and so they'll certainly entertain Kyohan well. Noticing that several monsters rushed to attack, the guy activated the SPU. Thanks to this device, he can see the movement of enemies as if in slow motion, but it is impossible to stop the simultaneous attack of a dozen ogres. On the other hand, though, why not try to do it? After thinking about it, Kyohan decided to try and push his abilities to the limit. Breathing in a full chest of air, the boy focused all his attention on his approaching opponents. Now he saw all those ogres frozen in place. Abruptly snapping out of his seat, the guy didn't give his enemies time to think, attacking them first. After slashing one of the monsters right in the forehead with his dagger, Kyohan struck the next opponent with his mace. Taking the knife out of the first ogre's head, the giant leapt into the air, preparing for the next attack. With another swing of his mace, he sealed several monsters to the ground at once. At the same moment, another ogre appeared behind the boy, sitting in a tree. Fortunately, Kyohan saw the ambushed enemy, and just as the ogre jumped down from the tree to fell the giant, the guy made a quick U-turn. The boy grabbed the monster's head right in flight. From the power with which he clutched his opponent's skull, a nearby tree was blown to pieces. Lifting the ogre up slightly, Kyohan decided to finish off the enemy in one motion. When he noticed a sharp stake left from a blown-down tree, He put the monster on it, thus piercing through the poor guy's chest. Meanwhile, an ogre ran up to the boy from behind. As he approached the giant, the monster grabbed his torso with both hands to immobilize him and then attempt to plow him to the ground. However, even such an unexpected attack didn't take the kid by surprise. Guessing what the enemy was trying to accomplish, Kyohan redirected his body weight backward to keep himself from being pulled to the ground. Afterward, with a wave of his hand, he stabbed the ogre with a knife. Now all the guy had to do was deal with the remaining scumworks. All in all, it didn't take him long. After interrupting most of the enemies with a few lightning-fast lunges, Kang Kyohan jumped into the air, raising his mace above his head as usual. As he landed, the boy made a strong strike on the ground with his heavy weapon, thus unleashing a powerful area attack. The very next second, a devastating explosion erupted, finishing off all remaining enemies. As the smoke dispersed, Kyohan felt something strange. There was a stone axe sticking out of the giant pectoralis' hand. Taking the weapon out of the car's hand, the guy noticed that the blade went right into the mounts. Be that as it may, this was where Kyohan was finished. No one was left alive, and all the trees within a 100-meter radius were also blown away. Looking around, the guy decided to see how things were in the other territories. For ordinary cadets, fighting even 5 ogres could be an impossible task. If such a large-scale attack occurs in all parts of the forest, it will turn into a terrible disaster. At the same moment, the general communication line reported that a sudden abnormal phenomenon was occurring in the forest. Everyone was ordered to stop the mission immediately. Assistants have already been deployed to support those in need. Everyone else needs to get out of the woods and as soon as possible. While his colleague was sending this message to all the cadets, one of the communications officers monitoring the situation noticed something terrible. The forest began to move. At that time, an earthquake started in the forest. The roots of huge trees sprouted from the ground. Now the enemies of the cadets taking the final evaluation were not only monsters. The forest itself became their main adversary. As soon as everyone got the message from the communicators center, screams started coming over the common line. Some couldn't find their way back, while others got surrounded. The trees began to move chaotically and change the terrain, as well as attacking giants. This is the world outside the habitable zone. If the trees move and change the terrain, the maps that the trainees scanned before the last assessment began become useless. Now even backtracking is no easy task. This is Kang Kyohan. Please respond to those who can hear my message, Raider Pectoralis said over the general communication line. After that, he repeated his words again. Hearing no response, the guy realized that no one was around. Just as suddenly, Helena's voice was heard, stating that she had heard the message. Then came the voices of Lowen and Harkrux, who immediately reported that they had finished off all the enemies who had attacked them. Kang Kyohan was of course relieved that everyone was all right, but it seemed that even escaping from here wouldn't be easy. The monsters had them tightly surrounded, and even communication was almost cut off. Lowen in turn remarked that it would be much easier for them to get out of here working together. Agreeing with her friend, Helena suggested gathering in one place. However, it would be difficult to do so, as the trees were moving. By changing terrain, the cadets might get lost. That is, not only would they not be able to meet, but they would find themselves in complete isolation. After listening to the girl, a dumbfounded Harkrux asked if they had no way out. But Kyohan reminded him that there was one place left that would never change its location. The giant tree in the center is in lieu of their meeting. The only way out of this situation is to destroy the core and conquer these territories with the 4 of them. The core is the cause of all the anomaly outside the area. If the cadets succeed in destroying the core, then the anomalous phenomena will be neutralized. Noting that it wasn't a bad idea, Helena suggested that it would probably be quieter there now that all the monsters from the center of the forest had gone to the outskirts. However, Lowen reminded her that this place was very dangerous. After all, the trainees' original task was to scout the area at the edge of the forest. In any case, the 4 of them had no other choice now. Kyohan explained that it would be even more dangerous if they wandered blindly through the forest and got lost. Since the tree in the center of the forest could be seen from anywhere, the best solution would be to move inland, taking it as a reference point. After agreeing with Kohan, Harkrux suggested that they get together first and then think about it. If the 4 giants were together, they would not be easy to defeat. After finally agreeing on a meeting place, all 4 riders ran to the center of the forest. On the way to the big tree, Kyohan encountered monsters. His main problem was that in addition to monsters, he was also being attacked by trees. The roots of these trees are not very strong, so the guy was able to chop them down with ease. But every time he ripped up some roots, others would appear. And so, at one point, the boy was attacked by a tree while he himself was dealing with other roots. Fortunately, Kyohan's intuition rarely fails, and so when he turned around, he saw danger approaching. The guy immediately jumped into the air, dodging the enemy's attack. Doing a few somersaults in the air, the boy landed deftly. Once on the ground, Kyohan had to decide what to do next. He couldn't just stand still and fight off the roots. Forest wants the uninvited guests to retreat. However, Kang Kyohan can't give up. Cranking the speed increase to full power, the guy tore toward the big tree. Ignoring the attacks of the trees, the boy continued to run deep into the forest. Suddenly, he noticed a white mark on the radar. Tensely looking to the right, Kyohan heard movement. Stopping where he was, the guy started peering into the trees to see what might be threatening him. At the same moment, he saw a giant with a huge two-handed sword. It turned out to be Helena, who happened to be quite close to Kyohan. "We have finally met, Mr. Kang Kyohan Yalu." The girl spoke out contentedly while trying to catch her breath. Realizing that they must all be pretty close, the guy asked Helena if she had seen anyone else. Waving happily, Lone ran out from behind the trees. But upon seeing his friend, something confused Kyohan. Suddenly, Lowen ran up to the guy and jumped up and hugged him, screaming that she missed him a lot. Seeing this scene, Helena tried her best to hold back her laughter. The dumbfounded Kyohan in turn asked his friend what she was doing. If she attacks so suddenly, she'll litter the armor plates. In response, an exasperated Lowen shouted that it wasn't an attack, just an embrace of joy. "They're in a damn dangerous fox, got into huge trouble, and now they finally get to meet? And Kyohan's worried about armor?" Noticing the three, Harkrux was upset that he had once again arrived in last place. Finally, everyone has met, and they are now in relative safety. Looking around at his comrades, Kyohan realized that they were all trying very hard. Their giants were visibly shabby after the fierce battles they had endured. Except, the big question now is, what the hell happened? The forest seems to be controlling all these monsters. Nevertheless, the closer to the center, the calmer it got. As Helena had originally suggested, it seemed that the monsters had gone to the outskirts and had been destroyed there. But Kyohan explained to his friends that it was too soon to feel safe. After all, his SPU had just detected the movements. In the heart of the forest, the trees are moving forward and the monsters behind them are narrowing the ring of siege. Realizing that the situation was stalemate, Helena asked Kang Kyohan Yalusan what they should do next. On reflection, the boy's point was spot on. But fortunately, the trees have low speed. The giants can break through if I move fast, at top speed. Also, if they destroy the core, then they can save their comrades. Immediately after saying that, Kyohan did a dispersal of pectoralis. He will lead the team. It's time to destroy the core and put an end to this story. The deeper they went, the more frantic the forest became. Each of the cadets put their best foot forward, having each other's backs. As expected, working as a foursome was much more efficient. After several hours of fierce fighting, Kyohan spotted a creature he had never seen before. It turned out to be a monster tree that looked like a troll. The size of this monster was several times larger than the opponents the guys had fought before. Without a second's hesitation, Kyohan shouted to his comrades that he would grab this monster and knock it down. If it loses its balance, everyone else has to pounce on the branches together. Activating full acceleration, the guy tore towards the enemy. Grabbing the troll with both hands, the boy flopped him on his back. Immediately running up, Harkrux pinned the monster to the ground. Lowen, in turn, followed her friend's example and took hold of the troll's branch as well. Now it was up to Helena. Closing the distance to the fallen foe, the girl leapt into the air and swung her two-handed sword. With one blow, she sliced the huge troll in half. Kyohan couldn't believe his eyes. When did this girl learn to be so skillful with a sword? But what is it? Did blood start flowing from the body of the chopped monster? As the body of the slain troll fell, an unknown liquid began to spill out of it. Then, the monster's corpse began to go underground little by little. This forest mercilessly devours the slain creature. And most likely, the goal of the monster forest is to catch the uninvited guests, the riders, and eat them too. Getting into a fighting stance, Kyohan motioned for his comrades to increase their power. If they slowed down, who would end up like that troll? The guys continued to run toward the big tree, cranking the power of their machines to maximum. After a while, Kyohan noticed something and commanded the others to stop. Obeying the guide, the squad immediately slowed down. Lifting his head up, Kyohan drew the attention of his comrades to the foreign phenomena. For some unknown reason, it was snowing in the forest. However, Harkrux explained that it wasn't snow at all, but pollen. Hearing this, Lowen speculated, suddenly it was this pollen that was controlling the monsters. Would it be all right if people inhaled it? Helena reassured her friend then, explaining that the giant's defense system wouldn't let the pollen inside. Besides, there wasn't much of it. Apparently, it hadn't been released that long ago. While the girls were chatting amongst themselves, Harkrux noticed something else unusual. Interrupting his partner's conversation, the guy pointed his finger somewhere. Not far away, a strange glow could be seen between the trees. Determined to see what it was, Harkrux ran closer to the anomalous phenomenon and pulled the foliage apart with his hands. After looking at what was behind the trees, the four cadets realized that they had finally found what they had come for. They had reached the heart of the monster forest. Up close, this tree was even bigger than the boys expected. The trunk is really wide. Even if the giants of the trainees hold hands, they won't be able to hug it completely. This is just unbelievable. Holy crap, how tall is that tree? But the big question is, where is the core of this giant tree? It's so huge that it's impossible to destroy it completely, so the search for the core may take longer. As soon as Kyohan said that, one of the group members pointed a finger somewhere and asked if that was what they were looking for. A huge hollow tree was visible near the roots. There, behind the branches, something was hidden and glowing brightly. As soon as Helena saw what was hidden in the tree, she immediately realized what it was. The dead-winged creature with a sword stuck in a tree in his hands that they encountered was an alien. The alien is the highest kind of being that transcends humans. Looking at his friend tensely, Kyohan asked how she knew that the creature sitting inside the tree was an alien. The girl in turn explained that she had met them before. Unique wings and a sword. This creature is definitely alien. Now, everything was falling into place. The core of this place had been suppressed as it had been damaged by the sword of Elijah. The training center didn't know about it and mistakenly thought that the forest was relatively safe. As luck would have it, it was today that the core recovered and the forest became active again. Apparently, that's why the forest caught the monster and ate it. It did it to regain its strength, and now it has opened a hunt for cadets using monsters. The core is definitely in the area where the Elijah's sword is stuck. The trainees need to attack that area. The weapons of the aliens have tremendous power. If they could push the hilt of the sword deeper, it would be enough to finally destroy the core. Among us, only Mr. Kang Kyohan Yalu can put all of his magic power into a single strike, Helena remarked with a glance at her partner. That's right, the others will open a path and Mr. Kang Kyohan Yalu will destroy the core. The only thing he needs to do is to strike accurately the first time. Realizing that they were running out of time, Helena offered to finally finish this mission. The rest of the partners immediately rushed after her, and only Kyohan remained standing still. Will I be able to defeat the huge moving tree? That's the only question the guy cared about. Meanwhile, his partners were about to run up to the heart of the tree. These three will be a cover for Kang Kyohan. First of all, they spread themselves apart far enough to give Pectoralis a safe zone. As soon as the cadets got close to the large tree, they were immediately attacked by sharp roots. The branches of the trees flowed like a waterfall. Even so, the trainees continued to run, trying to avoid colliding with the roots. Leaving Kyohan behind, the rest of the squad began to clear a path for him. Focusing on the battle, Helena reminded her comrades that they would only have one chance to put this plan into action, so they will open the way by any means necessary, and Mr. Kang Kyohan Yelu will finish the job. Noticing that the girl had rushed into the tree branches with her sword, Kyohan asked if it would be better to use his mace. However, Helena asked the guy not to worry about her. She's had a sword in her hand since she was a little girl, and so chopping down a twig or two should be no problem for her. The branches and roots of the monster tree move in a chaotic dance. If you didn't cut them off properly, the sword blade would just bounce off. Kyohan's mace would be much easier to deal damage with, since you don't have to find the angle of impact, and yet Helena's sword could move in a similarly chaotic dance. Meanwhile, as Harkrux fought off the attacks, tree roots were already approaching him from behind. Noticing this, Lowen warned her partner of the danger and advised him to hit with more force. Abruptly turning around, the guy nailed the roots attacking him from behind. After that, he jumps back. There are too many opponents, and so he begins to be displaced from his position. Despite this, Harkrux wasn't going to give up and started moving even faster than before. Thus, the four cadets passed farther and farther toward the rift in the tree. Just as suddenly, a branch tied around Harkrux's arm. The tree immobilized the boy and started grabbing him from all sides. Lowen and Kyohan couldn't do anything to help their friend because they were too far away. Luckily, someone else was nearby. Running up to her trapped partner, Helena swung her sword. In the next second, she easily severed all the roots that bound Harkrux. A terrible thing almost happened. If this guy had gotten hurt, the formation would have fallen apart. Looking at Helena, Harkrux thanked her for saving him. But the girl had no time to exchange pleasantries with him. Without a second's hesitation, she rushed forward with incredible speed. Soon, the target was already right in front of them. Of course, the tree wasn't going to give up so quickly. As soon as the cadets entered the rift, the monster let loose more branches and roots on them. This time, it was even harder to fight off the enemy. These branches are as fast as bullets. The first to fall into the tree's trap was Harkrux. The tree instantly bound the giant without even giving him a little fight. The monster easily lifted the guy off the ground, completely disarming him. Looking after his companions, Harkrux shouted for them not to worry about him and to keep moving. The second to fail to hold her position was Lowen. This time she couldn't keep up with the movement of the huge branch. A tree root slammed into the giant of a girl with tremendous force, throwing her a great distance away. The tree then also took hostage the car that had fallen on its back. Losing the ability to move, Lowen also shouted to her friends not to dare to stop. There's not much left. They're almost to the core. Just a little more and these two will definitely finish off the monster. Since Helena is running ahead accordingly, she was the next to come under massive root attack. Only unlike the rest of the cadets, she's much stronger and more gifted. With a sharp lunge, the girl cut through all the branches pointing in her direction. But it wasn't enough. They are now in the heart of the monster tree, so it's hard to even count how many roots are now running at the same time. Realizing that she had no other choice, Helena decided to use two hands at once in battle. Taking out an auxiliary weapon, the girl prepared to repel the monster's attack. She will stand until the very end, no matter what the cost. As soon as the tree attacked her again, Helena pinned the largest branch to the ground with her auxiliary weapon. After that, with a few jerks, she chopped all the roots into small pieces. However, the enemy was attacking too intensely. Helena chopped the branches and they grew back. Eventually, the roots did tie around the giant's working arm. The tree monster then proceeded to bind the rest of the huge machine's limbs as well. The situation is worse than ever. Even Helena, the best cadet in the Corps, has been taken hostage. But even though she couldn't move at all, this girl started trying to break free, expending her last bit of strength. Walking slightly forward, Helena pulled on the roots of the tree and tilted the giant's hull forward. "Mr. Kang Kyohan Yalu, step on me and push me off!" shouted the girl, holding on with her last strength. Instantly reacting to her command, Kyohan dispersed Pectoralis. Helena, Lowen, Harkrux, these three have created the perfect environment for the guy, and so he can't disappoint them. It's time to do it. Release the magical power that Kyohan had retained thanks to this trio's cover. Running up to the bound Helena, the boy pushed himself off her giant's back. Swinging his mace in front of him, Kyohan fended off the root flying at him. Incredible magical power and heat that bursts from the heart of a giant outward. Coolant flows to reduce that heat. The cooling liquid reduces the heat of the giant's heart by turning into vapor, so the giant's heart can generate even more magical power. This pressure feels like it's suffocating Kang Kyohan. As soon as the guy landed and brought his mace above his head, the root strapped his weapon tightly around his head. The mace had slipped from his hand and now the boy was disarmed. However, this mace was only a weapon. The main thing needed right now is magical power. The passage to the heart of the anomaly was blocked by branches, and so the only thing Kyohan could do was to break through them using the Titan's power. Concentrating the magic power in his fist, the guy struck the roots with all his might. No matter how wild the battle is, he's not going to give up. Forward, and only forward. He kept throwing punch after punch, literally punching his way out with his fists. And so, at last, all the roots were broken. In front of Kang Kyohan, the very rift where the core is located opened up. The only thing left to do was to run to Elijah, who died while trying to destroy the monster tree. Abruptly jumping upward, the guy headed into the rift. Roots appeared in his way again and tried to close the passage. "Out of the way, nasty branches!" Kyohan shouted, grabbing the roots with his hands. Next, he started just digging up all the damn roots, scattering them in all directions. After a few seconds, the guy still saw what he had been walking to for so long. There it was, the corpse of a winged alien, thrusting his sword into the core. Even the aliens were trying to destroy the heart of the monster forest. As expected, the creature's sword blade was stuck into the core of the anomaly. Raising his hand up, Kyohan prepared to strike the hilt of his sword. When the guy threw the first punch, nothing happened. He needs to put all his power into the blow to sink the sword in completely. In that case, the boy decided to make a final dispersal of Pectoralis and channel all the magical power into a single blow. Suddenly, all his plans came crashing down literally in an instant. Sneaking up from behind, the roots of the tree completely bound the giant. Kang Kyohan couldn't even move anymore. He was in exactly the same situation as his friends. That's it. It's really a failure. There's nothing left to finish that tree. That's what the rest of the squad thought. But Kyohan had a different opinion. It was the scum who caught the giant. not Kyohan himself. Hearing what her friend shouted, Helena realized he was going to thrust the sword in with his bare hands. The girl immediately tried to dissuade Kang Kyohan from doing so. A human wouldn't be able to handle an Elijah's weapon. It's too late. The main body has become out of sync with that of the giant pectoralis. As soon as the compartment in the giant's chest opened, Kyohan jumped out. As he landed, the boy saw the sword of Elijah. Running up to the corpse of the alien, Kyohan grabbed the hilt of the blade without thinking long. At the same moment, the boy felt incredibly anxious and pressurized. Kyohan felt the same way when he first picked up the magic stone. His whole body felt hot and his muscles cramped. He had only one unit of magic power left now. However, in Baron Bourgeois' castle, the beggar Kang Kyohan performed a miracle even before the magical power within him appeared. Muscle strength and willpower are the weapons of Knight Kang Kyohan Yalu. The guy can't back down at such a crucial moment. He will definitely save the cadets. Screaming frantically, Kyohan pressed down on the Elijah's blade with his last strength. One repetition maximum is the unleashing of all power for a single moment. Now, more than ever, this skill, achieved through years of training, came in handy for Kang Kyohan. The sword blade stabbed into the heart of the monster forest, and the core cracked. Slapping his palm on the desk, the angry director asked why the reinforcements still hadn't arrived. In response, the subordinate explained that it would take another 10 minutes or so. The only thing to hope for now was that the new recruits would be able to hold out in these conditions on their own. Covering his face with his hand, Harun Basio realized that he had to go there personally. However, the secretary clarified that it was against the rules. The director is supposed to stay and protect the training center until a level 3 emergency is declared. Walking over to the window, the leader explained that the cadets were a precious resource for the kingdom. Their loss would be a huge stain on its reputation. It wouldn't be surprising if Basio were to be sent away for such a thing. Whatever the rules are, it would have been better to take care of saving the kids first, since the principal is facing disciplinary action anyway. It's a failure in every situation. Now, all the boys have to do is be patient. But looking out the window, Harun Basio noticed something strange. The giant tree is swaying and emitting steam. What's going on up there? At the same moment, there was a deafening explosion with the epicenter near a huge tree. The 3 cadets who had been grabbed by the roots finally broke free. Stepping out of her giant, barely standing on her feet, Helena couldn't believe that this guy had succeeded in finishing off a monster. Suddenly, the girl noticed that the giant tree had changed. But it began to grow leaves and soon the whole tree was in full bloom. Following this, flowers bloomed all over the forest. Running into the chamber, one of the assistants reported to the head of the training center that the monster forest had been conquered. There were no casualties or injuries. Looking at him in surprise, Harun Basio asked how it happened. Did Rafal White really do it? But to the principal's surprise, the assistant revealed that it was the work of the cadets. Helena, Lowen, and Harkrux, led by Kang Kyohan Yalu. The report said that the core was destroyed by 4 students. Upon hearing this, the people in the central chamber could not immediately believe what was said. It was only Cal's Black, sitting in the chair, who realized it was true. The world outside the inhabited zone is a very unpredictable place. Until recently, it was a disgusting forest teeming with monsters. And now it has become a blooming forest and looks like a festival is taking place here. The first thing the command ordered was to make a good magical marking of the terrain. The workers and engineers who arrived on the scene had already managed to find the aliens' weapons. Also, this forest turned out to be rich in magical stones. This is what it means to conquer territory outside the inhabited zone. People will be able to get a lot of high-energy resources that were concentrated so densely that they caused the anomalous phenomenon. Running up to Kyohan, Miss Ren and Ginny thanked him for his work. This guy is a real hero, and so the girl decided to thank him. Before coming here, she wanted to go exploring one area. But Kyohan was able to conquer the forest so easily that she immediately rushed here to tell him that he's a hero and the best person she knows. It's true that now Ren and Ginny is leaving. After all, the longer she looks at this forest, the more beautiful it seems. Plus, thanks to Kyohan, the girl also managed to look at the alien weapon. It's just incredible. In short, Anjini urgently needs to go off to do some research. In any case, she would be grateful to her hero for the rest of her life. And it would also be great if the guy ate a lot of delicious food after such a difficult sortie. Still not realizing what that fleeting monologue was, Kyohan stood there for a while, staring at the fleeing girl's back in bewilderment. Poking the guy in the shoulder, Lowen wondered when he'd made friends with the maintenance team leader. Apparently, he had a great ability to gain people's trust, so Loan was eager to know the secret. And when the puzzled boy asked what the secret was, the girl asked him not to be modest. She too wants to make friends with the engineers before the end of the training center. This is necessary to get a personalized tuning of the giant. Loan said that when cadets graduate from the training center, they are attached to a squad and then given a personal giant. To this personalized giant, you can add some parts to it, or you can upgrade it. This is a plus if you have an engineer with whom you are on good terms. Their conversation was interrupted by a cheerful Harkrux walking with Helena. When he noticed his friend, Kohan asked him what he was so excited about. Then the red-haired guy told me that the self-development weekend, the 4 golden days, had already arrived. During this period, the cadets should eat good food and have fun. After thinking about it, Loan said she liked the weekend, but she couldn't relax if their grades hadn't been announced yet. With a disdainful look at the girl, Harkrux asked her not to act like a model student. The 4 of them were the best, after all. The grade is for a mission to explore territory, and they not only explored it, they conquered it. That's exactly what Loan is afraid of. What if they get their points taken off for not scouting the area and going off on their own to conquer territory? With a friendly nudge of his elbow at the cowardly girl, Harkrux explained that her worry would not change the outcome. So the only thing to do was wait. By the way, I've prepared dinner for my friends with whom I've been through adversity, Kyohan muttered. Hearing this, the guys were excited about the sudden invitation to the corporate party, a weekend of self-development after such a fierce battle. It is said that the nature of magical power changes after a life-threatening battle. This is good for knights whose growth has stagnated, as well as everyone else, because now their growth will go faster. During this period, you should rest more and minimize training. In addition, for the sake of increasing magical power, it is necessary to consume food containing mana, which will stimulate growth. Noticing that their friend had led them to a tent, Harkrux asked why they were celebrating in the forest. If they were having a corporate party, wouldn't it be better to go to the common dining room? Kyohan replied that they were having a picnic of sorts today. As soon as the guy showed his friends what he had prepared for them, the cadets were horrified at the thought of having to eat such a thing. Today they'll eat the meat of the ogre they caught themselves. It's not much, only 15 kilograms. Sitting down by the fire, Kang Kyohan began roasting the monster meat for himself and his buddies. Ogre meat contains a quantity of dark mana, which is a source of magical power and the basic element of magical synthesis. When eaten, the ogre's power contained in its flesh will accelerate the growth of muscles and magical power. To get rid of the toxicity, you need to roast the meat of the fibula or neck area. Accelerates muscle and magical growth. What's more, this meat adds a magical growth bonus. It can't get any better than that. Looking at the ogre meat with disbelief, Helena asked if it was really safe to eat. They say you can get sick if you eat monster meat. You can also lose your magic power. Turning back to her friend, Loan told her not to eat if she didn't want to. Then she wouldn't know how good the meat was. And also, although it was strange, it felt like the magical power was increasing after eating this kind of meat. Taking a bite, Harkrux asked Helena not to be so picky. He, for one, was already challenged to eat ogre meat. Kyohan, who was also munching on the delicacy, suggested that the girl stop thinking and sit down at the table with them. Pretending that she didn't feel like eating at all, even though a second ago everyone could hear her stomach rumbling perfectly well, Helena decided to try just a bite, since her friend was trying after all. Taking a small piece of meat with her chopsticks, the girl put it in her mouth. The second she did, she tasted incredible. It's a flavor she couldn't even imagine. Putting her hand in her bag, Helena started looking for something there. The girl took out a wine made from steamed grapes. Would she really open such a jewel in the training center? Looks like she really did prepare in advance for a weekend of self-development. Noticing the wine in her friend's hands, a surprised Harkrux asked if it was alcohol. Confirming, Helena asked the guy if this was the first time he was going to drink. If so, he should be careful, as people who are weak to alcohol get drunk too quickly. Enraged, the red-haired boy shouted that he wasn't some weakling. Now he would show how well he could handle alcohol. Grabbing a huge glass of wine, Harkrux poured it into himself in a volley, ignoring Helena's warnings. Looking at Kang Kyohan Yalusan with a smile, the purple-haired girl asked if he too would like to taste a glass of very good alcohol. However, Kyohan flatly refused, reminding him that the weekend for self-development had begun. He's going to focus on developing his magic power. If the guy drinks alcohol, he will lose his muscles. In addition, the magic power might also decrease. Looking at her friend puzzled, Helena asked why he had come up with such a ridiculous excuse. Actually, they say that steaming wine helps the growth of magical power. It especially works during the period of magical growth. Looking at the bottle of alcohol, Kyohan still read the characteristics. Steamed grape wine. Contains violet mystery, aids in the recovery and growth of magical power after overwork. There was 1 liter left before the optimal daily allowance was reached. Taking a glass, Kang Kyohan declared that he would drink to the brim today in the name of magic power. So they sat there until nightfall. As expected, Harkrux got drunk and passed out very quickly. And by the way, even in his sleep he kept repeating that he was not weak. The drunken Lowen and Helena watching him just sat there and laughed at their friend. That cute little Harkrux was just pretending to be strong. I guess he hadn't heard that drinking too much alcohol was bad for your health. The only person who hadn't had too much to drink that night was Kang Kyohan. Still, it's the weekend, so it's no big deal. Suddenly, the boy heard a suspicious rustling nearby. Someone's coming out of the woods. Who is it? The sounds of approaching footsteps became more and more distinct. Helena wondered why he was carrying a bag, noticing a man coming out from behind the trees. Was he going somewhere? After looking around at everyone present, Instructor Kaltz remarked that they must be having a great weekend. So why did the Black Knight come here in this darkness? Kyohan stood up from the ground and asked what was wrong. Cadet Kang Kyohan, your offer still stands, right? Cal's Black clarified in response. A few hours earlier, almost immediately after the core in the center of the monster forest was destroyed, Harun Basio, sitting at his desk, glanced glumly at the letter in front of him and asked the man standing next to him if he was sure of what he was about to do now. Without hesitating for a second, Cal's Black replied that he had already made up his mind, then asked the head of the training center to approve his resignation. Pointing his finger at the letter lying on the table, Harun Basio noticed that it wasn't just a letter of resignation from his position as an instructor, but also a waiver of his right to be a knight of the kingdom. Looking at Cal's, the man asked why he was taking such risks. He can continue to live as a knight, get rich and respected. Is he really willing to trade all that for one boy? In response, the Black Knight lifted his gaze and explained that sometimes money, stable life, and fame were nothing compared to sincerity. This is his decisive bet. From now on, he will follow this path and believe. Realizing that there was no way he could change his old friend's mind, Harun Basio only sighed heavily in hopelessness. Anything is possible, muttered the head of the training camp after a brief pause. After this short sentence, the man got up from the table and walked to the window. Looking at the huge tree of the monster forest again, he repeated that he wouldn't deny that anything was possible. Just remembering what happened today is enough. Not long ago, there was a forest of monsters, but now it's a blooming forest. After joining the territories of the kingdom, it is being thoroughly explored. Border disputes are more serious now than ever before. It is said that the real heroes emerge in difficult times. Bashio has no idea how talented that kid is. However, what he can say now is that Kang Kyohan really has a chance to become a nobleman. Stepping away from the window, the head of the training center headed towards the Black Knight. Placing a hand on his old friend's shoulder, Harun Basio wished him luck and said he hoped with all his heart that his bet would play out. The evening of the same day, the impromptu picnic of the 4 heroes of today's feast was in full swing, although it was more accurate to say it was coming to an end. All of Kang Kyohan's friends had already managed to drink expensive wine and fall asleep. The lad himself stepped away from the fire for a while to talk to Instructor Cal's about something. Your offer still stands, right? The Black Knight inquired, holding his backpack tightly behind his back. Hearing such a question, Kang Kyohan seriously looked at the man and remembered something. Most recently, a few months ago, he offered Cal's Black to be his assistant, promising to be the best rider of all time and to make sure that even his assistants were Giants riders. Yes, of course it's on, Kyohan replied. Then Cal's Black said that it would be the boy's first sword from now on. Not fully understanding what the instructor meant, Kang Kyohan asked what it meant. Cal's clarified that he meant that he would now be the #1 swordsman, which meant that even if the kid took on someone else, he, Cal's Black, would still be #1. That's right. Having such a knight in his swordsman was more than just a childish wish for Kohan. This is what it means to accept knights. It was a dream come true for him. Now, since Kyohan is going to take Cal's as his squire, he is bound to become a nobleman. A powerful nobleman who possesses territories and leads giants. It will be his duty to the Black Knight. Cal's will do his duty as a sword swallower, and Kyohan will do his duty as his master. After explaining all this, the man in the hat looked at the boy seriously once more and asked if he understood everything. Without hesitation, Kyohan replied confidently that he was ready to do his duty. Immediately after saying those words, Cal's Black threw the bag on the ground. Then he drew his sword from its sheath in one lightning-fast motion. Stabbing the blade into the ground, the man knelt before Kyohan and bowed before him, saying that the boy was his master from now on. As a swordsman and advisor to his master, he will serve Kang Kyohan faithfully. Cal's will not give up even in the face of the giant mechanisms of fate, and will prove his loyalty with courage that fires like steam from a giant's heart. The sword-bearer will always come to his lord's aid when he needs it, will come as fast as a train that rushes along the tracks, and in every situation will be unwavering in his faith in the rightness of his lord's ways. Such eloquent speech put Kyohan in a stupor. There was an awkward silence in the air as the boy stared perplexedly at the man bowing before him. Then Cal's interrupted the silence, explaining to the lad that he should take the sword out of the ground, help his swordsman stand up, and put the sword back in his hand. Well, in time, the Black Knight will teach his master the prudence and etiquette of the nobility. After Kang Kyohan had completed the rite of passage, Kaltz told the boy that he would begin living in the Lord's tent as a swordsman from today. And since it was already quite late, he advised the boy to go to the tent and have a good rest. Until a moment ago, the two were each other's instructor and cadet, but now Cal's Black's demeanor has changed, as if he served Kyohan for a lifetime. The man has a terribly shrewd look, and though it's pretty onerous for the guy right now, he should still match the look of his swordsman, right? After thinking it over, Kyohan agreed to go to the tent and asked Lord Cal's Black to take care of him. Here, as if on another planet, another person who valued Kang Kyohan with all his heart appeared on the dim and fierce earth. This tumultuous day was soon over and the next morning came. Waking up in his tent, Kyohan lifted himself out of bed and stretched. Still gathering his thoughts for a while, the boy looked around. So much happened yesterday. It was like a dream. Noticing Uncle Davis, the boy wished him good morning, and the old man in turn asked him to turn his attention to Cal's Black. The elderly man grinned, noting that the new squire was very savvy. He slept beside him for a little while, and then woke at dawn to stand guard outside the tent. Scratching the back of his head, Kyohan said that it was actually new to him as well. But they would have to get used to it from now on. After all, Lord Black was his #1 swordsman now. Pulling back the tent curtain, Kaltz peeked inside and noticed that everyone was finally awake. Entering the tent, the Black Knight reminded the two of them that he had promised to tell them about the situation in the continent of Laniakia yesterday before going to sleep. Laying out the map on the table, the man pointed his finger at the border of humanity's lands, which could be seen to be tightly surrounded by uncharted territories. These places contained all sorts of abnormal phenomena. Mankind struggled day after day to survive in a land swarming with monsters. That was until the giants appeared. With the power of giants, mankind can destroy monsters and conquer uncharted territories. This is how the lands where people can safely dwell have been expanded. The kingdom gained its power from the wars that have taken place over the last 50 years. However, humans are an insatiable race. When the problems of survival were solved, the great powers began to compete with each other. The new power of humanity was directed toward conflict and clashing with each other. There is currently a localized war over the borderlands between the Reincarnated Kingdom and the Eastern Kingdom of Logoth. Whoever occupies the strategically important lands will cut off the enemy's oxygen. A full-fledged war could soon break out, which would be a good chance for Kang Kyohan. It is this war that will be Kyohan's chance to gain the title of New Nobleman. Many had become nobles after the previous war ended. However, this time the war will be more fierce. Of course, there is the problem of land development, but an all-out war between states is a fight not for life, but for death. Though there are new nobles, but just as many nobles will be killed. And since there isn't much time before the new war begins, Kyohan must increase his strength as soon as possible to properly prove himself. War is a crisis. However, for some, it is a unique chance of a lifetime. If one invests enough in the new era, one can enter a rich man. For the sake of this, Kang Kyohan needs to expand the capital of strength. As he adjusted his hat, Cal's Black surmised that what was far more important was what would happen after all of this. Yes, there will be a future after all these wars. The main reason why mankind lives on this barren land. The reason why people kill each other for lack of resources. Those who monopolize the remains of the gods with immense power, who banished humanity to barren lands. Unattainable to mankind are beings who have become much stronger through the power of the energy of the remains of the gods, the aliens. The humans have a duty to defeat the aliens. In this world, there are historical places that are comfortable to live in and have huge resources of energy where ancient gods lived. Here you can become stronger just by standing in one place without any work on yourself, proper food and training. But the benefits of these lands are not available to humans, as the aliens have taken control of these lands. In addition, they control historical sites, as well as relics and legacies of the gods. These creatures have driven mankind to barren lands. Until now, no one has expressed any discontent about it, as the aliens are majestic and humans are insignificant. Even humanity still feels that way. However, if the conflict between the kingdoms is about to end, and humanity joins forces in confidence, what happens next? If the humanity wars end, humans will face a desperate struggle with the aliens for control of the entire continent. The storm is coming. Slapping his palms on the table, Cal's Black asked the Lord to let him say something. History was changing right before their eyes. A game is about to begin, with the fate of humanity at stake. Unfortunately, Kang Kyohan is not yet qualified to participate in this game. That's why he needs to get qualified as soon as possible. But the boy had a question as to what he should do in such a case. Then, Kaltz explained that the first step was to join the Land Development Squad. With the exception of the front line, this squad is the fastest to learn the results of the latest research. As a member of this squad, Kang Kyohan will be able to upgrade his giant. Only those whose giant is of the level of the giant god, Kyojin, will be able to enter this game. Now that Cal's Black can't run the giant, he sees the situation better. History is changing, and a lot of giant riders will be able to get involved. So now it's even more necessary for Kohan to become number 1. 3 days later, Kang Kyohan and his friends are sitting and relaxing under a tree. Stretching, Harkrooks remarked how glorious it would be if the weekend lasted forever. However, the announcement of the results and squad assignments would be tomorrow. Time flew quickly, and the next day their stay at the training center would be over. Looking at Kyohan and Helena, Lowen wondered where they had applied to. Surely the Land Development Squad? The two confirmed her guess, and Helena also added that only by joining the Land Development Squad would they be able to use the best giants. Since the Land Development Squad explores resource-rich regions, it is supplied with the most technologically advanced parts, with the exception of the Advanced Squad. Laughing happily, Lowen told her friends that she had also applied for the Land Development Squad, and it would be great if they were all accepted. As cadets with a lot of practical experience, they would be promoted quickly in the Land Development Squad. Interrupting the girl's joyful speech was Harkrux, who said he was curious about something. Pointing a finger at the fenced area, the red-haired boy reminded his friends of the white gleaming weapons of the aliens. In truth, wasn't it their prey? Even so, the head of the training center forbade even touching this sword. Even the technicians can only look at it while drooling. Agreeing with Harkrux, Lowen said that by custom a knight could keep his spoils, and so this sword should be given to them. After also looking at the alien's weapon, Kang Kyohan remembered that although it contains immense power, he didn't notice it during the battle. But now, just by looking at this creature's body, the guy can see the magic power lightly swaying its curls. Could such a small armor and sword contain the power of a giant? A superior race, it evolved along a completely different path than mankind. What would happen if this weapon became Kyohan's? Wouldn't it help in the fight against the aliens? What nonsense! Handing over an alien's weapon to a human? That can't happen, Helena muttered, as if reading the boy's mind. The girl explained that the aliens are united by the realization that they are the chosen people. They don't care about human customs, and so they will definitely come to take their weapons. Noticing some inconsistency, Lowen wondered how they would come if they didn't know the sword was here. Helena, however, reminded her friend that we were talking about the aliens. They were beyond human comprehension. Until now, the weapons had been hidden by dark energy, but now that it was gone, everything was different. That's why the head of the training center had closed access. Guessing that Lord Cal's might know something about it, Kang Kyohan waved his hand at him and asked if he had heard of something like that while he was an instructor. And while the boy's frightened friends were trying to figure out where the Black Knight had come from and how long he had been standing here in the first place, Kaltz greeted the Lord and said that he really knew something about it. The head of the training camp did not say anything about the aliens coming here. However, he said that he simply followed the national law and did not touch their property. It was already the 4th day since Kaltz had officially become Kyohan's squire, except that the boy still couldn't get used to it. Until recently, the Black Knight had been his instructor, but now his authority had fallen. After recovering from her fright, Lowen said frustratedly that she knew it was against the law to misappropriate alien items. Even if there was no corpse near this sword, it would still be pretty easy to figure out who it belonged to. Alien weapons are always beautiful and seem to glow. The boy's conversation was interrupted by a sudden shout from nearby. The alien's armor and body suddenly began to glow brightly with a pure white color. The people gathered around couldn't understand what kind of substance made him glow with such a pure light. And while some people already ran to call for the head of the training center, the dead creature's body began to emit a huge amount of magical power. Everyone began to anxiously await what was about to happen, and at the same time to record everything that was happening on camera. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard high in the sky. Looking up, the people saw a huge flying creature. Looking shocked at the unknown thing with wings in the sky, Kyohan asked what the hell it was. Is it really a dragon? No, more specifically, it's a wyvern. It breathes fire and flies at high speed. It's the Lord of the Skies. What was even more incredible was that someone had even managed to tame the beast. When they looked closely, they saw that someone was sitting majestically on the beast's back. In addition to the wyvern, creatures with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, griffins, also flew here. As Helena expected, they found the body of their fellow man very quickly. The beings riding the monsters turned out to be aliens. Flying closer to the crowd of people, the aliens landed nearby. Once on the ground, the griffins led by the wyvern immediately headed towards the body in armor at great speed. Feeling the incredible heat coming from the monsters' bodies, people began to disperse to the sides. No one expected to feel such tremendous pressure. The pressure comes from the outside and presses into your chest as if you were in the body of a giant. The aliens continued to move on top of the monsters toward the body of their fellow man. As they passed by, they paid no attention to the people. Finally, finding themselves near the body of the dead alien, the griffins and wyverns stopped. Soon the footsteps of Haran Basio and his assistants were heard. Once in front of the aliens, the head of the training camp bowed and greeted those who had descended from the heavens. After introducing himself by his full name and position, the man asked the men who had descended from the heavens if they had come for the body and uniform of the young alien. There was no response. The wyvern-sitting alien only looked at Haran Basio contemptuously and said nothing. Kang Kyohan immediately sensed how disdainful the aliens were towards people. Did it mean that the head of the training center was so insignificant to them that they didn't even want to say a word? He's a baron, a proud member of the nobility and the highest official of this region. And even so, they neglect him. All in all, it's clear. Still, right now, people need to avoid diplomatic disputes with the aliens at all costs. Raising his head, Haran Basio said that he understood everything perfectly. The weapon had originally belonged to the aliens, and so it should be returned to them as well. However, the man still decided to ask what they thought about thanking his subordinates for protecting their property. Such insolence made one of the aliens very angry. Angry, the creature in armor asked the man how he dared to ask for something like that. Looking at the alien in surprise, the head of the training center couldn't figure out what he had said wrong. Subordinates, you say? So now, is someone who doesn't even have anything to do with this talking to me with his filthy mouth? Shrieked the creature in armor, raising his griffin on the haunches. Having finally guessed what foolishness he had done, Haran Basio decided not to say such a thing in front of the aliens from now on. When things quieted down, one of the aliens moved closer to the body of his fallen comrade. Setting the griffin on the ground, he jumped off the beast. Turning to his commander-in-chief, the alien reported that he was ready to take their comrade's corpse and armor. He then turned back around and headed for the fence behind which the body and armor sat. Looking at all of this, Kang Kyohan couldn't believe that it would end like this. What belonged to the aliens would be returned to them. Is this really how it's going to end? Should they, the humans, just sit back and watch it? Free men are superior to poor men. Knights are superior to free men. Nobles are superior to knights. Aristocrats are superior to nobles. Even if Kyohan succeeds in becoming a nobleman, the aliens will be much higher. Is it normal that no matter how hard a person tries to become higher in status, there will always be someone else higher? Is that right? Is that the kind of rule that people are comfortable with? Unwilling to put up with it, Kang Kyohan raised his hand and called out to the aliens. I am here! The one who defeated the monsters and protected the aliens' armor and body! Shouted the boy. Such an unexpected speech immediately attracted everyone around him. The griffins and wyverns went wild and roared deafeningly. Kyohan immediately felt a sharp and hot pulse. But he couldn't be taken by such a thing. He tensed his abs and withstood the pressure of these huge monsters. Looking confidently at the commander-in-chief, the boy continued his speech. He and his comrades had risked their own lives to protect the body and armor of an alien. Usually, at times like this, people have the decency to at least say, "Thank you." After all, they had a job done for them that they weren't capable of doing. But I guess it's different for the aliens. Is "thank you" too loud for you? Hearing those words, the head of the training camp and everyone standing around fell into a stupor. Lowen and Harkrux were already contemplating running away from this place, but Kald standing behind them was no less frightening. Looking at the insolent boy, the alien commander-in-chief only grinned. Leaning the wyvern over to the guy, the creature in armor asked what gratitude was even in question. Kang Kyohan immediately felt an incredible pressure coming from the beast in front of him. Looking at the man with disdain, the alien explained that he was the one who should be grateful for being allowed to speak to the alien. Kyohan was even more taken aback by such a response. Does this creature really mean that just talking to him is gratitude? This arrogance is beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, the alien who was about to take the body of his fellow man approached the boy and asked who the men were that were with him on the sortie. Without answering anything, Kang Kyohan only turned his gaze somewhere to the side. Where he looked, his friends were standing. As could be understood, neither Harkrux nor Lowen were happy about the honor. To encourage his comrades, Kyohan waved his hand and asked them to come over to him. They had worked so hard, so they deserved at least a greeting. Though Lowen and Harkrux walked toward him as if they had been called to their own funeral, Helena, for her part, was surprisingly calm. As the three came closer to the aliens, it could be seen that their legs were trembling with fear. Staring nervously at the creatures in armor, Harkrux and Lowen admitted that they were the ones who had destroyed the monster together. Facing his friends, Kyohan looked at them as if asking them not to be afraid of those bastards. They wouldn't even pay attention to insecure people, and Helena was one of those who understood that perfectly well. Exhaling confidently, the girl adjusted her gloves. She then assumed a strange pose, crossing her arms over her head, and greeted the descendants of glory. At the same time, Helena listed the full names of all 4 heroes and told the aliens that it was they who had joined forces to defeat the monster. It was because of this that they were able to free the corpse and armor that had been bound by the monster. This is the undeniable truth as seen through the eyes of those who look down from heaven. Letting the girl finish, the alien commander-in-chief was greatly surprised by this performance. He hadn't expected to find someone among the humans who knew about the manners of the aliens. It let them know that the 4 of them had really done a good job. Shifting his gaze to his subordinate, the leader of the alien squad nodded his head. Then, standing in front of the boys, the creature in armor placed a hand on his hip for some reason. Then, delivering some green pouches, the alien threw his hand up in a sharp motion. At the same moment, these strange objects slowly floated through the air straight towards the 4 heroes. These leaf sacks seemed to be the reward for the work done. But what's inside? After giving the boys what they deserved, the alien commander-in-chief confirmed that this was payment for their debt. After explaining this, he threw a disdainful glance at the men again and said that this was the end of their conversation. This quiet phrase contained an open warning, and it couldn't help but irritate Kang Kyohan. Why are these creatures so arrogant? It's as if they are disgusted to say even a few words to people. While the boy was thinking about it, one of the aliens had already approached the body of his dead counterpart. Once beside him, he stretched his arm out in front of him. At the same time, a small portal opened in his hand. The alien's corpse vaporized in the same second. The creature in armor seemed to suck the corpse of its comrade into its hand, which couldn't help but astonish the people gathered around. Once the process was complete, the wyvern roared loudly. The huge monster flapped its wings, preparing to take off. A strong, hot stream of air rushed over the crowd standing nearby, nearly knocking people off their feet. The aliens riding griffins and wyverns soared into the air and flew away. Looking at all of this, Kang Kyohan was burning with frustration. Was this really it? They just came and went as they pleased. The guy felt ashamed that people were so pathetic. The aliens are those who wield great power. They passed them by as if people were of no importance to them, as if humanity were grass that grew by the side of the road they were walking on. But even though Kang Kyohan himself was incredibly annoyed by the whole situation, the others seemed to perk up. Running up to the boy, people began to call him truly outstanding for allowing himself to say whatever he wanted in front of the aliens. It's amazing that he was able to get compensation from these creatures for his work. But is it really amazing? After all, All the aliens did was throw a bag of grass at Kyohan as if it were some sort of handout. They didn't even explain how to use it. That's it? Just tossed the sack and walked away? Ordinary people don't talk. They're afraid to look the aliens in the eye. Today, the entire training center containing hundreds of giants was completely trampled into the dirt by just 3 aliens. Soon, after all these events, Kang Kyohan returned to his tent. That's where he got what was in that herbal pouch. It turned out to be some kind of golden nutritional supplement containing the secret of golden glow. Kyohan's strength told him that within 3 days of eating it, it would significantly increase the effectiveness of magic power and the amount of dark mana absorbed. Just what does it mean? Expands. It's the first time the boys ever encountered such an expression. How much expands? Though I guess even if one were to get an amazing effect after absorbing it, it would still remain insignificant to the aliens. If it's a treasure to humans, it's something insignificant to aliens. It really is just charity. Kyohan's pride was hurt today, and so he vowed to be sure to break the system one day. On the evening of the same day, several guests visited the training camp, one of whom turned out to be Lord Jackson Silver. Sitting at his desk in the director's office, Harun Basio asked what business the front man of the Eastern Intelligence Corps was visiting them on, and why he had come to the training center at such a late hour. The man standing in front of him explained that he had come for an entrance test. It was a test for high-ranking cadets who wished to join the reconnaissance squad. Tensely glancing at the guest, Harun Basio remarked that this was an unprecedented case. Why did they decide to personally inspect the cadets who had already been certified at the training center? And when Jackson Silver explained that it was His Majesty's order, the head of the training center guessed that the conflict with the Logoth Kingdom had escalated greatly, and from the looks of it, things were only getting more serious. Lord Jackson also added that the recruits should be talented enough to be used immediately in real missions. That's why he came to personally select them. Of course, this outcome did not please the head of the training center. However, he has no other choice. Putting the document on the table, Harun Basio said that these cadets should be enough. After examining the cadets' personnel files from the document, Jackson Silver chuckled and said it was indeed interesting. The trainees were able to conquer territories outside the training area? After confirming that they were the best trainees of his training center, Harun Basio said that he expected a lot from them. The man then asked how the entrance test would be conducted. Lord Jackson in turn revealed that the trials will be conducted in practice. His goal is to find talented cadets who can be used immediately in assignments. He will take with him right away not only cadets, but also assistants with real talent. Looking at the guest with disbelief, the head of the training center decided to clarify what exactly he was going to do. Then Lord Jackson Silver suddenly drew his sword. Placing the blade on his shoulders, the man explained that today he would teach the trainees about the rear and the ferocity of the front. Meanwhile, somewhere in the tent center of the training camp, lying on the bed, Harkrux thought back to what had happened today. The aliens are really strong. Even just looking at them made it hard to breathe. He couldn't understand why there was such a difference between them. He had heard that humans were inferior to aliens in everything. Thinking about it, the boy felt something strange. Abruptly jumping off the bed, Harkrux picked up the sword lying nearby and assumed a fighting stance. Tensely looking at the entrance to the tent, the boy asked who was there. Laughing in surprise, the stranger with the sword on his shoulder remarked that the boy had a pretty good reaction time. Suddenly snapping out of his seat, the man decided to test the cadet. Harkrux clearly didn't expect to see such crazy speed. However, he wasn't the type to be defeated so easily, and so the guy wasn't going to give up so quickly. Although the boy had time to react to his opponent's lunge, he still missed, and the mysterious stranger was somehow behind him in the same instant. This time, Harkrux was unable to dodge the attack, and the blow hit its target. Although the fight lasted quite a bit, the result of the test pleased Lord Jackson. This guy doesn't freeze and counterattacks even in unexpected situations. Plus, he's pretty good with a sword. The cadets in this training center are promising, so Jackson Silver is looking forward to testing the next trainees. It was time for the next challenge. Next in line was Lowen. Unlike Harkrux, the girl was sound asleep. However, even through her sleep, she sensed danger approaching. Abruptly jumping up from the bed, Lowen grabbed her sword and tried to maintain as much distance as possible with her opponent. Dazedly looking at the stranger with a sword in his hand, the girl asked who he was. She could feel a strong magical energy from this man, which was why, without waiting for an answer, Lowen toppled over the bed to try and delay her foe. Fighting such a monster alone would be foolish, so with a blade cutting through the tent, the girl made the decision to report the intrusion to the others. Once outside, Lowen tried to yell that the camp was under attack. Unfortunately, she failed to do so, and from just one blow, she fell unconscious to the ground. The Lord Jackson, who had cut her down, came out of the tent and looked at the cadet with satisfaction. Instead of resisting the unexpected invasion on her own, she decided to call in her allies. That girl's pretty smart. Well, next in line for testing was Helena Yellow. Only this time, apparently, the test will be very different from the previous ones. Entering Helena's tent through the main entrance, Jackson Silver noticed that the light was still on. Holding a sword in his hand, the man asked the girl sitting in front of him if she had decided to wait for him herself. Nodding affirmatively, Helena said that she had thoughts of having someone from the recon squad come and personally test the cadets today. After all, the situation on the Eastern Front was becoming alarming. And so, as she stood up from the floor, the girl was glad that she hadn't thought about it in vain. Laughing, Lord Jackson noticed that Helena wasn't just smart. Apparently, she was familiar with the Eastern Reconnaissance Unit. Could it be that her parents were serving there? Taking her sword out of its sheath, the purple-haired girl replied to the stranger that it didn't matter right now. That answer made Jackson Silver laugh again. That cadet! She's smart beyond her years. Really, it didn't matter so much now. As he prepared to strike, Lord Jackson asked the trainee to show off his skills. Immediately after saying that, he suddenly disappeared somewhere. In the next instant, the man was right up to Helena and delivered a lightning-fast blow from below. The girl in turn ducked even lower, dodging the first attack. Finding herself at a disadvantage, Helena realized that the second attack was exactly what she needed to repel. Finally, fully withdrawing her sword from its sheath, the girl fended off her opponent's second strike. Immediately afterward, she went on the counterattack, practically copying the enemy's movements. Though her blow came even lower than her opponent's last attack, Lord Jackson went even lower, literally sitting on his knees. Dodging away, the man didn't give Helena a chance to retreat and immediately smashed his foot into her jaw. Surprisingly, after such a powerful blow, the girl was still conscious, except that the last attack was immediately followed by the next. Lord Jackson smacked Helena in the face with his fist, literally smashing her into the floor. And while at first glance it may have seemed like everything went according to Jackson Silver's plan, there was actually something that confused him. Even after such a stunning blow, Helena didn't lose consciousness. Abruptly grabbing her sword, the girl rose to her feet and assumed a fighting stance. She caught the face of two attacks of incredible power, yet still able to stand on her feet. Lord Jackson realized it at once. This girl intended to take his blow with her forehead. She realized there was no way to avoid the attack, and so she took all the damage on her forehead. Sighing, Jackson Silver said there was no need to test her further. And when Helena asked if she had passed, the man said she could rest assured. Always the first one who didn't end up fainting. Walking past the girl, Lord Jackson smilingly congratulated her on joining the infernal squad. The man stepped out of the tent and placed his sword on his shoulder, realizing that everything was happening just as Rafal White had said. Rafal was the only assist to stand up to Jackson, and right after the fight, the gray-haired guy told his opponent that he would be satisfied with his current position. There was only one trainee left to test, the guy with the highest score, Kang Kyo-han. An amazing cadet with 0 points of attitude and only 40 points of perseverance. However, despite this, he also earned 100 points each for overcoming and fighting, thus exempting himself from the other two criteria and becoming the best cadet. So how was he able to achieve such a result? At first, Jackson thought there was some kind of mistake with the scores at the training center, but after looking at the level of the other cadets, he was now looking forward to facing Kang Kyo-han. Upon reaching the last trainee's tent, Lord Jackson first thought it was a dream, or perhaps he had just come to the wrong place. A man in a hat standing in front of the tent asked the intruder what business he had come here on. This further perplexed Jackson Silver. He's sure he's come to the right place, but anyone would say that the man standing in front of the tent is already a mature knight and an experienced rider. Apparently, the map is wrong after all. But whatever the case, Jackson still has to get to his destination. After apologizing, the man explained that he had business with a trainee named Kang Kyo-han. He then asked the stranger for directions to his tent. Hearing this, the stranger drew his sword. Beginning to exude a chilly breeze, the man in the hat asked why a man whose face he hadn't even seen before was looking for a cadet late at night. He even has an instructor's badge. Asking the mysterious stranger to calm down, Jackson Silver introduced himself by his name and explained that he was a rider from the Eastern Reconnaissance Unit and that he was now conducting a secret selection test. The test is supposed to show the trainee's abilities in real dangerous situations, which is why it's being held late at night. After listening to the uninvited guest, the man in the hat said that he had come to the right place, and it was indeed Kang Kyo-han's tent. Staring at the stranger perplexed, Jackson still had no way of knowing what the knight was doing here, since this was the same tent. Deciding not to let it go to his head, the man with the sword thanked the stranger in the hat for the information and said it was time for him to get to the test. However, holding his blade out in front of Jackson's face, the mature knight asked him to wait here until he reported to his master. When he remembered that Kang Kyohan was not of noble birth but came from a poor background, Lord Jackson immediately guessed who the man in the hat was. The man grinned at the squire and asked him if he was annoyed. Shifting his gaze to his opponent's blade, Jackson Silver wondered if he was sure he could be so rude to a member of the recon squad. The sepulchral silence that followed strained the air and space around them. The next second, there was the clang of swords clashing. Kang Kyohan's squire's hat fell to the ground. Putting his sword to the unknown knight's weapon, Lord Jackson prepared to take the fight to his opponent. Smirking, the man noted that his opponent had a rather unusual sword, and so he wouldn't mind testing his skills and courage as well. In response, the squire said with annoyance that today's youths only know how to fight verbally. However, he must see if the uninvited guest was worthy of fighting his master. That night, Kang Kyohan woke up to strange sounds. Hearing the clinking of swords outside the tent, the boy jumped out of bed and headed for the exit. Stepping outside, the boy asked what was going on here. But as soon as he threw back the tent canopy, a strong, cold wind blew into his face. That's when Kyohan saw Lord Cowles fighting an unknown man. But the boy was in no hurry to help his squire. After all, when else would he be able to watch such an amazing battle? The blows of these two were so fast that it was almost impossible to follow them with the naked eye. And it seemed that for Jackson Silver, this battle would not be as easy as he might have expected. The man was very taken aback by his opponent's explosive strength. What the hell was a knight like that doing here? But Kaltz wasn't going to give him time to think. Before Jackson knew it, his opponent had disappeared from his sight. He clearly hadn't expected this knight to hold so many surprises for him. Lord Jackson didn't even have time to notice the cadet squire was over his head. Of course, the man himself is not weak either, and so it was not without difficulty, but he managed to parry the blow. However, this attack was immediately followed by a series of equally dangerous attacks. Tisking irritably, Jackson realized that his opponent was too professional to hold his strength against him. This squire has the power of the wind, making the direction of its movements not easy to predict. And on a windy night like tonight, his ability becomes especially dangerous. Now he has more opportunity for surprise attacks. Jackson has no idea what such a powerful knight forgot here, but he's finally getting curious. What a surprise! This is truly a magnificent gift. That dude is really cool. But still, there's no one who can keep up with Jackson Silver's speed. And while the unknown knight was using his ability, Kang Kyohan, who was standing nearby, was watching the battle and couldn't believe what he was seeing. These two are on a totally new level. The way of using magic and manifesting power is completely different. Kyohan and the other cadets used magic power like muscles. But Lord Cowles and this knight are different. They use magical power like a spring, and it in turn can expand rapidly and even explode, like the inside of an internal combustion engine. It seems like they are just spinning the mana inside of them. The magical power that emanates from them is simply overwhelming. If Kang Kyohan could make 10 ordinary powers out of 1 unit of magic power, they could make 30 or even 50 times as much. The guy really wants to get ahead, but why are they so different? It's just like with muscles. No matter how well Kyohan coordinates his muscles, the resulting performance can vary greatly depending on whether they are gently stretched or rapidly contracted. Moreover, magic power is much more powerful than ordinary muscle power, so the results would depend on how well it was controlled. If Kyohan had as much magic power as these two, would he be able to use it the same way? And what if he learned how to distribute that power throughout his body? Would he be able to use it even better? How does one attain such power? How can he become superior and go beyond their magical power? While the boy watched the battle and pondered how he could get stronger, Jackson went behind his opponent's back and was ready to deliver the finishing blow. But suddenly the squire disappeared right before his eyes. It wasn't the first time this had happened during the fight. Nevertheless, it was almost impossible to get used to these wind surprises. Each time, disappearing from his opponent's sight in this annoying way, Kaltz would come at him from the rear and launch a series of attacks. Thanks to that, he didn't give Jackson a second to rest. With no end in sight on defense, there was no way Lord Jackson could go on the counterattack. This battle was more like some kind of madness. How could an ordinary cadet squire have such strength? Realizing what would happen if he didn't end the fight soon, Jackson Silver, continuing to fend off the attacks, shouted to his opponent to stop. At the same moment, the silhouette of a squire appeared in front of his face. Trying to catch his breath, the man warned his opponent that if they didn't stop now, it was likely that one of them would die. As much as Jackson hated to lose, he had to finish this battle. Still, this squire has a really interesting fighting style. Suddenly, the Silver Knight saw another person standing outside the tent. Pointing his finger at another stranger, he asked his former adversary if it was his master. Silently turning around, Cal's Black bowed his head to the boy. Then, without turning around, he confirmed that the man was his master. Jackson Silver was stunned by this answer. He couldn't believe that such a strong knight was serving this kid. Did it even make sense? Meanwhile, Cal's Black had reported to his master that a rider from the Eastern Reconnaissance Squad had come to visit him. The man was supposedly going to conduct a secret entrance test for their squad. Shaking off the clinging mud, Jackson Silver introduced himself to the boy. Kang Kyohan in turn also greeted the man, saying he was honored to meet such a person. However, after asking the lad to retire from the honors, Lord Jackson said he was accepted anyway and would not advance east tomorrow. And when the boy asked if he needed to take the test, the man replied that there was no need. How could he test the master if he could not defeat his subject? Hearing this, Kang Kyohan only looked at his squire awkwardly. After asking the boy to go and collect his luggage, Jackson decided to get the name of his former opponent one last time. He soon found out that he couldn't defeat the Black Knight, who was actually a rank below him. Deciding not to let it go to his head, Jackson Silver suggested that Cal's have a drink with him when they got to the squad. The squire seemed to have a story to tell. Well, for now, even though he's tired as hell, Lord Jackson still has a few more cadets to test. Looking after the irritably departing front man of the Eastern Reconnaissance Corps, Kang Kyohan asked his first squire what had happened here. Smirking, Cal's Black narrated that his master's sword had won, and then asked his master how he felt about the duel. Kyohan replied that he couldn't even imagine such a thing. It was as if he had seen a new world and realized again that there was much that he had to learn from Cal's. Such a response couldn't help but make Cal's Black happy. He really wanted his master to see a high-level fight. From now on, Kang Kyohan should fight like that too. Soon it was the morning of the next day. It was time to assign new ranks to the best cadets of the training center. Yellow, green, blue, red, white, black, silver, gold. Knights born to commoners are divided into classes based on their surnames. Classes are based on skills and abilities, and are essentially what separates ordinary knights from giant riders. Usually, even excellent knights are given the surname Green, and no matter how high they go, their limit is red. However, the cadets standing here who have become official candidates will begin their journey with the surname White. It is a great privilege, but also a great responsibility. They should remember this and work hard on themselves every day. Although approximately 500 knights with the surname Yellow had applied, only 78 people entered the selection center. And among all of them, only 8 people were selected as rider candidates. It was a tough road, but it was the biggest selection ever. Last year, there were only 3 people standing in their place. In addition, there were 1 or 2 people entering the reconnaissance squad, and now there were as many as 5. Some have reached great heights because of their innovations. A special trainee who used to be a poor man who was ignored. A lot of guys gathered around him, and the spirit of competition flared up. "Our best intern, Kang Kyohan Yellow, let's go," announced the head of the training center. Without a second's hesitation, Kyohan confidently climbed onto the stage. Standing in front of Harun Basio, the boy saluted him. He then knelt down and bowed his head in a perfectly honed motion. Following him, this movement was repeated by the rest of the cadets of the training center. Taking out his ceremonial sword, Harun Basio began the dedication speech. "Great defender of the Reinkel Kingdom, fearless cadet, on behalf of His Majesty Hanan Seraphite Reinkel, our just ruler, I, Baron Harun Basio, I consecrate you, Kang Kyohan, as a knight of the Reinkel. Helena Lowen Harrod Harkrux, Julia Yanot Hazen. You, as giant riders with hearts of steel, swear to defend the kingdom of Reinkel until that heart turns to ash. I give you the name White. From now on, you will fulfill your mission as defenders of the realm." As soon as the head of the training center finished his brilliant speech, all the cadets stood at attention. Walking up to Kyohan, Harun Basio pinned the order on his chest and congratulated him on becoming a rider. His official name is now Kang Kyohan White. He was a nameless citizen and now he has a new name. After the dedication ceremony was completed, the cadets were not given a day's rest before being sent to the frontier. On the same day, all those who passed the selection process were put into an armored personnel carrier and driven out of the training center. And now, already on the road, the huge 8-wheeled machine was rushing down the canyon. Running to the edge of the car, Lowen couldn't believe that she was now riding to the eastern border in a Royal Sleipnir armored personnel carrier that she had only ever heard of before. Helena asked her friend to calm down, as she was scared to even think what would happen to her when she saw the royal Mimir train, since she was so excited already. Turning around in surprise at the purple-haired girl, Lowen wondered if she had seen Mimir. She has already seen Sleipnir, and soon she will see Mimir as well. Lowen is incredibly happy that she got the White surname. It's all thanks to Kang Kyohan White. Destroying the core and conquering the territory was the best solution back then. That's the only reason they got the 4 of them on the same squad. It's the girls that I like best. Interrupting her friend, Helena reminded her that they had actually taken 5 people. After these words, the friends turned their heads to the blonde-haired guy sitting nearby. That's right. In addition to Kyohan, Lowen, Helena, and Harkrux, there were a few others in the squad, and it was none other than Herod. Right now, this guy looks so humble and sullen. It's because he boasted of his 3rd place when he entered the training center, but he graduated with a 4th place because he was displaced by Lowen. Anyway, it's good that he's not making as much of a fuss as he used to. It's only natural, though, since he doesn't want to make a fool of himself in front of the other 4 guys who have formed a friendship. No, it's too early to rejoice. He's got another beef with Harkrux. Noticing Harkrux staring at him, Herod got up from the bench and shouted to him not to consider himself cool because of his results at the graduation from the training center. After all, according to Herod himself, this poor man's luck will run out the moment they start real practice. When it starts, the gulf between their skills will become obvious. Harkrux could not tolerate this kind of attitude, and so he was already ready to answer this jerk. Just as suddenly, Lowen ran out in front of him and tried to shame Herod for insulting such a knight. But Herod wasn't going to listen to the scum gathered here, as they couldn't do anything to him anyway. Tensions were rising. A fight was about to break out. At the same moment, Kang Kyohan was about to get into an argument. Sighing heavily, the guy got up from the bench as well. Noticing Kyohan heading towards him, an angry Garoth asked what he wanted. Things got heated, and Davis, who noticed this, asked Lord Cals if they should stop them. Cals Black only remained silent, and Kang Kyohan meanwhile simply walked past Herod. As he approached the training area, the guy grabbed the weight standing there. Garoth couldn't figure out what the hell this degenerate was doing, and just kept watching him. With a smirk, Kang Kyohan raised his weights and asked his comrades to continue their skirmish while he practiced. Rafal White noticed that Kyohan was going to practice, and so he wanted to join him as well. With a laugh, he approached the boy and told him that he could teach him how to use magic more effectively if he taught him how to quickly gain magical power in return. This behavior of Mr. Rafal made Davis laugh a lot. He became more cunning after his promotion. When Rafal looked at the weight in his hand, he was surprised that he could lift 100 units of magic with just one hand. Kyohan replied that he thought that the heavier the weight, the faster the magic would be gained. As Rafal continued to marvel at the muscles and strength of his newfound comrade, Herod watched enviously. Silently turning away, the lad headed towards his squires. With a perplexed look at the jerk, Lowen asked Harkrux what he was even doing. At the same time, Herod's squires were placing the 3rd disc of the barbel on his back. Realizing that they couldn't lose to him, Harkrux and Lowen decided to keep up with the two. Grabbing the weight, Lowen shouted that she couldn't understand why this dude was so boastful, while not even being a nobleman. If you put him next to a real nobleman, he would be like a beggar. While the 4 were trying to show each other who was stronger, Helena decided not to engage in such ridiculousness and stood up from the bench. Okay, I'm lying. She, along with Cals, also went weightlifting. Watching the whole spectacle, Jackson realized that this set of interns really had reason to be particularly outstanding. Aside from them, Cals Black himself commanded respect. And since this man is already strong enough, Jackson Silver decided he couldn't get behind him. Taking a dumbbell, the man joined the impromptu workout. As a result, Kang Kyohan's ingenious plan worked. As expected, to avoid an argument, everyone needs to blow off steam. And the trip itself was uneventful. A few hours later, the armored vehicle pulled up to the first arrival point. Seeing something unbelievable, Harkrux called out to the rest of the boys. Soon the former cadets saw what they had only heard about before. The royal train Mimir towered above them. Arriving at the station, the train stopped and waited for the knights. This machine carried hundreds, if not thousands of giants. The sight was truly amazing. Helena couldn't stop admiring Lowen as she walked inside the train. Even Kang Kyohan was incredibly surprised. Something like this couldn't even be done on Earth in the 21st century. How the hell could such a huge thing even move? In the cargo bay, giants ranging from 8 to 12 meters tall stand in 4 rows. Inside, the train is equally amazing as well. It looks like a huge mobile shopping center. As soon as the knights entered the train, the enormous machine came into motion. The power couldn't help but amaze. like a tsunami, like the tallest mountain. The train left the station, accelerating to incredible speeds. Asking for attention, Rafal told everyone that they were leaving at the final station and it would take 4 days to get there. The knights were free to spend those days. Almost without listening to the gray-haired fellow, Lowen was glad that they would have another 4-day vacation in which to see the whole train. Helena couldn't contain her excitement either. She also smelled a wonderful odor nearby. Kang Kyohan, meanwhile, couldn't believe that all of this was created by the Laniake civilization, which appeared backward to him. It was a civilization that used a huge amount of energy not found on Earth. If they could build a train like this, why not create a giant as powerful as this train? Create a huge force that destroys mountains and can cause tsunamis. If such a giant exists, how strong do you have to be to control such a giant? Now, Kang Kyohan is even more eager to become stronger and feel this enormous power. While the boy was thinking about it, Lowen came up to him and invited him to look around with them. But the boy paid no attention to her. Cal's Black, on the other hand, unlike Lowen, knew how to get Kyohan interested. As he approached the Lord, the squire brought it to his attention that Mimir also had a training center. It's got great equipment. Maybe the kid can discover a new world. When Cal's Black asked the boy if he wanted to go there, Kyohan immediately asked to take him to that training center right now. But before taking him there, Cal's decided to tell the kid about what he'd seen last night. A duel between Jackson Silver and Cal's Black. Their methods of using magic at a high level, like the secret power of knights. Of course, it's not going to be easy to learn. But for Kyohan, it gets even more interesting that way. If there are no obstacles, victory is not so sweet. That's why he's looking forward to his first training session on this train. With a frustrated sigh, Lowen and the boys guessed that Kyohan wasn't going anywhere with them today. He had been practicing all this time, and even now he was going to practice. What's wrong with him? As it turned out, the training center here was no different from the gyms Kyohan had been to before. Once inside, the guy noticed that there were a suspiciously large number of people visiting the place. Cal's Black in turn explained that the Mimir train runs between the border areas of the kingdom. So most of the passengers are soldiers and riders. That's why it's so hot in the training center. Sweat and passion, power and challenge. Compared to Earth in the 21st century, Laniakea is an extremely unpleasant place. But since there are such training centers here, you can have a happy life in this unpleasant place. Now it's time for some real training. As Cal's and his master passed behind the curtain, huge pillars covered in monster skin appeared before Kyohan's eyes. The guy couldn't imagine that the punching bags in this training center would look so shabby. Nevertheless, these things are still used by quite a few people. Walking over to one of the punching bags, Cal's Black explained to his master that if he was going to become a true knight, he would have to learn how to change the form and nature of magical power, as well as learn how to control it. Normally, learning this skill would take some time, but Kaltz felt that his master should be able to handle it, changing the form of magic power. With this method, Kyohan will be able to immobilize much more magical power, no matter how much of it he contains. That's why the battle between Jackson and Cal's was so awesome. Though people take magical power into their limited bodies, it is transcendent in itself. Magical power is something that transcends human consciousness. It can become anything. It can take on any nature. Kyohan must realize this and learn to control the nature of his magic. And now, with an example, Cal's Black will show exactly what that's for. Swinging around, the squire gathered all the magic power in his fist. With a lightning-fast punch, he smacked into the punching bag. The sound of that impact echoed throughout the training center. The people practicing around them didn't expect to see someone with such immense strength. From the sound alone, one could tell that he was a giant rider. The impact of Cal's Black's punch sent many waves through the punching bag. After demonstrating to the Lord how to apply this knowledge, the squire added that only if Kyohan learned to control the nature of his magic would he approach transcendence. Looking at Lord Cal's in surprise, the boy asked what he should do. The squire in turn suggested trying a simple conversion to begin with. Putting his hand behind his back, Kaltz told him that first he had to make his magic power more flexible and elastic. Then twist it as hard as if you were pulling a bowstring. Then release it sharply like an arrow from a bow. After saying that, the squire once again showed how to punch, this time targeting Kang Kyohan instead of the punching bag. Fortunately, the fist stopped right in front of his face and didn't do any damage. When Kaltz asked the Lord to try repeating it, Kyohan wondered what it could mean to make magical power flexible and elastic, and then twist it. Then the guy decided to try to use his visualization abilities and visualize himself at full height. Right now, his magic power was in the form of a thin thread. While it's in that state, it needs to be screwed in. This action was not easy for Kyohan. The magic power was stiff, like the body of a person who had never been to a stretching class. Hard as steel wire. The boy couldn't even move it. It was also accompanied by a terrible pain, like bones and flesh being torn apart. Cal's Black reassured his master, explaining that such pain was natural. For starters, changing the nature and form of one's magical power is not something anyone can learn. Besides, this was a task Kyohan would have to accomplish on his own. Trainees continuously learn it in training centers. It is a process of using your magical power to the limit and stretching it until it becomes more flexible. Normally, such a process takes about 3 years, and Kaltz believes that his master will be able to transform his magical power. However, no matter how long it takes others, Cal's Black believes the boy will do it now. Kang Kyo-han was surprised by such high expectations. Does that dude see him as some kind of monster or something? Skills that take up to 3 years to learn. How could Kyo-han learn it faster than that if it hadn't even been 6 months since he discovered his magic power? Still, the guy managed to understand a little of what Kaltz was talking about. He didn't have the talent to go from 0 to level 100, but he did have the ability to understand the effort it took to go from level 0 to level 100. It's all thanks to bodybuilding, the optimal way of growth to gradually rise from the bottom to the top. He has the necessary experience and knowledge. It used to be thought that a big, beautiful body and outstanding strength like Guan Yuya's or Zhang Fei's was something a person could only be born with. But research has shown that anyone can achieve a body with pumped muscles and wide hips with diet control and exercise. Kyohan's bodybuilder experience and special gift of vision is something that no other person in this world has. Anyway, where should he start now? How should he start? After asking himself these two uncomplicated questions, Kyohan immediately remembered that he had forgotten to do something before starting the main training session. What he began to do next threw Cal's into a state of bewilderment. Kang Kyohan began to jump from side to side, extending his legs and arms from left to right. The people working out in this gym looked at the boy like he was crazy. Why did he suddenly start dancing here? Stretching is what Kyohan needs right now. He needs to make his rigid magic power flexible. It's an unusual way for him to twist the magical power until he loses consciousness. With his ability, the guy can watch her stretch. This is the optimal way to stretch magic power. This is what Cal's Black had been waiting for. His master has begun to act. Kaltz has no idea what this boy is doing now, but he knows one thing for sure. His master always does things his way and achieves outstanding results. Such was the case at the training center. He abandoned the accepted training program and practiced alone, using methods that were known only to him alone, despite the attacks and ridicule from the others. In the end, Kyohan was able to prove his point to everyone. He was able to achieve tremendous growth without asking anyone for anything, and by doing difficult workouts and shedding sweat. Kang Kyohan is like a monster. He also found his own way this time, and now it's been a full 5 hours since the stretching began. Just a little bit and not for long at all, but Kang Kyohan was definitely able to twist the magic power. Now he was definitely ready to try to strike first with the technique that Cal's Black had taught him. How much more powerful would his attacks become with this ability? Standing in front of the punching bag, the boy clenched his fist and began to concentrate. His task now was not to surpass Kaltz or even reach his level. For starters, he should at least get a feel for how it was done, so he could figure out how to develop further. The magical power gathered in his fist became more elastic and flexible for a moment, beginning to coil into a ball. Bringing his fist behind his back to strike, Kyohan dashed toward his target.
Pet the cat.